Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Sweep that again from Roderick. Can you think the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davey is at a backward point, and right between them, and that's raced away twice. He plays that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club, because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county, in the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team, standing side by side, together, looking ahead.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to New Road for day 2 of the county championship match between Worcestershire and Hampshire. My name is Trevor Owens and alongside me I'm delighted to welcome once again Mel Farrell. Good morning.
Good morning, and it's a much better morning than it was yesterday when I arrived here. Even though there's still a lot of cloud about, it's dry, and that is a massive bonus because we did lose the entire morning session on day 1.
Yes, I think we're in for a long day today, including what's left over, a part over from yesterday. It's I think we're going to have 104.4 overs today if we get all the cricket in. So it's going to be a long one today, but Worcestershire biting back late on in the gathering gloom yesterday. I think it's probably the best way of describing it.
It was amazing because Hampshire were just untroubled when we saw the opening batters who were out there in Joe Weatherly and
Fletcher
Middleton. They were just cruising along, really.
144 without loss?
144 without loss. They go off for bad weather. They come on for... How long were they on for last night?
Well, it wasn't long, was it?
It wasn't long. It was, I feel like it was only about 20 minutes or something. Anyway, 2 wickets fall. And thanks to the bowling of Ben Allison and Tom Taylor, Allison got Weatherly out and Taylor got Middleton caught behind. So all of a sudden the ball was really nipping about. And we saw some edges finally coming to the fore for Worcestershire, and all of a sudden it was really bizarre. And we had Eddie Jack come out as the night watch, so he's out there yet to score. He came out with the loss of the first wicket, which was Fletcher Middleton, but then he was kind of unable to stay at the right end, and then we saw Joe Weatherly follow Middleton back to the pavilion, and Nick Gubbins came out. So it just all of a sudden, when you go from 144 for none to 146 for 2, all of a sudden it doesn't look like it was a calamitous day yesterday for Worcestershire. And they do have Eddie Jack. He's going to face the first ball. So Tom Taylor will be continuing the over because they ended up having to go off for bad light last night.
Yes, Caddy Riley told me in the post-match interview, a very important first hour for Worcestershire. We shall see. Taylor then into bowl to Eddie Jack, who's forward very solidly and plays it up in the direction of mid-off, and there's no run.
Yes, I certainly would say an important first hour. So if they can get a couple more wickets, all of a sudden it feels like, right, they're right in this. This
Game
is
on then, isn't it?
Yeah,
really,
proper contest. As I mentioned, there are a lot of dark clouds hanging around, but there were yesterday, and yet the ball didn't seem to be doing much until they went off and came back on in that very late period.
Forecast is much better for today, so hopefully few interruptions, if any. Taylor round the wicket again, in bowls to Jack, who shoulders arms outside the off stump, and there's no run. Just a little bit of breeze blowing the chestnut tree over there, so hopefully it'll keep the cloud scooting on past the ground. It's the smallest patch of blue sky I can see.
Well, I'm you know that I'm a very big... I mean, where there are train spotters, plane spotters, I'm a blue sky spotter. I'll get my notebook out, just note the quadrant that the patch of blue has appeared in.
Eddie Jack then yet to get off the mark. He waits as Taylor's round the wicket, bowls to him, and that's run off the outside edge all the way along the ground, just wide of the slip court and down towards the third man boundary. Is it going to get there? No, it's not. It's going to be pulled up just inside, and they'll come back for a couple. So Eddie Jack is off the mark.
Yeah, he looked back very quickly when he edged that ball, but he did play it with fairly soft hands, so it ran all the way along the ground. But maybe some encouragement there already for Taylor in just finding that edge. So if he just gets that length right, it might cause the left-hander a few problems. 3 slips in for Eddie Jack first up this morning.
Taylor moves in, bowls to him, forward comes Jack and just prods that to mid-off again. That will complete the remainder of the Tom Taylor over from last night, as it were. At the end of it, 148 for 2, Hampshire. Yeah, yesterday morning, Mel, Karim Shazad found the edge a couple of times early on, but after that, you quite rightly say, they look so untroubled, the Hampshire openers.
Yeah, and you know, Worcestershire have have a bit to say in that as well, because they were at times bowling on the pads, and they were offering up a couple of wide half volleys or short and wide balls that just sat up pretty well.
Caddy Rally said he didn't think they bowled that well, and certainly in the middle part of the day he didn't think they bowled particularly well as a unit.
Yeah, they just weren't able to sustain pressure because there were enough 4 balls offered up. And what was impressive was that was the way that I think Fletcher Middleton in particular just made the most of every single one that was offered up. But it is going to be Ben Allison now, who's just waiting. I'm not sure what for. He's just having a look around.
Somebody's wandering in front of the sight screen, I think.
I think you might be right. Just in front of us on this side. Beautiful view of the cathedral this morning. Went for a little wander through the streets. Beautiful, beautiful town of Worcester. Right, here comes Ben Allison. He is around the wicket to Gubbins, who defends the first ball straight back to Allison. Yeah, I love it. Wandering around. I was staying in apparently the oldest pub in Worcester last night, in Friar Street. And it's got wonderful names. It's St Swithin Street and Friar Street. And I was staying in a room called the King John Room. And I actually had a 4-poster bed. I was not expecting it.
They knew you were coming, obviously.
Oh, felt like a princess. Here's Allison once more, full delivery. Defender very stoutly. Gubbins gets right behind this one and holds the defensive pose as the ball meanders up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off.
If my English history is accurate, I think King John was buried in Worcester Cathedral because, I stand to be correct, let me know if I'm wrong on this, but I think he died in Ludlow Castle, and the tradition was in those days they buried you in the nearest cathedral, quite where they came here rather than Hereford. I've got no idea, because Hereford would be nearer than Worcester, but apparently that's what happened.
Oh, county rivalry. Here's Allison. In, Gubbins just flicks this one off his toes along the ground to short mid-wicket. No run. Well, I don't know if I was on with you yesterday when I said I've made a couple of attempts to visit the cathedral, and every time I do, it's very unsuccessful. I couldn't find the entrance the first time. I was on the river and I couldn't get through. And then the second time, there was a service happening in about 20 minutes, and I asked if I could have a look around for 10 minutes. I was kicked out. Here comes Allison, bowls. Oh, he's got him this time, has he? Yes, he has. That ball is still doing things this morning, nipping about. He's got a faint outside edge, and it's Gubbins. So this is good stuff from Worcestershire early. They needed another breakthrough, and it's still Eddie Jack out there as the night watcher, and Nick Gubbins, he's gone for a duck. Hampshire 148 for 3 now.
Big wicket that for Worcestershire, I think. Obviously, you'd be targeting the night watchman with all due respect to Eddie Jack, and everybody can bat nowadays. It's not like it was in the old days, but Gubbins would have been... That's a bonus as far as I'm concerned for Worcestershire, because certainly Hampshire would have been looking for him to steady the ship first thing this morning. And as you quite rightly say, Mel, we're not in line, so we can't really tell, but it's obviously doing a bit out there this morning first thing.
Well, we've seen a couple of faint edges. We saw certainly that from Eddie Jack coming from the bowling from the Diglis end. And now we have the breakthrough. Ben Allison, it's his second wicket. He's got figures of 2 for 32 off 9.4 overs. And he's just walking back with his arm around Brett D'Oliveira's shoulder at the moment. They're all smiles. They're feeling, I think, a lot better. I think they would have come off last night feeling a lot better than if they hadn't been able to come on. They came off going, right, 2 quick wickets, we're back in this.
Shows why Brett D'Oliveira's captain in Worcestershire and I'm not. Well, first of all, he can play cricket and I can't. But second of all, I would have started probably with Karim Shazad from this end. He puts Ben Allison on and immediately gets a wicket. So there you go. Shows how much I know.
Yeah, well, I've invested a bit in Ben Allison, enticing him up from Essex this year, needing a little bit more strike power in their bowling. And I think Ben Allison really has cherished the opportunity to come up and get more opportunities than probably he would have down at Essex. Got a 5 for against Surrey a few rounds back in the championship. Took 5 for 44 in that match, so he's been regularly in the wickets around that as well. He's played quite a bit of second 11 cricket in and amongst a couple of T20 matches, but he's in now. He's around the wicket, and the first ball faced by Tilak, who has come in now at the fall of that last wicket. It's just defended at that one, and there's no run scored.
They all want regular first team cricket, don't they, really? And it's been a good move for Ben Allison.
Certainly has. So Tilak Varma is the new batter who's come to the crease, a left-hander. So we've got 2 left-handers out there as well, with Eddie Jack. As Allison runs in, bowls, defended stoutly. Ball just rolls out into the offside, and that's the end of Allison's over. Good over from him. Got the ball to seam about, and got the wicket of Nick Gubbins. A huge breakthrough early on.
Good morning. If you just joined us, live cricket on the BBC Sport app and websites, brought to you by BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Solent. Worcestershire against Hampshire, day 2. As Mel was saying, the early breakthrough for Worcestershire, with Nick Gubbins back in the pavilion without scoring. And Tom Taylor will continue from the Diglas end, the far end of the ground from us. Under cloud cover, but reasonably high cloud cover. Taylor in, bowls outside the off stump, and Eddie Jack just shoulders arms, lets it pass by into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. There's no run.
Yeah, the blue patch that I spotted earlier in quadrant C32 has actually disappeared.
There's the world's smallest blue hole, and it's about quadrant B, 21. Oh, it's just gone. Sorry,
Yeah.
It's disappeared now. Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's quite high cloud, which
It
is
is.
a good thing.
it's high cloud but dark cloud. Feels dramatic.
So Wuthering Heights sort of cloud. And here comes Taylor again, round the wicket, fairly wide of the crease that time, and pushing forward is Eddie Jack, who just plays it soft hands to Jake Libby at point, and there's no run. It's a reasonable crowd in early on.
Yeah, there were a lot of people walking across when I made my way here this morning, so do love their cricket here. They're very friendly, the crowd here as well. You
Yeah, they
often
are.
find when you
Yeah.
go for a wander, someone will stop you to have a chat. They're a really wonderful, welcoming crowd, I find.
Taylor past the umpire, bowls. That's a good ball. That's beaten the outside edge. Eddie Jack genuinely beaten there, and no damage done as far as he's concerned. He's rehearsing the shot, as they tend to do when they've been beaten.
Well, the other things that happened and that changed with those couple of wickets falling last night, and already a wicket falling this morning, and you've got the night watchers still out there in Eddie Jack, is that it's really slowed the scoring down, because they were just finding runs too easy to come by, Hampshire.
Taylor bowls. Jack fends up nicely off his body down towards fine leg. They'll pick up 1. Karim Jazad fields. You mentioned Fletcher Middleton yesterday. He played 2 of the nicest sort of square drives, really. And they were just a delight to watch. Even as a Worcestershire fan, they were just a delight to watch. Minimal effort he seemed to put into it, and it just raced away to the fence.
Yeah, he scored rapidly. At one point, he had a strike rate of around about 140. So he was scoring rapidly, but they were just through really good cricket shots, waiting for it's that cliche, and it always sounds, I think, much easier than it undoubtedly is, but waiting for the bad ball and putting it away. And that's kind of what he did.
Taylor bowls to Tilak, who drops the ball down in front of him, and there is no run.
So even though he was going a way better than a run of ball, it never felt like it was particularly risky.
No, he played beautifully, really, and I'm sure there were some mutterings in the Hampshire dressing room about having to come out for that sort of short spell in the evening where they lost both openers. But as Caddy Raleigh said, I asked him, were you surprised you came out for that spell? And he said, well, ultimately it's the umpire's decision. They decide whether we're playing or not. So, which is a perfectly reasonable comment. Taylor bowls Tilak forward just drops the ball into the offside. Once again, there's no run. That will complete the over. At the end of it, Hampshire are 149 for 3.
So as I mentioned yesterday, the first time I saw Eddie Jack was at the Under-19s World Cup in South Africa 18 months ago. That was also the first time I met Kadir Ali, because he was also there and part of the coaching staff. And the thing that got me is how much he sounds like Moeen. They've got really similar voice. It's incredible.
Lovely man, Kadir, actually. Really nice guy.
Yeah.
And
everyone in the family is really nice.
Yeah, well, they are. Yeah, but I think he and Alan Richards have exactly the right approach. They don't get too up when they've won a game. They don't get too down when they've lost one. It's fairly measured.
Ben Allison back. First ball to Eddie Jack is left alone. He almost went to play that, but pulled his bat up in the end. Yeah, I think you're certainly right about Alan Richardson, since he made the move from Warwickshire just down the road, came across from Edgbaston to take charge here under Ashley Giles, and it's quite something when you come to this ground, actually. As in comes Allison, he's around the wicket, and this one again left well alone by Jack. It's one of the it didn't make me laugh, because they're obviously the facilities here are more open, and they're rustic in a way.
Traditional county ground.
Yeah, it's traditional county ground, and I do love that. But there's a space in front of us here, the commentary box. We've got the Curtis Oldnall. I've got to get it all right, haven't I? I've got to say the full name of the lounge, and I will get that right after this ball from Ben Allison around the wicket, bowls. That's played nice soft hands, and it ends up running all the way fine down to the deep third boundary. So Eddie Jack.
Curtis Oldnall and Beddoe, if that helps.
There we go, Curtis Oldnall and Beddoe. I've got to make sure I get it all right. Of course, it was very sad when we lost John Curtis earlier this year, the wonderful servant to Worcestershire that he was. But we've got the press box, we've got our commentary boxes, we've got the operations and scoring, and then in front of that, outside, is where you'll see members of the Worcestershire staff sitting, and Ashley Giles will come up and sit there. Anyway, in comes Allison, again, left alone by Jack, and Ashley Giles was sitting there yesterday morning, and a gentleman wandered up by the stairs by mistake, as if to come up to the press box, and so he went, "Oh, are you okay?" And he was looking for something or other, and so then Gilo's like, "Oh, you need to go." And I don't know any other ground where you'll see the CEO out there, like, chatting and hands-on and helping with absolutely everything. As Allison bowls, is just played through square leg. It's a fielder coming in from the deep, so they'll just get a single. This has been pretty well played by Eddie Jack so far this morning. He's been watchful. Hampshire now 154 for 3, and Jack has moved on to 8, so he has scored the only runs this morning.
Yeah, it's very much... I came here to test the broadcast lines a while back because we thought there was an issue with them, and it was a non-match day, so I wandered into the ground, having made it clear I was coming. I'll go into that after this delivery.
Allison starts his run up, tall man, legs flying around the wicket, and Tilak just shoulders arms to that one. So a few runs coming off that over. It's the end of Allison's 11th. Still 101 overs to come today. It's going to be a long day, but Hampshire 154 for 3, with Tilak yet to score, Jack on 8.
It was one of those really hot days when I came down here to test the lines, and there were several staff all sitting along that front row, working, and I thought, it's a bit odd. And then Carrie, who does a lot of some media relations here, said, well, the reason is the offices are so hot upstairs. We've all come sit in the stand because at least it's fairly cool here.
That's a very welcoming, warm club. Great to come here.
Taylor from the Diggler's End is in, bowls and beats his man Jack on that occasion. So encouragement from the first ball of the over for Tom Taylor.
Yeah, he's got it nipping about a bit too, hasn't he? It's just how long it keeps moving about. But then if it does stop, we've had 43.1 overs. So just important for them to maintain their discipline, I think, is probably the word.
Jack waits, Taylor's in, round the wicket, balls to him. That was a very late leave, but he did leave. It was an expansive leave in the end, but it was fairly late in the day.
Yeah, very late. Bit of lightsaber work from Eddie Jack. Do you know what? I got home from the other day. I got home from Manchester after the 5th day of the test. And I got the train back in the morning. When I got out at Birmingham New Street Station, there was this massive orchestra, and they were playing. As I walked out, they were playing the Star Wars.
They knew you were
theme.
coming.
It was. You've just reminded me to talk about lightsabers.
Taylor in, good delivery again. This is a good start to this over from Tom Taylor, and Eddie Jack goes for a little wonder, a twirl of the bat. So say, right, get your head back on it now. Come on, but certainly Taylor has twice beaten him. He's just checking his guard again now, is Eddie Jack, to make sure everything is as it should be. Umpire Illingworth indicates that maybe just straight off his chosen guard.
Yes, so it was segueing into the Superman theme and all the greatest John Williams numbers it was.
Next delivery. Oh, that's gone off an outside edge. Wide of the slip. It's going to run away for 4 down to the wideish third man boundary. And again, it was an edge. It was a definite edge, but it was well wide of the slip cord and never a chance. A little tap of the bat mid-wicket between the batsman on that occasion, rather than the usual punch of the gloves.
We played a similar shot in the previous over when he was at the other end, Eddie Jack. So there are a few times he's edged it, but he has played it with soft enough hands that the ball was, well, it's been wide enough for starters, and then it's also gone along the ground.
Yeah.
So even though there's probably both encouragement for both, the bowler will be happy that he's finding the edge, but Jack will be pretty happy how he's dealt with it.
He's on to 12 is Eddie Jack, and plays that back up the track, and there are oohs and ahs. Tom Taylor diving to his right, got a hand to it, but couldn't hang on. Now, I'm not sure whether he played that into the ground or whether that was a chance.
Yeah, a bit hard to tell. I wasn't sure if he actually did definitely get a hand to it.
He got a hand to it, but of nowhere near hanging on to it. But I wasn't sure whether it was a bump ball or half a chance. To be fair to Taylor, it wouldn't have been his natural direction, because obviously he'd have pulled away to his left-hand side in his delivery stride and then had to adjust and go to his right. But either way, Jack looks suitably unfazed as he prepares to face this next delivery, which he gets a lot of bat on and plays it up to mid-on. That will complete the over. At the end of it, Hampshire 158 for 3. Tilak yet to get off the mark. Eddie Jack has 12 from 24 deliveries, and the sun's coming out.
Yes, for the first time today, actually, the ground is bathed in sunlight. So even though I can still only see, a growing patch of blue in quadrant D46, obviously, above us where we can't see, there must be more blue patches where the sunshine's coming through.
There must be a lot of this summer where you've struggled to count all the quadrants really with blue sky, because we've done pretty well on that front this summer.
Yeah, it's been a terrific summer. Ben Allison to continue around the wicket. Oh, first ball, he beats the outside edge of Tilak's bat, and Tilak just goes for a little walk out towards square leg. It's a nice bit of bounce too from Allison, who is a tall man. So they're hunting, it must be said, the Worcestershire bowlers this morning, the partnership of Taylor and Allison.
They've arguably gone past the outside edge more often in the first few overs today than they did for most of yesterday, really.
They are indeed. It's Allison in once more. This one is left on length, I think you can probably say, by Tilak. Whistles through harmlessly. With that bright sunshine coming out, Worcestershire might be thinking, oh, we really want to get this one now.
Yeah, they won't want to see too much blue sky. Worcestershire's bowlers, certainly early on today.
But Jack's done well so far. Tilak is yet to score. On strike now. Allison is in, and the ball is just defensively played back down the pitch by Tilak. No run there for him. It definitely is one of those where you feel like if it's going to happen, it is more likely to happen in this first half hour or hour of play. We have seen the ball doing a bit more. We've seen a lot more plays and misses and sort of edgy shots, a little bit more streaky. Allison bowls. Again, left alone. He's bowling quite full at the moment. Allison. Tilak not interested in playing a shot there.
Just goes for a wander again, doesn't he? Surveying the scene, Tilak, with his bat over his shoulder at the moment.
Well, it's a very nice scene too.
It is. 3
slips in still, of course, with the ball finding the edge a few times this morning. Imagine they might keep them there whenever they think there's half a sniff as Allison is in. This time he's on leg stump and it's played defensively down the pitch, but on the leg side this time by Tilak.
You mentioned yesterday in commentary the changes with the new development with the hospitality building, the far end of the ground. And I was only thinking actually how this ground has changed since I've been coming here, because you can see beyond the Dollavera stand the old score box. There's a clock on the top of it. Well, I remember when that was operational.
Wow.
So it has changed a lot over the years.
Allison in, and the ball again defended quite straight. He's defending these balls very, very straight. Tilak got behind that one, dribbles off to the leg side, and that's the end of the over. 158 for 3. Hampshire. Tilak still yet to score. He's faced 11 balls. Jack has been a little bit more productive. He is on 12.
Another half dozen or so fans make their way in onto the Dollavera stand at the far end. So the crowd growing gently.
Yeah, I've never seen the scoreboard in operation. I haven't been coming here long enough.
Tom Taylor is in, bowls, and Jack pushes that to wideish mid-on. And they think about a single, but not for too long. And there's no run.
First saw Tom Taylor a couple of years ago at Northants. Of course, he made his way up here from there and kind of played some incredible innings with the bat as much as with the ball. I think really Worcestershire wanted him to come up here and perform with the ball in particular, but just saw him play some absolutely outstanding innings a couple of times down at Northants.
He's in now, balls to Jack. That again is a very late leave. Oohs and ahs from behind the stumps.
So a pretty handy player tempted up. Of course, Worcestershire lost quite a few bowlers in one hit.
They did, yes.
Notts came around looking, didn't they?
Well, they lost the likes of
Josh Tongue.
Yeah, Josh Tongue. Ed Barnard went to Warwickshire. They lost a clutch in at the end of one season.
Pennington
actually.
Also.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington, that's right, yeah. Taylor again, round the wicket bowls, and that's... Well, I thought he was going to attempt to leave that, but in the end it scuttled along the ground into the slip cordon, and there's no run.
Yeah, he was in two minds there, I think,
yeah.
Eddie Jack. And he's going to have to be careful, because as soon as you start doubting if the ball is moving around a little bit, there's always the chance of a bit of danger.
158 for 3 here, Hampshire. Jack on 12. Tilak has been a while now yet to get off the mark. He's faced 11 balls.
I think that's a mark of just... It's not easy out there at the moment for the batters at all.
Taylor bowls, and that's driven... Well, uppishly to start with. It
Yes.
dropped well short of extra cover in the end, and there's no run, but it was in the air for just a while.
It certainly was, and you bear in mind too, so he scored 12 runs, Jack, and we've seen him score a couple of times essentially from well played edges, if that's a thing, but just has felt like there is a bit. And on that occasion, he did push at that one. It was in the air for a while, not high, but quite low to the ground.
But you made the point when he has found those edges, it's been with soft hands really. They've scuttled along the ground. There's never been a catching chance off those edges. Taylor again bowls to him. Jack this time much more circumspect, pushes forward and just drops the ball into the offside. There is no run.
I think Hampshire will be hoping that this is what I did like to say, the TLP, tricky little period, and this morning, and that conditions will ease once more and they'll have those scoring opportunities. The longer Jack can stay out here, better for them to feel that they've still got some batting to come.
Taylor in, balls, Jack. There's a half an appeal from Taylor. He didn't get a lot of support from behind the stumps, and it will be a leg by signalled by umpire Illingworth, and that will complete the over. At the end of it, Hampshire have moved on to 159 for 3. Tillack is yet to get off the mark, and Jack has 12. I will let you have this over, and then I'm going to bring Robbie in. Oh, Robbie, as soon as I say that, because he wanders off to get a coffee, but he'll come back.
No, he's just going to get his water bottle.
Well,
he's wearing his sunglasses inside. That concerns me. Wearing his sunglasses inside, that's concerning.
It's the rose-tinted ones.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Now, Robbie can come in here at the start of the next over. That'll work, I think.
Absolutely. So we're going to see Allison continue again. Been very good this morning, the pair of Taylor and Allison. Just having a quick little chat. At the moment, just having a little chat with Karam, actually. So just maybe getting a little bit of advice. Shahzadi bowled really well, actually. Here comes Allison, and that is played nicely. And it's a square drive. It's ended up going all the way down to the deep point boundary. Chasing fielder can do nothing to it. Ends up over the rope in front of the ladies' pavilion. And that's another boundary to Jack. He's scored a few of them, but that one was probably the best shot of them.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, absolutely. And if you're Eddie Jack, you're thinking, well, probably when we came out here this morning, I was going to play the anchor role to Nick Gubbins initially, but actually I'm here now. I might as well enjoy myself while I'm out here.
Oh, he's on 16 now and on strike. As in comes Allison. Oh, he has a little fish at that one. Little fiddle outside the off stump, but ball passes harmlessly. And so there's no run for him there. But yeah, I think he's played pretty well. It's an opportunity, isn't it, for Jack to come in? He's not right down the bottom of the order, so why not?
He's got 104 overs as well, if he wants them.
He is waiting as Allison is in and bowls. He bangs that one in. Just slightly full and got some good bounce and carry. Jack not interested in that one.
Oh, yeah. Your blue sky quadrants will be multiplying now. Look at this.
Yeah, except it's sort of that, well, what I like to call watery sunshine at the moment. It's not full sunshine. It's just a little bit. The sun's trying. It's doing its best. As is Allison, who's in and bowls and it's firmly defended out into the covers by Jack. So no run for him there.
It's interesting, if you go back 20 years, if you had a night watchman coming out, it was usually someone who was in the side for his bowling, shall we say. And but now there are on the county circuit, can't think of anybody who classes a bowler only who can't bat, because they can all bat now.
Jack waits. Allison in, full delivery. That's just punched out to short mid wicket, no run. So I mean, I am kind of philosophically opposed to the whole idea of the night watcher, and I understand absolutely the reasoning for it, but it is such a crazy cricket thing that that basically you say, right, you're really good at bowling, and that's what you're in the side for. And this is a really difficult period for batting, so we're going to send you out there. Not only that, as Alison is in, still around the wicket, left alone by Jack. Not only that, but your job is to try and not let the good batter bat.
Yes.
Right.
Farm the strike. Don't get out.
Don't get out. You take on the tough bowling.
I know it's dark.
I'm philosophically opposed to it.
I'm going to leave you with it, Mel, and Robbie James will move in alongside you very shortly.
Yes, thank you very much, Trevor Owens. Was the end of Alison's over. And at the end of that over, Hampshire are now 163 for 3. With Tilak still yet to score. Jack has scored the only run so far today, 16 of them. As Tom Taylor is in, first ball, left alone by Tilak, who shoulders arms. Lets that one whistle through.
What's wrong with sunglasses indoors?
Good morning.
Good morning. It's bright outside.
Wow. It is, and I've got my sunglasses handy, but I'm not wearing them at this point.
But you're looking... I don't understand this. Everyone has a go at me for wearing my sunglasses indoors when I'm watching cricket.
Well, if the shoe fits.
You can see outside, it's bright. I'm just looking after my eyes.
In comes Taylor, full ball, dug out beautifully. That is just punched through the covers. And it's going to be 4 runs. What a way to get off the mark by Tilak. It was a really full delivery, and he played it well. Just on the front foot and straight through extra cover. So after waiting and biding his time, he's off the mark on his 13th ball faced, and in a very handsome manner.
Yeah, and he will be looking to try and add to his 315 runs that he scored across his 4 innings for Hampshire, including 100 against Notts last week.
In comes Taylor, another full ball, and this time he digs it out up to mid-off, almost mid-on, I should say. Almost fell over playing that shot, was a bit off balance. No run there, and progressively getting sunnier. So, see, this is it. I think you've gone too early with your sunglasses.
Why?
Because if you go too early when it's only sort of a little bit sunny, you've got nowhere to go.
I need to darken them. I need to put the darker lenses in.
I like to. It's like not leaving your layers off until it's really cold and you need them. As Taylor, he's in and bowls. He's bowling very full to Tilak. He just plays this one out into the covers. No run.
I think it's definitely a day for SPF. Those I'm looking at those spectators out in that Basil D'Oliveira stand. Something's not really on them currently, is it? But at some point. Make sure you're nice and topped up out there.
Wow,
lovely day.
Slip, slap, and slide.
Slip, and slide?
Yeah, do you know what the slide bit is?
No.
Slide on sunglasses. So you're
not
doing that.
Not a thing.
You're doing the slide.
I've done the slide, and I've got my SPF on.
It's Taylor. And next ball again, quite full, and just punched in front of square leg by Tilak. No run. Yeah, so that's... Well, as an Australian, I'm obviously incredibly conscious of looking after the skin.
Do you check the UV levels in the morning?
No, I don't, because I nearly always wear sunscreen.
Just always put it on.
It's in my moisturiser, it's in everything. I always wear sunscreen. I've actually had a melanoma.
A what?
A melanoma.
You're going to have to explain that.
Taylor is in, and the next ball is left alone outside the off stump by Tilak.
Obviously, I don't know what that is. Go on.
A melanoma.
What's that?
It's oh my
I didn't know where leather came from yesterday. I'm not going to know what a melanoma is, am I?
It's been a big 24 hours for you, isn't it?
It's been educational.
It really has.
Yeah. A lot going on.
When you think of, those important kind of milestones in someone's life. First steps, first words, first day at school, buying your first car.
Yeah.
And for those of you who weren't listening yesterday, First day that you discovered that cricket balls were covered in leather, which comes from cows.
Ben Allison to begin a new over from the New Road end, and he's bowling outside the outside edge of Eddie Jack, who holds the pose, but it goes through to the keeper. Right, so melanoma is what? Can we move on from the leather?
Melanoma, it's skin cancer.
Oh.
It was a little freckle that I had to go, that my mum spotted, and made me go and get checked out. So I've got a scar on my leg where I've had probably, I'd say, a dessert spoon of flesh cut out.
Right.
So I'm.
And you're all good now?
Yeah.
Good.
I'm all good now, but I am very careful with my skin. Always check. You should always check your skin. Make sure.
Good advice.
Yeah, I'm big on that. Big on encouraging people to do that.
Good.
But yeah, God, this has been such an education for you.
It's all going on. Here is Allison round the wicket to the left-handed Eddie Jack, who's pushing that into the offside. And there is no run. Hampshire starting the day, don't forget, 146 for 2. That is the men. Couple of updates just to bring you from elsewhere for Hampshire fans. May well, of course, know that Hampshire's women are in action today as well, down at Utility Bowl in the One Day Cup. They are taking on the Blaze. And in the 18th over, Hampshire 67 for 3. That is the top 2 in the One Day Cup going at it. Hampshire are second and the Blaze are top. Allison in once again, short, and tucks up Eddie Jack, who does quite well to fend that down to the fielder at fine leg. Not too sure he knew too much about it. Come through for a single. He moves on to 17 and the score 168 for 3. So that is happening at Utility Bowl. 67 for 3 in the 18th over are Hampshire. And in the world of cricket, I know you're off to the Oval tomorrow, Mal. Big old test match between England and India, the 5th one. And England will be without captain Ben Stokes. He has been ruled out of that 5th test with a shoulder injury. Allison in round the wicket to Tilak, who is pushing that into the offside, and there is no run. So Ollie Pope will lead the side in Stokes' absence, and Jacob Bethel is going to bat at number 6.
When he was asked in the press conference if he was going to play and sort of pushed on that, he said something like, the likelihood of me not playing is not very likely. It was, but he said it was a biceps tendon.
Here's Allison into Tilak again, bowls that into the onside, and there's no run. A biceps tendon.
Yeah,
me a bit, that.
but he was sticking his thumb. It was clearly not great. When he was bowling, he would immediately put his arm behind his back every time, as if trying to stretch something out, and he was sticking his thumb into that right shoulder as well and working on it. But that is huge news, because they just look a different team when Ben Stokes is there and fully fit.
Final ball of the over from Allison, and forward is Tilak, pushing that up to mid-off, end of the over. And we've had, what have we had? 8 this morning so far, and Hampshire 168 for 3.
And really frustrating as well, because he's bowled brilliantly since he came back. His bowling has been as good as it's ever been, I think, this summer. Yeah. But he's also bowled more than he ever has in a series. And I was so worried watching him. It's like you almost need someone to protect him from himself, because he's such a lion-hearted cricketer. But that really is huge news. Right. Here's Tom Taylor. He's in around the wicket. First ball was a bit of a play and miss from Eddie Jack. That ball beating the outside edge. He's done that quite a few times, Taylor.
Just give you those other changes for England as well. Liam Dawson is out of the side, as well as Jofra Archer, Bryden Carse as well. So Gus Atkinson, Josh Tongue and Jamie Overton all in. And Archer, Carse and Dawson out, as well as Ben Stokes as well for England, and Bethel in. So plenty of changes. Should be exciting. Looking forward to that. You get down there tomorrow morning.
That's very interesting. I'm surprised Dawson's not in the side, to be honest. As Taylor is in. Oh, and that's another play and a miss. He took a big stride forward. High elbow, Jack. But ball that goes past the outside edge.
You'd think Tom Taylor must be spewing this morning, because he's had a few of those go past the outside edge of Eddie Jack. There was one that was edged past that third slip fielder as well. I wonder if they're going to consider maybe putting a fourth slip in place. It looks quite... He's quite an aesthetically pleasing batter. He looks like a proper batter, Eddie Jack, but he has played and missed it a few.
Yeah, he does. He sort of sets himself up well. He's played some nice shots. Taylor in, and again, it's whistled past the outside edge. This one shot through a bit lower as well. It's a real examination here of Eddie Jack's defences from Taylor. And, very aware, they said they needed a good first hour, Worcestershire. And it has been a good 42 minutes, so just 21 runs added so far this morning. Much harder to find than the runs were for the majority of yesterday. They would dearly love another wicket as Taylor is in. And Jack plays and misses once more. He's looking for the defensive shot. I want to be generous and say maybe he played inside. It's very hard to tell from here, but the angle that we're at. But I do think that Taylor's just getting that ball perhaps to nip away a little bit. It is hard to tell from our angle at the moment from where Eddie Jack is batting. We're kind of at fine leg.
It's a fine leg.
Very fine leg.
It'll
Well,
tickle.
yeah, there's a slight angle to our view, shall we say, as Taylor is in, and that's a little fiddle again from Jack. He's living dangerously here. Tom Taylor must be wondering what he has to do to just draw that little edge from Jack.
Yeah, and I can see he looks like he's in quite animated discussion with Matthew Waite, the fielder at mid-on. I can see him sort of a few hand gestures there as if to say, what do I do? How do I get this edge? What do I do differently? You would... I wonder if there's another one goes past the outside edge. You may have a word or two with Mr. Jack.
He's running in now around the wicket. And that one is played really well. It's played off the outside portion of the bat, but again along the ground from Eddie Jack. And Tilak actually slipped over as he ran down to the striker's end, and Eddie Jack was halfway back down the pitch before he realised he'd slipped. But he regained his footing. They ended up taking 2 runs off that last ball, but it's come off the outside portion of his bat, but every time he's done that, it's generally been along the ground. It's the end of the over, so Jack moves on to 19 now, Tilak on 4, and Hampshire 170 for 3.
Yeah, and we haven't seen, just trying to think, other than the 2 wickets yesterday of the openers of Fletcher Middleton, who was caught behind, and Joe Weatherly caught in the slips. There hasn't been loads of carry through to the keeper. There's been a couple that have dropped short of that slip cordon that are standing pretty close. And there's a couple of them in place now. A gully as well, as Ben Allison is going to begin a new over round the wicket to Tilak, who's forward in defence and pushing that up to the fielder at mid-on, and he thinks about a single there, and then rather gingerly walks back, and Tom Taylor lobs it at the stumps, misses the stumps, and it's all a bit chaotic and a bit farcical. Especially
when at the end of it, it's a dot ball.
It's a dot ball.
I mean, a dot really can't convey so much of what happens in cricket, can it?
No. Well, we were discussing this last night, how cricket is... And I heard you talking about the night watch point. It is nonsense 90% of the time. It's not a sport that should be taken. We shouldn't take it too seriously, really. Everyone's just having a bit of fun.
You do love it though.
We love it. Oh my goodness, we love it. Round the wicket comes Allison, bowls a short one, and Tilak gets out the way of that, ducking down, goes through to the keeper. But again, no real carry. And we discussed that over a curry, Mel. You introduced me to a little bit of spice.
Well, you did
it was on the edge, I'd say.
Really?
Yeah.
It was very mild. I did ask if you were delicate when it came to your spice resistance, and you...
Well, what I said was I am, but I'm willing to I'm willing to try. I said I'd happily try pushing the boat out just a little bit. Ben Allison in once again to Tilak, who's forward and pushing that into the offside. No rum.
But it was very good spice. So.
It was. I let you sort of take the lead. What do we have? We went to a nice curry place that had no one in it when we arrived, may I say, by the way. And I did say, so I went and checked it out first, and I texted you. I said, are you okay with the fact that we will be the only people in this entire restaurant? And there wasn't even much like music or anything like that, so it felt, very, very quiet. And so we went in anyway, didn't we? Here's Allison round the wicket, bowls to Tilak, who's pushing that into the onside, no rum. And anyway, we persisted. And then we, what did we pick? What did you pick?
It was a Goan prawn curry, which was outstanding.
Very good.
Goan king prawn curry. And then it was a lamb tawa, so like a curry as well, in a tomato and onion kind of curry sauce. It was very good.
It was great. A couple of naans.
Yeah, and people did come in, and the music was...
It did.
It did arrive.
Yeah. Here's Tilak facing up once again to Allison. He's on the front foot, and there is no rum. Yeah, it did. I didn't realise in Worcester it clearly peak dinner time must have been about 8:30 by the time it was busy.
Almost like Spain.
Yes.
It's very, very much like Spain.
Actually, yes. On my walk to the ground this morning, I think this could be Madrid. This is glorious. Well, actually, Madrid's not. They do have good. Yeah, they have lots of cathedrals in Spain, don't they?
Yeah, well,
it's all gone everywhere notoriously, but. That was very pretty. It was a nice walk to the ground this morning. Here is Allison into Tilak, who's looked very, very assured of himself this morning. No real alarms. End of the over. 51 overs gone in Hampshire's innings. A reminder, we lost lots of time yesterday due to rain. We lost most of the evening session, all of the morning session. And Hampshire, after losing the toss, being put into bat, made a very good start of it. That was opening partnership between Fletcher Middleton and Joe Weatherly yesterday, worth 144. A couple of wickets last night. One this morning of Nick Gubbins as well, who was bowled. Beautiful bit of bowling from Ben Allison. 170 for 3.
Yeah, I enjoyed it as well. I was saying I got the joy of discovering a picnic hamper outside my room this morning.
And which you've delivered to us.
I have. In comes Tom Taylor for another over. First ball is just defended up towards mid-off. No run for Jack there. And there was a picnic basket of lovely sort of baked goodies, and so I brought them all in here. Did you try any?
I haven't. I can see there's some pastry still. We've got the thumbs up
from
Trevor.
Trevor Owens.
You tried one, did you? What did you have?
Oh, he's had the pan of chocolate. So you've got a brioche roll there.
Love it.
A couple of those to enjoy.
And some marmalade.
I brought in the little jars as well.
No, nice.
Taylor runs in around the wicket, and he has he's owning that little channel just outside of Eddie Jack's bat, because he's just beaten it again. But try as he might, he is unable to force the edge.
It's amazing how different this morning looks. I mean, I know we've got the night watch in there, but you think about yesterday's afternoon session when the overheads were much more overcast, there was more moisture in the air, and batting looked a lot easier than it's looked this morning.
I do think that they lost their way a bit, though, as Taylor is in. This is a fuller delivery. This time there's no attempt at a shot from Jack. Happy to let that one go through. Yes, I do think they lost their way a little bit, the Worcestershire bowlers. They just possibly weren't so disciplined, and every time they had an over where there was a growing number of dot balls, there'd be something a bit loose, a bit short and wide, something down the leg side, and then 4 runs would come. All that pressure was being released. So the sheet that's covering and forming the sight screen is really glowing in the sunshine now, as in comes Taylor and bowls and left alone by Jack.
Yeah, spot on. I think they have looked a lot more threatening this morning. They just it was their length yesterday, I thought, wasn't it? They struggled to just hit that consistent length. There were quite a few half volleys that Fletcher Middleton drove beautifully through the covers, and a couple on their pads, and half volleys that easily clipped away.
Yeah, we've seen two particularly good drives to the boundary. Tillack got off the mark. It's the only scoring shot he's made. Lovely cover drive. Taylor in. That one is played into the ground by Jack. It ends up shooting out to point. Get a run there. And Jack played a really nice drive as well, quite square. Then other than that, he has got quite a few of his runs kind of down towards deep third that have been edged along the ground generally. But I think they'll feel with those kinds of shots, and that's where the boundaries have come from. We'll still feel they're very much in this at the moment. As next ball shoots through again from Taylor, and Jack was in two minds. It's happened a couple of times. He almost went to play at that, whipped his bat out of the way at the last second. It's the end of that over. It is 170 for 3 for Hampshire. Tillack still on 4, and Jack is on 19. He's batted pretty well though, Eddie Jack, coming in for the night watcher. He wasn't able to protect last night, Joe Weatherly. But as well, we did discuss this last night, didn't we, over our dinner, the nonsense that we think is what we ask of the night watcher, but it is one of cricket's wonderful idiosyncrasies.
It's brilliant. We likened it to sort of making your substitute goalkeeper go on and play the role of striker in the final 10 minutes and win the game. Bowling change at the New Road end. In the meantime, it is Karam Shahzad who's bowling to Tillack, who's on the front foot, punching that up to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. He's bowled 8 overs, 0 for 42. Looked all right yesterday.
I thought he was the one who probably looked the most threatening with the new ball.
Yeah.
He was getting it to move about a little. Then the runs became easier to score after the shine came off. So we're in the 53rd over at the moment.
49 on his back, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Tillack, who's going to get a single here, pushing it into the offside. They'll scamper through, and Brett D'Oliveira will scamper to his right-hand side and collect and do a little bit of polishing. The score moves on to 171 for 3. Tillack on 5 and Eddie Jack on 19. Sun's just gone behind the clouds. Maybe I take my sunglasses off. Sun's just gone behind the clouds.
See, you don't want to peek too
yeah,
early.
It's bright when I take them off now.
Oh, well, now you've made this
so I've got to have
problem.
them on for the day.
You went too early.
I think, you know what, I'm putting the back on. Here is Karam as well, bowling round the wicket to Eddie Jack, who I imagine will be quite happy to get down the other end if Tom Taylor's going to continue from that digless end, and he's just driving that up to the fielder at mid-off.
If they do get through this first hour just losing one wicket, I think Hampshire will feel a bit happier as well.
I think certainly, considering they lost Nick Gubbins in the second over of the day, or the first full over of the day, because we were finishing off one of the overs from last night. I think they'd be delighted to get to midday with just the one wicket having fallen, and Eddie Jack is forward and there's no run. I think they'd be targeting. Spoke to Joe Weatherly last night. Obviously, as you can imagine, he was saying, plan today, bat big, bat once. Try and see where they are maybe at the end of the day. If they get back to the end of the day, get somewhere around. Well, it's a long way off now, but they would like somewhere between 400 and 475 maybe. Long way to go though. A couple of wickets and suddenly things look very rosy for Worcestershire. Here is Karam bowling, and there's a thick outside edge from Eddie Jack. Squirts that one to the point.
That's another one, isn't it? He's played so many of those kind of edgy shots, but
it's his thing.
It's kept them all along the ground. There's not one that has been aerial. He did play one uppishly to mid, or I think into the covers. I think it was extra cover. He did play one slightly uppishly, but not too much. He's done well.
Karam with his shirt untucked, bowling around the wicket, and Eddie Jack is on the back foot, pushing that into the onside. No run, end of the over. First one of the morning for Karam Shahzad, and just went for the single. So he's bowled 9 overs, 0 for 43, and Hampshire 171 for 3. A few spectators make their way mulling around the ground, having a little poke. It's nice actually. I had a little wander around, little walk around this morning, and there's all sorts. It's a very bitty ground. You know what I mean? And I mean that in a good way. But there's just lots of, there's a pavilion here, then there's a tent there, and then there's a bar there, and then there's a stand there, and it's nice.
Did you happen to go up the top of the new one with the bright green sails?
The cocktail bar, as it looks.
Yeah.
It sort of looks like a fancy one.
It's really nice up there. That's
Is
a
it?
great place. Yeah, really, I like that vantage point.
Well, I assumed you had to be is that a hospitality situation?
No, I don't think so. As Taylor is in first ball, she's worked up to mid-on quite straight by Tilak, no run. Well, I think it was there for hospitality during the T20s, during the blast. But they're keeping it all season. But no, you can just wander up there. I mean, someone as famous and important as you.
That's true.
You can just walk up there, just point at your face, circle your finger, and say, "Do you know who I am?"
Well, that's what I generally do anyway. That's how I get my shopping for free every week.
It is
just at the checkout.
It is really nice spot to sit there, though. It's Taylor. He's in. Oh, he's got him straight through him. Splatters the stumps, and that's the end of Tilak. And reward for Taylor, who was bowled terrifically this morning. Troubled Eddie Jack plenty of times, but in the end, he makes quick work of Tilak once he has him in his sights. That absolutely cannoned into the stumps. That is the second wicket that no doubt they desperately wanted in this first hour of play. So Tilak departs for 5, and Hampshire now 171 for 4.
How strange is this game? I mean, I think, let's face it, if Worcestershire were going to get one more wicket before midday today, they would have definitely wanted that to be the wicket of Tilak, who's been in brilliant form for Hampshire, and it looked for the last half an hour or so like Eddie Jack would be the victim of Tom Taylor, but no, he gets the even bigger scalp of Hampshire's overseas, who has to plod back to the pavilion. It's just a brilliant Yorker, and he's played all around it.
Yeah, it's got through the defences beautifully. He has bowled well this morning. It's been a much better effort, really, from Worcestershire's bowlers this morning, undoubtedly. They had a big discussion last night with the coaching staff, with each other, and they've come out this morning and bowled really well.
Some sort of some moral to the story there, isn't there, of the persistence against Eddie Jack, but in the end he gets the reward of the even bigger wicket of Tilak Varma. Is there a moral story? There's some nice poetic line there, isn't there, about good things come to those that wait, something like that.
That's an advertisement for an Irish stout, isn't it? Good things come to those who wait.
Is it?
Boy, oh boy, we've really got to.
One of my favourite drinks on the planet.
Oh yeah, that's yeah.
Oh, because you let it settle.
Yes. It's been their advertising campaign for many years.
So it has. Just googled that as well.
I feel like this has been so good for you this last 24 hours.
It has.
In comes Taylor to the new batter, and it is Tom Prest, who has joined Eddie Jack out in the middle. So now we have a right-hand, left-hand combination. So Worcestershire keep probing away. 2 wickets to fall in that first hour. It's just hit 12 o'clock, so...
You hear the bells. You hear the bells on the cathedral? I don't know if that's picked up on RFX, Mike.
Oh, yeah. When you hear on a Sunday, it's a constant sort of soundtrack to the day's cricket. So we hit midday, and in comes Taylor, and there's a ball whistling through to Gareth Roderick. He's got 2 slips and a gully in for the new batter Prest. Fielder just backward of point as well. Got a couple of others saving the single on the offside. cover, mid off. He's got a mid on, mid wicket. There is a fine leg as well. So they are on the hunt. Worcestershire as Taylor is in. This one left well alone outside the off stump, but the reaction from Gareth Roderick and the slips fielders suggested that one wasn't too far off.
Yep, so and I'm just thinking that 25 for 2 Hampshire this morning in that opening hour, and having been 144 without loss yesterday, all of a sudden at lunchtime, add on another couple of wickets, and Hampshire are 220 for 6, and this game looks completely different to how it did at tea time yesterday.
Sure did. Does. Or would. As Taylor is in. Oh, there's an edge, and it's got through just wide of second slip. Runs fine. Gets the boundary. And, well, it's fielded by someone in the crowd, and Adam Hose, bless him, has given the crowd member a clap for good fielding. Well done, sir. Wearing an MCC hat as well, Panama.
Was it him?
I think it was, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was this gentleman down here by the bins.
Oh, maybe it was.
I think you're doing him a disservice, and he has got a wonderful shirt on. I don't know if he might have an earpiece in as well, but he's got a lovely flowery shirt. But it did that thing where it hits the rope and therefore just goes boop, but it went nicely into his hands, didn't it? Was it the MCC man? Oh, I don't know.
Press that ball. I mean, it was in between second slip and gully, and in the end, perfectly placed. But the edges in play, shall we say, still this morning. But Press gets off the mark with a boundary.
Karam to begin a new over from the new road end to our end, and a thick outside edge shock along the ground from Eddie Jack, and it's running down to the third boundary is Jake Libby, who did get a hand on it, which means that he'll keep it to just a couple. And as you've been saying, Mel, those edges not going anywhere but the floor.
They've done quite well in doing that. Eddie Jack has been particularly good at it. Just every time he's played one, it's still ended up along the floor.
Tom Press, by the way, just for your reference, needs 4 more runs to go past 400 for the season. He's got 4 to his name, began on 392 for this year, as Karoom's in to Jack, who's tucked up a little bit, just nudges it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Karam, almost said Karoon the other day.
It's just Eddie Jack's 5th first-class match, obviously. Still very young, still just 19 years of age, so he was quite young when he played in that under-19s World Cup. I mean, not that anyone's old who plays in an under-19s World Cup.
By definition, they are not, yeah. Here is Karam bowling again to Jack, who's on the front foot this time, and pops it up to mid-on.
Yeah, he is still... So he's approaching his 20th birthday, he'll be in February, but playing in just his 5th first-class match. It's made 44 runs before coming into bat here. Highest score of 25. So this is such an opportunity for the teenager.
He's faced 58 balls. Left-handed, short-sleeve shirt, crouches down now with his bat raised, and bowling is Karam, and he's nudging that quite nicely, actually, off his hit. Out to the fielder. There's 2 now on the leg side. There is a fine leg and a deep backwards square leg. That is the fielder that does the fielding, and Jack moves on to 22, 178 for 4.
Yeah, he's another one too. He's like Josh Hazelwood, isn't he? That he bowls right arm but bats left-handed.
Odd people. Something very odd about that.
Well, are you saying I'm odd?
You do that.
Well, I write with my left hand, but I do basically everything else with my right hand.
What would you play tennis with?
Right hand, but I have a double-handed backhand.
A double-handed backhand?
Yes.
Karam bowling over the wicket to Tom Prest, who's squared up and gets a thick outside edge that trickles into the covers. Just tried to nudge that onto the onside. Needs to be a little careful. Far off finding a thinner outside edge and finding its way to the slip cordon. So hang on, a double-hand backhand.
So forehand is right. It's just with my right hand.
Yeah.
But if I'm... Yeah, backhand is double-hand.
Oh, that's all right. That's quite normal. How would you play golf?
I wouldn't. But probably right-handed. Yeah,
Interesting.
definitely.
Karam past the umpire, bowls and outside the off stump. That goes left by Tom Prest. End of the over, 178 for 4.
And on that note,
note.
I'm going to leave you in the capable hands, right and left hands, of Trevor Owen.
Look forward to it. Good stuff. Nice to have you with us, Mel. Melinda Farrell with us here on BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Sounds, of course, as well. Worcestershire versus Hampshire in Division 1 of the County Championship. Moving into day 2, which looks much better weather-wise here at New Road, and looks a little better on the scoreboard if you are supporting the home side as well. They've had a very good hour and 7 minutes, picking up a couple of wickets, 178 for 4. Over to you, Trevor. You want to take this one?
Tom Taylor bowls and Eddie Jack pushes forwards and then leaves, and it's through to Gareth Roderick, and there's no run. Yes, 178 for 4. It has been a good first hour for Worcestershire, one they needed. I suppose if you add on the last 10 minutes of last night, it's been a good first hour and 10 minutes, really.
Yes.
Because it was all Hampshire up until that point. Listening to your conversation with Mel about right hand, left hand, I am similarly one of those odd people. I write right-handed. When I played football back in my youth, I was left-footed. Right-handed sort of naturally, as it were. In comes Taylor, bowls to Jack. Again, he's very good at the late leave, is Eddie Jack. He does it again there. It's through to Gareth Roderick. I'd say naturally right-handed, unless I'm playing pool or snooker, or I play left-handed.
Oh, that's odd. Yeah. Have you tried it with the other hand?
Yeah, can't do it at
all.
all.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I can, but I'm not very good at pool or snooker anyway. But I'm certainly not very good if I play right-handed. I'm better left-handed. So,
I think it's Jimmy Anderson who bats left-handed and plays golf right-handed. That's bizarre.
Yeah, that is a bit odd. Yeah,
that is bizarre.
Taylor past the umpire, bowls. This time a much more obvious leave by Eddie Jack. He left it on its length, I think. It bounced fairly high through to Roderick. And there's no run. Jack's done really well this morning. 22 not out.
Yeah, he has. I mean, how many times have we sort of sat here and said that the ball's passed outside past the outside edge, but like you said, he's there, and that's the main thing. And we got to give him some credit for that. 62 balls faced.
I see. He is the master of the very late leave. Sometimes it's been so late, it's almost tomorrow, as they say. But in comes Taylor in bowls. Oh, he had a swing at that. He did have a swish at that, and it's beaten him outside the off stump and through to Gareth Roderick. Taylor's had a good spell this morning as well for Worcestershire. 2 for 40 from 17.4 overs at the moment. Karam has bowled 10 overs, no wicket for 46. And Ben Allison did well this morning as well, early doors for Worcestershire. The crowd has definitely grown since we got here. My barometer is usually the D'Oliveira stand, and that looks more, I wouldn't say it's densely populated, but it's more densely populated than it was at 11 o'clock. Taylor bowls, and that's worked towards mid-wicket. There is no run. It's a nice-looking shot, that actually, from Jack.
Not as much of a hum this morning, though. There was a nice hum yesterday afternoon. Everyone maybe just settling into their work, I suppose, for the day. Wednesday morning.
Once they get the sandwiches open a little later on, and maybe
Yes.
a pint of something nice from one of the bars around the ground, the hum will intensify.
Maybe a stout.
Maybe, yes.
Good things come to those that wait, as I found out this morning.
Ah, yes, it's a slogan, isn't it?
Well, so Mel educated me. Both of you have done that in the last
In
24
comes
hours.
Taylor, and pushing forward is Eddie Jack. There's no run. That will complete the over at the end of it. 178 for 4, Hampshire. Jack has 22. Prest has 4. Yes, I heard Mel educating you. You didn't know what a melanoma was.
Nope. Should have, and now I've looked it up.
I despair
I'm
of
pleased
the
that I did.
education system, you know.
Yes. Well,
We had this
no,
conversation yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the education system. I'd say it's more just the idiot that is me.
No.
I'd say.
Gaps in your knowledge we're helping
Yes.
populate, should we say.
That's true. I do have people say that often. They just say, "Oh, you've just got gaps. You're fine." Don't quite know how to take it. I'm trying to be nice. Anyway, start of a new over. I can tell you what's happening in the cricket. I will do my utmost to do that. Karam to begin a new over. He's going to bowl over the wicket to Tom Prest, who's letting that one go outside the off stump. And there's a few oohs and ahs just for the sake of it.
It's still overcast. We saw some blue sky a short while ago, but that's moved away to the left-hand side of the ground now, well beyond the cathedral. But it's quite high cloud cover. I also actually won't be disappointed to see cloud cover. It's fairly warm, actually.
It is. I got a bit of a sweat on walking here this morning. I followed your advice of walking from the hotel to the ground. A lovely little stroll.
Yeah, it's not bad. You're in the one opposite the station, as we say. It's not a bad little stroll down from there.
Yeah, went past a few old-looking buildings. Here is Karam bowling, and Press has a little fish at that one outside the off stump. Actually, I think he fished at it a bit too late. The ball had gone past the bat. But yeah, I saw some. Yeah, it was
it's a lovely city.
You're going to get a half story here because I saw a lovely building, but I can't remember what it was or what it said on it. But it was some lovely old stone, and then of course over the bridge and views of the cathedral, and you could hear the bells, and it was very busy. Everyone sort of went down the high street, a few shops and coffee shops, all looking.
Yeah, it's nice. The city centre is lovely, actually. Did the turns keep you awake last night?
Well, here is Karam to bowl over the wicket to Press. He gets a thick outside edge. That's going to go for 4 past the fielder at Gully, who just stood there and looked a little resolutely down at the ground as the ball whistled past him to his right. And Tom Prest now does go to 400 runs for the season for Hampshire in the county championship. He moves on to 8. Hampshire 182 for 4. They did. They didn't keep me. I wouldn't say they kept me awake, but I did hear them a couple of times outside. But I still don't think that they're as bad as everyone. I was speaking to Fiona, the Hampshire scorer, yesterday, and she was saying that they kept her up at night. I think people just sleep too lightly. Like me, you just need to wear yourself out. Here is Karam bowling, and that's Fuller and driven into the offside and to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. So I did hear them,
yes,
but not enough to sort of impact.
You did well, because as I mentioned yesterday, I think when I stayed in that hotel one night, I think it was a work thing when I had to go to very early the next day, so I stayed overnight and barely got a wink of sleep all night because of the noise they were making. It is a bone of contention around the city.
Is it?
The number of them, not the fact we've got them. That's fine. But
No.
It's the number of them that is the issue.
Tom Prest crouches down and Karam bowls to him, and he's on the back foot. He's going to get some runs here into the offside, pushing that one down to the boundary towards the cathedral, and it goes over the boundary now, and that is the most convincing of all of Tom Prest's 12 runs this morning. Nice looking shot, just in control, and there's a little bat tap between him and Eddie Jack. He moves on to 12. Hampshire 186 for 4.
Nice shot, timed that very well, and of course it raced across the square for the most part towards the cathedral side of the ground, so it was always going to gather speed on its way.
Yeah, very lush looking square here at New Road. When I went out for the coin toss yesterday, I was amazed by how green and lush it was. It was stunning, and Prest is forward and pushing that back up to Karam, and that is the end of the over. 57 gone, and Hampshire 186 for 4. Yeah, beautiful, that square.
Yeah, they've done so well because, as we mentioned, 6 times it was flooded last winter. The winter before, it was 8 times it flooded, so the ground staff here, they've done a fantastic job. And of course, they had all the flood water, so they had to work to get it right after that. Then they've had the warmest summer for years, which of course all ground staff have had right across the country pretty much. But nonetheless, it's been far from easy for the New Road ground staff, and they've done really, really well. So I tip my cap to them. We're going to see Adam Finch coming into the attack from the Diglas end. He's going to replace Tom Taylor, who's done really well, I think, today for Worcestershire. 186 for 4 here, Hampshire. I think if Worcestershire could get Hampshire sort of 200 for 5, they'd be reasonably happy given the start that Hampshire got yesterday. Finch round the wicket. His first ball is played wide of mid-on by Eddie Jack, and he'll pick up a single for his trouble. He moves on to 23. He's done very well, I think. With he's been beaten a few times, Eddie Jack, but as I say, he's the master of the late leave, and when there's a bad ball there, he hits it, which is Well, you can't ask much more, really.
No, and I think, again, more sign that it is a decent pitch, this. I think that was what Hampshire were referring to last night when I had a little chat to them, that, yeah, you might get a couple outside the edge in the first hour of the day, first half hour with this Kookaburra ball, but once it softens up, it's a good pitch to bat on.
Finch is in, bowls, pushing forward is Prest, and there's no run. 2 slips in for Prest. And Adam Finch, tall man, as he walks past umpire Illingworth at the far end. Back to his mark. Still a few people coming into the ground, which is good to see.
It was interesting though, when I spoke to Joe Etherly last night, he did say that of all the Kookaburra games that Hampshire have played, it felt yesterday like the first hour was the most bowler friendly that they've faced.
Finch bowls, Prest, gets a good one. And he's beaten all ends up with that delivery. It's through to Roderick. Bounced a little more than Prest anticipated, I think. Certainly bounced more than I anticipated. And immediately he goes and does a spot of gardening. I always think it's a psychological thing, really, because how much good are you really doing by tapping the ground with your bat mid-wicket? But certainly that was advantage Finch in that particular delivery.
Yeah, it flew through to Gareth
Good carry,
Roderick as well.
Good carry to Roderick, wasn't there?
Took that up by his shoulders almost.
Finch again is in. Prest waits, bat raised, and digs out a Yorker length ball, really, and plays it up to mid-on. There's no run. Watery sunshine across the ground, I think we can call it.
That's a nice way to describe it.
It's not full-on sunshine, but it's glinting off those sort of sails on top of the hospitality area on the far side of the ground. I don't know what the technical term for those is, the covers there, or the sunshades, but they look like sails off a ship, don't they? Really?
Well, yeah, they're not flat, are they? They're sort of, there's almost like a hammock, that's pulled.
Good description. Pulled all ways.
Pulled all ways. Is that it? Is it?
That'll do, I think.
Yes.
Finch is in, balls. That's played away. That's a nice shot. That's 4 runs. In front of cover point. He just waited for it and guided it in front of point and away to the boundary for 4.
Just not quite found his length in this over. Adam Finch, he bowled one that was he bowled that Jaffa that did beat Prest outside the off stump, and then he bowled one that was a little full and Prest dug it out, and then one that's just too short and wide. Needs to be on it, needs to try and back up Tom Taylor here.
Yeah. Finch again, Diglas end, moves in, bowls, and the bouncer comes in, which Roderick takes. Prest ducks underneath it. That was the I don't like you dispatching me through cover point for 4 delivery, that wasn't it, really, from the bowler. I'm sure Prest was half anticipating that. End of the over. At the end of it, Hampshire 191 for 4. Prest has 16 from 17 deliveries. Jack has 23 from 66 deliveries. Finch 5 overs, no wicket for 25.
Would you like some scores from elsewhere around
Let's
the
do
grounds?
that thing.
Would you?
Yes.
Yeah, go on then, why not? I'll update you on Division 1. So, Durham against Surrey. Surrey 273 for 6, leading Durham by 120. Essex at Chelmsford 425 for 5 in their first innings against Warwickshire. At Trent Bridge, Somerset 367 for 7, batting first against Notts. And at Scarborough, I believe, Yorkshire 46 without loss, trailing Sussex by 1-7-6 as Eddie Jack is on the back foot and pushing the first ball of a new over from Karam into the offside, and there is no run. So a bit of a mixed bag. We're not quite seeing the same volume of runs that we saw in the last couple of rounds with this Kookaburra ball. Just the one score above 400 in Division 1. Similar story in Division 2 as well. Middlesex 232 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Leicestershire 458 for 9 against Kent, as Eddie Jack gets a thick outside edge, but as Melinda Farrell's been saying all morning, it's along the ground, it goes past that fielder at gully, down towards the cocktail bar sort of part of the ground where those sort of hammock-strung roofing is, and Eddie Jack picks up 4 more and he moves on to 27, and Hampshire 195 for 4.
He has played that shot very well.
Yeah.
It's a kind of soft hand, seriously. It's never a chance. It's across the ground. Melinda made the point very well, actually. It's across the ground always. There's never been one of a catching height. But he's played that shot a lot.
Crouches down once more. They've actually Now we've just got 2 slips in place. No gully as Karam bowls around the wicket. On that, beats him outside the edge, and he has a little word to the umpire, does Karam. Just asked the question, but umpire Shanmugam says nothing doing. Just bounced on him again.
It did.
A little bit, didn't it?
Belated support from Tom Taylor at mid-on, I think. But there wasn't an awful lot of support from the rest of the Worcestershire field for that. Certainly not from behind the stumps. So I think from Karam's perspective, that was more in hope than expectation of the finger being raised there.
Yeah, one of those where it just, because it bounced and because it went close to the shoulder of the bat, you just sort of, you want a wicket so desperately. You want to get your first one of the match. Just thought about asking the umpire. He's in once more, round the wicket, and that wraps Jack on the pads, and again he has a pretty optimistic shout to umpire Shanmugam, who just says, I'm afraid not. 1 ball to come in the over.
Well, again, there wasn't universal support from behind the stumps, was there really? So it's a polite inquiry.
I'm relying on you to tell me how much universal support there is from behind the stumps, because I cannot see the fielders or the
posts in the way.
I've got a couple of posts. In fact, actually, I'm going to stand for these at the end of this over so I can see in case he does find the outside edge. So we've had a beat the bat, then wrapped on the pad. So what's Karam going to do next? Bowls round the wicket to Jack. He's tucked up and pushes this straight down the ground, trying to work it a lot squarer into the leg side, but they'll come through for a single. Tom Taylor does the fielding, and Eddie Jack is off strike. Moves on to 28, and Hampshire 196 for 4. I'll just finish off those scores very quickly from around the grounds. Elsewhere in Division 2, Lancashire just getting their innings underway against Glamorgan, who they bowled out for 261. And Northamptonshire 24 for 1, trailing Derbyshire by 353 runs. Hampshire's women also in action down at Utility Bowl in the 30th over against the Blaze, batting first. Hampshire 134 for 5. Final ball of this Karam over. He's bowling over the wicket. Tom Prest, who lets that one go outside the off stump. Good over, and it's his 12th. Hampshire 196 for 4.
Sounds like Durham Surrey is fairly well advanced already, and that list of scores you read out. Also sounds like Hampshire's women have made a bit of a recovery there, because I think you said earlier on they were 30 odd for 3, so they've obviously.
Yep, 34 for 3 they were in the 9th over.
They've obviously turned that around a bit.
Freya Kemp on 39, Georgia Adams with 40. Freya Kemp though not out, and Nancy Harmon there on 7 as well.
Well, on to Herefordshire skipper yesterday, incidentally, Ollie Walker, who led the greater get out of jail, we got a draw performance at Easter against Oxfordshire, because Herefordshire were about third favourites in that game, I think. But Ollie Walker made 91 and the rain came. Adam Finch round the wicket, balls, and bouncer first ball up, slowish sort of looping bouncer really.
Called wide.
Oh, it is called a wide as well, yeah. Yeah.
That was very odd.
Eddie Jack was sort of down on his haunches well before the ball ever went over his head, really. It was that sort of.
But then Gareth Roderick took it by his ankles.
Yeah, it's a curious delivery. But either way, it doesn't actually really count as a delivery, given that it was a wide. 197 for 4. Adam Finch, as you quite rightly say, Robbie, needs to back up Tom Taylor's good start here, because Taylor did bowl well in his opening spell. Finch moves in again. Round the wicket, balls the left-handed Jack, who gets wrapped on the pad. I think that'll be signalled as a leg by as it runs down to Karam, who comes in off the boundary fence. Sort of wideish, what was I going to say, wideish fine leg or deep backward square. You pays your money and takes your choice. It is signalled as a leg by. 198 for 4. And important that Worcestershire try and build on the good start this morning. They'd certainly settled for 2 wickets in the first hour.
How many are they wanting by lunch?
Well, another couple, I would think, possibly. Well, that could be an arse now, a bit of a stretch, but it only takes 2 deliveries, I suppose. Finch is in, it's driven into the ground. Finch feels in his follow-through, shapes as if he's going to hurl down the stumps at the striker's end, but just hangs onto the ball. Gives him just gives the batsman the glare.
I'd say they'd be, even if they only got. They got 1 more between now and lunch. They'd be happy with that. They would have taken that.
I assume we're on normal hours, are we, for lunch?
Oh,
we've got 104.
We'll be at 1:10, won't we?
Yeah, 104 overs in the day, isn't it?
We'll be at 1:10 lunch, I would imagine then. Maybe a 4 o'clock tea. Oh, long day.
Finch in bowls, pushing forward is Prest, and there's no run. Light aircraft flies beyond the ground at the far end, the Diglett end of the ground.
That's a good spot from you. That's miles away.
Oh, well, the old eyesight, you know.
Looks tiny. That's a brilliant spot. It's also very high. Sort of.
Just moving as we look from left to right, heading out towards, well, I suppose heading Bromyard direction, really, probably. From here. In comes Finch again, to bowl to Prest. Prest drives up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Do you get a lot of that overhead here?
Yeah, we get a few. Certainly where I live, there's quite a few, because we're near Shobden Airdrome, which is quite a centre for recreational flying. And more recently we've noticed, when I was a kid growing up, we used to get a lot of RAF, sort of tornadoes they would be then, I suppose, or whatever the fighter aircraft is nowadays. But there's been a lot more activity on that front in recent times, we've noticed as well. But
they're just keeping an eye on you.
I think that's probably what they're doing. Fair enough. Finch is in, bowls, Pressed. Slightly hurried, but plays it into the leg side and will pick up a very comfortable single. One more to the total, 199 for 4 here, Hampshire. So weathered the storm that was the loss of Tillack.
If you'd like to get in touch today, by the way, you can do. It is at BBC HW Sport,
Yes,
is it
do you
not?
Do you not have a Twitter handle at
Not that we use for cricket anymore,
right,
I'm
okay.
told. No.
No, it's
No, so it is at BBC HW Sport if you would like to say hello, whatever you're up to on this Wednesday.
Finch bowls, that's down the leg side and taken by Roderick, and that will complete the over. At the end of it then, Hampshire 199 for 4. Press has 17 from 22 deliveries. Jack has 28. He's faced 73 deliveries so far. Finch 6 overs, no wicket for 27.
Yeah, Hampshire began the day 146 for 2. They lost Nick Gubbins to Ben Allison in the second over of the day for no score. Delivery that just nipped back a fraction, went in between bat and pad of Nick Gubbins and clipped the top of off stump. And that brought Tilak Varma to the crease. And with 100 in his last innings, and well, he's made a blistering start to his time as Hampshire's overseas. 315 runs in 4 innings before today, but he only managed 5 before he was bowled by a brilliant Yorker by Tom Taylor. And it is Karam Shazab bowling to Tom Prest, who was the new batter. He gets a thick outside edge down to the fielder at third, who is now in place, and that brings up Hampshire's 200. 200 for 4, a little smattering of applause from the New Road crowd. That was quite nice little applause that we got there.
It's decent applause for the visitors, 200 there.
Very generous, thank you.
They generally are here, to be fair. You go to some grounds and it's can be greeted with the mildest of smatterings of applause, can't it really? But no, they're a knowledgeable crowd here at New Road generally, and well, ever since I've been coming here, they've always sort of appreciated good efforts by the opposition.
Eddie Jack on strike. Got 28 to his name, and round the wicket comes Karam, bowling to him now short, and he ducks under that one, and that one does actually go through a little better to the keeper. Well directed as well, not wide or wafty outside the off stump. That was right in at the sort of neck of Eddie Jack. Tall man has to bend down. Get out of the way of that one.
That was a rapid delivery by Karam, wasn't it?
It was. Eddie Jack just takes a step away, sort of rests his bat on his shoulder as if he's about to go and whack someone round the head with it. I imagine he's not, but sort of looks quite imposing when the batter does that, I always think. It always makes them look quite strong. Here is Karam bowling round the wicket and again tucks him up. This time he wasn't quite short enough that he had to duck under it, but he just has to fend it away into the onside. I wonder whether or not he hasn't looked completely comfortable when the ball's been in around his ribs. I wonder if there's any thought of a short leg coming in play here.
He played that quite well there, didn't he? Really, I mean, I think if short leg had been there, it wouldn't have got to. He dropped it down fairly well in front of him, but
just for the psychological factor, though.
Oh yes, just like the corner of your eye.
Yeah, his current is a big old gap. You got the fielder down at fine leg in front of a big yellow advertising sign, and then backward point as well. This one's full, and he's pushing it to the fielder Brett D'Oliveira at cover. There is no run. If you're gonna put one in short and at his ribs, surely you at least would like a leg slip or a short leg, or just a fielder in at short mid wicket. There's no one there currently.
think Eddie Jack's done a great job, because if you're, he's going to be thinking, now if I get through to lunch, I'll have more than done my job for the side, with having been sent in as night watchman last night. And it'd be a thorn in the Worcestershire side, because I know they can all play now. They're all good batsmen now, but nonetheless.
Here is Karam bowling round the wicket to him, and he gets a thick inside edge that squirts into the onside. They'll pick up a single because there is that big old gap with the two fielders out there on the boundary. And he moves on to 29, 201 for 4, and he's going to ask for some gloves. That's a sign of a proper batter, isn't it? He's asking for a pair of gloves. What's he done? What's he faced? 77 balls. No more of this tail ender nonsense. He'll be asking for a new bat soon, bringing him out 5 to choose from. Just meaning as well, this left-hand, right-hand combination that Karam is having to change up his angles, coming over the wicket to Tom Prest, who gets a little squared up. Just nudging that one up to the fielder, Tom Taylor, at mid-on. End of the over, 61 overs gone. Hampshire 201 for 4. I'm going to make way for Melinda Farrell, who will take us through to lunch.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Robbie. Robbie then will move out. Melinda will move in. Yeah, difficult to call it today, really. Worcestershire very happy with the first hour, but they nipped out a couple of wickets. Nick Gubbins without scoring, of course. That was a big scalp to get. But Prest and Jack certainly have steadied things as far as Hampshire are concerned. Adam Finch. Quite a lengthy conversation with Tom Taylor at the far end of the ground, as the new gloves have been brought out for Eddie Jack. And Mel moves back inside. I assume you don't mind Mel rather than Melinda. I probably should have asked before we started, really.
Oh no, usually only my mum calls me Melinda.
Yeah, when
she's
you've done
annoyed
something
with
wrong,
me.
yeah.
Yeah. With the emphasis on the duh. Melinda. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly how she says
a
it.
parent thing is, I was only ever called Trevor when there was an issue. But you're not missing any cricket, because Eddie Jack is putting on the new batting gloves.
What I'm very impressed is that Brett D'Oliveira is out there doing a half swan pose.
He is.
Which is very flexible. Stretching out the hip flexor. I think Eddie Jack's done really well.
Oh, we were just saying, yeah, he's done really well.
Highest score so far in his 5.
Finch is in to bowl to him now. That's in the air, and he's gone. Changes the batting gloves, and the next delivery chips it straight to mid-off, and he is out. The 5th wicket goes down, 201 for 5. So there we were, talking him up. And actually, to be fair, he has played really, really well. And you've made the point, Mel, quite rightly throughout the morning. He's played a lot of shots with soft hands, which means it might have gone off a thickish outside edge, but it was never, ever going to be a catching chance. And then he just chips one up to mid-off. He'll be really annoyed, I think, at that, because he's played so well up until that point. Yeah,
it'll be frustrating. Put the mockers on him. But he can feel, I think, pretty pleased with what he's done, although he'll be disappointed to have got out. But he's done a really great job. He's survived in that little period last night when there were wickets falling, and then this morning he has very much stemmed the tide. Done a really good job. Played a lot of really nice shots with some soft hands in there as well. Very watchful. Didn't lose his composure. And it must have been those gloves. I'll tell you what, he'll be chucking those gloves out as soon as he gets into the dressing room, and he's never going to wear them again.
So if there's a left-handed youngster walking past the pavilion now, they could become the owner of a new pair of batting gloves fairly swiftly, I would think. Yeah, it's almost like a little break in concentration. Just change the batting gloves, had a drink, and then suddenly, taking nothing away from Finch, who picks up his wicket, his first wicket of the match, so he'll be pleased with that.
I think all of a sudden, 201 for 5. I think Worcestershire will be pretty happy with this morning's work, I'll have to say.
Half an hour till lunch?
Half an hour
Nick
till lunch.
another one out?
Yeah, exactly. So for the Hampshire side, though, they really need to. You imagine a goal of getting through to lunch with no further fall of wickets as Ben Brown comes to the middle.
Yep, Ben Brown will definitely want to see this through to lunch and well beyond, I would think, from his point of view. Worcestershire delighted to break up this partnership if they could between now and the lunch interval. Finch with his tail up, no doubt, bounds in from the far end. The Diglas end bowls. Brown pushes forward and he's going to take a single. He's off the mark straight away. Plays it straight up the ground, just sort of wide of mid-on. And he has a run to his name from his first delivery.
Now, there, I know it's only 29 runs, but he faced 78 balls, Eddie Jack, and I think for the powers that be at Hampshire, they will have appreciated the opportunity to put him in that situation and just see how he faced up to it and how he dealt with it. And I think they'll be quietly pleased with how he did so.
2 slips go down. It's Finch's in, bowls, bouncer, which good carry this time through to Gareth Roderick. We've made the point that in his previous over he bowled a kind of loopy bouncer really that was way over the head of Eddie Jack and landed at the feet of Gareth Roderick. So that was a much better directed bouncer really.
We haven't seen too much short stuff. They have got a sort of a long leg in really and a deep mid wicket.
Pressed is squared up by that one and it drops out on the offside. There's no run.
So I might just see a little bit more short stuff as well. We're in the 62nd over now, but they've been much more disciplined. It's a word I keep coming back to this morning. Worcestershire's bowlers, after not quite getting things right for quite a bit of yesterday's play that did take place.
Finch again, Diglas end is in, bowls, and that's worked nicely into the onside by Press. He'll pick up a single. They jog through for a single really, ball out into the sort of mid-wicket area. Always a comfortable single there. 203 for 5. I'm guessing the board hasn't quite moved on yet. Yeah, 203 for 5, which means that Press is now on to 19.
But it does really show you how significant that was, that 20 minutes or whatever it was that they got on to play last night. That's had a massive effect on this game so far.
Finch bowls. Brown plays it back straight back up the track a little bit.
Well, he
tried to work it into the onside, didn't he? And came off a thickish outside edge again, straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, he just replayed that shot as well. Added a flamingo flick as he shadow batted, flicking it to the leg side, but the ball going straight back down. So that in itself is an encouragement for Finch.
Good over from Finch.
Very good over. Wicket taking over. First one for him. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 29. Hampshire 203 for 5. What were they? 144 for none?
144 without loss, yeah. And then 146 for 2 overnight, of course. So there's 2 wickets going down.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned that period last night. Karam it is now in bowling over the wicket. First ball of his over is just defended out to Brett D'Oliveira. Short extra cover. Oh, it's not Brett D'Oliveira, sorry. He's at mid-on. It is Kashi Valley.
Yeah.
Because he's also one of the chief ball polishers. I think it's mostly Kashi Valley and Brett D'Oliveira who...
And they both got sweaters on as well, which isn't helping either, is it?
Yeah. Mind you, it's... Kashi Valley's got long sleeves. Also,
sleeves,
Brett D'Oliveira's is probably the easiest silhouette to pick out, really.
He's always busy, isn't he, really? Stretching or...
Yeah, doing something. Here's Karam. He's in bowls, a full ball, and they're appealing for this one. The ball is just squirted out into a backward point area. I don't know, might have been some... It did sound a bit woody, didn't it?
Yeah, I think Karam went through with the appeal, but nobody else really... The backing vocals wasn't there for the band, shall we say. Slipcorden didn't look particularly interested, I didn't think.
Yeah, just...
I know you're peering around a post there, which doesn't help, really, does it?
I am peering around a post. I've got my seating position all wrong again. Swaying around in the commentary box. Here's Karam, bowls. Just slightly full. Again, they race through for a single as the ball's punched up to mid-off.
Good tumbling stop by Tom Taylor there. Yeah. Kept it down to 1.
He did very well. decent way to deal with that ball as well.
I have admonished Robbie James, incidentally,
Oh,
for
have
not
you?
knowing what a melanoma was.
I know. Look, let's give him a break. It's been a very, very big couple of days for him. He's learnt an awful lot of things.
I'm just glad that we managed to play a part in his education between us, really.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's been good for him. He'll go home a changed man. That's Karam. He's in. Bowls. That is clipped nicely to wide mid-on, but Brett Oliveira is so quick. He's across and dives. I think he might have actually just tweaked something in his neck. They ran through for a single. He just got up a bit uncomfortably and was just feeling his neck. And
Certainly skinned his knees anyway on the old wicket end, I would think.
yeah, 205 for 5.
You're right, he is rubbing the back of his neck.
Yeah, just might have just landed a little bit awkwardly. Just jarred something. It looks okay. In comes Karam to Prest. Ducks under a short ball.
I know it's something that's been said many times before in commentaries, but the advent of T20 and the growth of it over recent years means that the fielding generally is so much better, isn't it, than it used to be, certainly in four-day cricket. I mean, you see people chasing to the boundary now. Well, 20 years ago, they'd have given that up long before, if you see what I mean.
No, there are lots of wonderful things. I think of boundary catches, for example, when you see the fielding around the boundary rope. We see some absolutely amazing things on the boundary rope now as Karam is in bowls, and again that's clipped just wide of Brett D'Oliveira, and they hustle through for a single. This time D'Oliveira able to just bend down and pick that ball up. End of the over, Hampshire 206 for 5 with Prest who has briskly moved on to 21, 32 balls face. Brown is on 2.
Live cricket here on the BBC Sport website and app, courtesy of BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Solent. I'm Mel Farrell.
No, you're not. Did you say I'm Mel Farrell?
No, I said and Mel Farrell.
Oh, I thought you said I'm Mel Farrell.
I might claim to be many things, but with you sitting next to me, I'm not going to claim to be Mel Farrell.
Can you tell us apart if you're listening?
Adam Finch is in bowls. That's played nicely off the back foot and fielded at a backward point by Jake Libby, and there's no run.
Don't have an identity crisis on me.
I'm identifying as Mel Farrell.
The funniest one is, so many times I have people come up to me and say, I was listening to you on commentary, you're absolutely brilliant, and it's actually Mel Jones. I refer to myself as the Timu Mel Jones, the cheap knockoff. Cheap knockoff Aussie Mel. That's me.
Finch, past umpire Illingworth, bowls the bouncer. That's a good bouncer as well. Tucking underneath that was Prest, and he has a rueful look down the track. Might go and do a spot of gardening here, I think. Yeah, a thoughtful prod of the wicket.
But what I usually do is I just take it and say, oh, thanks very much.
Yeah, I would. After all, if you're in this job for any period of time, you get enough of the brickbats. You might as well take the praise when it comes.
Even if it's completely undeserved.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take credit for someone else's brilliance.
Finch bowls. That's worked into the onside by Press. He'll pick up a single. A little run round by D'Oliveira from mid-on.
Done with that well. A little bit of bounce there.
Yeah. Just, again, played it softish hands, and they can just walk through for a single, basically. There's no one at mid-wicket. Well, there's a sweeper back on the boundary, or most of the way back to the boundary. My old cricket coach would be going nuts there. You're either on the fence or you're not. But you're not 10 yards inside it.
He is. That's the longer boundary. Maybe there's a thought there, but he is quite a way in.
Finch bowls. Oh, that's a very good leave by Brown. Shouldered arms early on, and it whistled past the stumps into Roderick's gloves.
Just 15 minutes left until the lunch break. Hampshire trying to get through without any further loss of wickets. And if Worcestershire can winkle out another one before lunch, they will consider this a terrific morning for them. I think they'll be quite happy with it regardless of whether or not they take another wicket before the lunch break.
Finch moves in, bowls, and covering up the sides of Brown, drops it down in front of him, very briefly thinks about taking a single, but decides not to, as in his follow-through, Finch was through very smartly. Is lunch 1 o'clock or 1:10 past 1?
1 o'clock.
I'm only asking.
Oh, is it because we've got the extra overs?
Yes, I wanted the extra overs, whether we actually might have to put in 10 minutes overtime here, Mel, I think.
For which
the fee will be the usual one. I'm only going on what Robbie said. He seemed to be an authority on this sort of thing.
See, he's so on it, isn't he?
It's the shades that do it.
Well, he admitted to me that I was right.
Finch is in, bowls, that's a good delivery, and got him. Yeah, that's the end of Brown. He's gone for 2, caught behind by Roderick, and that's the wicket that Worcestershire wanted. 207 for 5. They were saying last night, sort of, if they could get them about 200 for 5, they regard themselves being right back in the game. Well, 207 for 5 is precisely that. Speak to me.
It's actually the 6th wicket to fall.
6?
Yes.
I do apologise. 6th wicket down. Yes, you're quite right. I looked at the board. The board hadn't quite caught up.
It's another one. This is now.
Yes, it's good. This is good stuff, isn't it?
Has been a really good morning.
And that was to me. I mean, we can't tell because we're not in line as to what it's doing, but it looked like a fairly sort of in the what they used to call the corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump. He just fizzed through and just found the faintest nick on the outside edge, and well, Brown goes for 2, and that's a big wicket for Worcestershire.
Well, it is. Yeah, I was just saying that if they could manage to winkle out one more wicket, they would feel incredibly happy with the way things had turned out. 4 wickets in the session so far.
If it is 10 past 1, they'll be thinking if we can winkle out one more now, it'll be very much in the box seats, really.
Yeah, they'll be very, very happy with that.
It would actually be interesting to ask them now as to whether both sides, whether the conditions have altered much from. Obviously, it's lighter than it was last night when they lost the first 2 wickets because it was fairly gloomy then.
Very.
But whether or not the ball is doing much more today than it was yesterday. Cadir Ali, as I mentioned earlier on, freely admitted they had not bowled well in the middle section of the day, really.
Well, we haven't seen those. There were times when you'd see delivery sort of on the pads. They're pretty easy to whip away. We'd see maybe half volleys, we'd see short and wide. There were just enough of those, and that's what they've basically avoided doing. Even when you saw a lot of those boundaries scored by Eddie Jack, they were outside edges, and so they've been much better at just maintaining that sort of 4th, 5th stump line, and it's paid off for them. Just going back to basics.
Felix Organ is the new batsman for Hampshire.
That's a great name, isn't it?
It is.
And it is Karam, who's bowling over the wicket, full ball, flicked away, not too far on the onside. Brett D'Oliveira strolls over in front of square leg and picks the ball up, so they get a single.
Karam will be feeling he's missing out a little bit here at the moment. Everybody else seems to be getting among the wickets.
Was that, I'm just checking, was that a leg by? No, it wasn't. I wasn't sure if that had come off pad or not. No, it hasn't. But that does bring Organ on to strike. They've got 3 fielders on the offside saving a single. And actually, well, I was going to say they have 2 on the onside, but it's just putting in, they're actually bringing in 2, no, they're adding an extra slip. Fielder who was down at fine leg is coming up to plug the hole at mid-wicket. So, fielding change is done. Here's Karam. Bowls, then up goes the bat as Organ shoulders arms.
Yeah, Matthew Waite has come in at mid-wicket, having been hauled up from 3rd man. He comes over for a chat now with Brett D'Oliveira.
Well, don't mind at all bringing in the extra. It's really 2 slips in a gully, but you don't mind seeing that at all. Going on the attack, being a little bit more aggressive with the field with 20 minutes now before lunch. Hampshire 6 down. It's been a bit of a torrid morning for the visiting side. As Organ taps his bat and waits as Karam is in, and that's a full delivery. It's cannoned into the pad. There is a bit of a strangled appeal, a little bit of interest, but maybe very hard to tell from this angle, but maybe the umpire feeling it was going down the leg side just from the angle at which Karam is bowling. He's nodding and smiling and chatting to the umpire as he walks back past.
I thought there was a bit of bat in it, but
Maybe that was it as well. Sorry, I'm ducking one side and the other of the pole.
One of our colleagues many years ago said, well, don't you think they could take that post out? And I said, well, they could, but the roof would probably fall down. We wouldn't see anything then.
It's just in the wrong spot, isn't it? As Karam is in once more, bowls over the wicket. That's defended nicely out to backward point. No run, so Organ yet to get off the mark.
It's one of the lovely curiosities of this old ground that they got the posts holding up the roof and the upper section of the New Road stand in which we commentate.
Just wish it was see-through.
A word with Ashley Giles when he wanders by next time. Please
you
replace those. Make those
make that particular
transparent post.
Yeah, just make it see-through. Nice glass post. As Karam runs in, bowls to Organ, who takes a big step forward. Just defends that, gets in behind it, rolls gradually up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-on. No run. Just getting a little bit gloomier again as well. The cloud's still quite high, but the brighter sunshine that we saw earlier has now given way to more overcast conditions. I'll still suit Worcestershire as well. Karam yet to take a wicket in this match. He's in over the wicket, and Organ shoulders arms to finish off the over. A probing over from Karam, who is 15 overs, none for 64. Probably don't completely reflect kind of how well he's bowled at certain stages of this match. Hampshire 208 for 6 now, with Prest on 22 and Organ yet to score.
Probably from a Hampshire perspective, this could be an important partnership, these two, really. I want them to hang around for a while. Because having got to 144 without loss, not best will in the world, you're going to be disappointed to have lost 60 odd runs, or 6 wickets for 60 odd runs, aren't you, really?
Yeah, they haven't been able to put together a partnership since that 144 run opening partnership.
2 slips in for Finch as he bowls. That's flicked away to square leg or through square leg. There are 2 men in the deep there, one of whom is Matthew Waite, who does the fielding, and they pick up a single. 209 for 6, which brings Organ back onto strike. Takes guard. First chance for him to have a look at Finch bowling from the Diglis end.
Yes, it's just be hoping that he can hang around until lunch and then maybe just a little bit of a reset for Hampshire.
Yes, it's definitely been Worcestershire's morning, I would say.
Definitely.
Finch is in, bowls a bouncer. Organ ducks underneath that. It's still overcast skies here at Nero, but quite high cloud, really.
Yeah, not threatening. I mean, there were some very dark clouds around yesterday, and ultimately, at the end, they ended up going off for bad light.
Yeah.
There's no floodlights, of course, here at Worcester.
No, it's a planning thing as much as anything, I think, given where the ground is. Finch past the umpire, bowls. Organ pushes forward, places it square on the offside. Libby fields, and there's no run.
I must say though, I love going. I've been to Taunton a couple of times this year, and been here a couple of times. I do really love the whole strolling through an historic town centre on your way to a cricket ground. So that's a great thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a few grounds you can do that at. So some of the outgrounds when they're playing an out, I suspect there won't be too much outground cricket going forward.
I haven't been to too many. I've been to Scarborough.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Organ, and there's no run. I have never been to Scarborough.
Really?
No, I've done Tunbridge and Tonbridge in Kent.
No, not done those.
I've done Colchester in Essex, which I would never want to do again.
I've always wanted to go to Colchester.
Well, Colchester itself, the ground is lovely, but our commentary point was behind the sight screen, which was a bit random.
That is random. No, the reason I'd like to go there is because I did ancient history at school, and one of the main sort of subjects was Roman Britain. So that was Camalodunum, wasn't it? Colchester?
Camalodunum, yeah. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. Oh, it was Boadicea, didn't she burn it to the ground?
Yeah.
Colchester.
Yep.
Well, Boudica, I think she's probably supposed to be called now.
Well, I always said Camalodunum, so...
Well, you may be right,
yeah,
but...
I don't know if I am at all.
But either way, I think she laid waste to it with the Iceni tribe back in the day. Not lately, obviously, but... a lively Friday night in Colchester.
I know, so I love an old Roman villa ruin.
Finch moves in, bowls. That's a good leave by Organ outside his off stump, and that completes the over. At the end of it, Hampshire are 209 for 6. Prest has 23. Organ yet to get off the mark. And I reckon we're about 12 minutes from lunch, if indeed it is a 10 past 1 lunch break, which we think it is because of the 104 overs.
And I think Radders is just on the PA, just saying just as much as well. So I might get 3 more overs in.
Yep.
I would imagine. Yeah, I do love it when I know something about this country that some other people do. In fact, I came here yesterday and I've been looking at going for a walk somewhere, like walking for 3 or 4 days.
Right.
And I knew that there was one of the ways, one of the paths that you could start around here, and it had something to do with the kings. And I looked it up, and it was the Monarch Way.
Which you taught all of us, because
Yes.
none of us in the press box had ever heard of that before.
The Monarch Way. Famous.
There's Monarch Drive in Worcester.
Change of bowling. It's Matthew Waite into the attack, and first ball's driven very pleasantly by Prest. It'll just be for a single. There's a fielder out there at deep cover. Yes, so the Monarch Way, and it goes all the way. It's quite random, and it sort of starts here, and then it goes to Birmingham and up to Shropshire, and then
it's where the king fled the Battle of Worcester, wasn't it? Or something?
Yes, is it King Charles II?
Yeah.
So and it goes round about, and it ends up down on the south coast somewhere, but it's quite random.
So
the way it
Weymouth and then
goes.
across to Brighton, I think
Yes.
you're saying, or something like that. Yeah.
But I'm not going to do that one. Here's Waite, he's in, bowls, and a big step forward from Organ and a front foot defence.
I guess the reason it was random is when they fled the battle, any port in the storm initially, so they headed up north to get out of the way probably, and then decided, well, actually, we've probably got more support in the south, so we need to skirt round. So across to Shropshire and then down to the Weymouth area and Dorset.
Yeah, went all the way down the sort of Dorset coast and then across. So it's quite interesting. Yeah, I felt quite proud that I knew about the Monarch Way. As Waite is in full delivery, defended out to Brett D'Oliveira, running in from short extra cover. No run.
Yes, have you decided where you're going to go for your 2 or 3 days walking?
Look, I made the mistake of asking people on Twitter, and now I'm more confused than ever. There were a lot of people suggesting the South Coast path.
Okay, is that the Jurassic? Was that Jurassic Way?
I think so.
That's Dorset, isn't it? Yes.
Dorset,
yeah.
Quite a few people saying Cumbrian Way. A lot of votes for the Pembrokeshire Coastal Path.
That's lovely.
As Waite is in over the wicket. This one left alone outside the off stump. Yes, so I'm as confused. A few votes for the Peak District. Some people saying I should go to Northumberland or up to Scotland.
Yeah, Offa's Dyke is not too far.
Offa's Dyke has come up as a... Yeah, so I've seen a bit of Offa's Dyke. When I first came to England, I did go to Hereford. I've not been back. Hay on Wye.
Hay on Wye, yeah, that's on Offa's Dyke, yeah. That's on the Herefordshire-Wales border.
Yeah, so I've been there. As Waite is in, again left alone outside the off stump. So not tempting Organ to play at the moment.
Now, you're spoiled for choice, really, potential walks then.
Yeah, so Hay on Wye, that's the one with all the books, isn't it?
That is,
the
yeah, the second-hand book
bookshops.
capital of the world, really, yeah. Richard Booth, back in the day, proclaimed himself the self-proclaimed King of Hay, and declared it was independent state, which is great publicity for the place.
Wait, he's in past the umpire. Bowls, defended once more on the front foot by Organ. It's just keeping him out at the moment. And that's the end of the over from Waite. So a tidy one from him coming in. A maiden over, 210 for 6 now, Hampshire, with Prest on 24. Organ is yet to score, and we have 9 minutes to lunch, so probably another 2 overs before we take the lunch break. An extended morning session after we lost quite a few overs yesterday, or quite a lot of time because of a whole session, morning session, unable to play.
Ethan Brooks into the attack now. So double change for Worcestershire ahead of the lunch interval. Ethan Brooks in conversation with skipper Brett D'Oliveris of any field changes he wants, one of which is going to see someone coming in on the onside to a more sort of orthodox mid-wicket. Really? Oh, actually he's keeping going. I thought he was going to stop there. Now he's going to come. He's going to cross, is he?
He's scurrying around.
He's scurrying around. He's coming into a shortish mid-wicket, really.
Short mid-wicket, catching position.
Brooks bowls, pushed back to him by Prest, who just has a look. And Brooks fields in his follow-through, no run.
Brooks contributing with the ball, but his batting, he was terrific in Worcestershire's last game, and I saw him play really well down at Chelmsford against Essex. Batted a very Stokes-like innings.
Next delivery is run off a thickish outside edge, but fielded at backward point really by Libby, and there's no run.
But at least, I'm quite happy that because I was down in Somerset and I was on with Anthony Gibson, and I was talking about places that I'd been to in Somerset, but none of the places that I mentioned were actually in Somerset.
Brooks, that's squared him up completely off an outside edge. It comes down to Libby again, but that was very much advantage Brooks there. Prest, I think, was trying to turn it into the onside off a thick edge. It bounced well short of Libby. It was never a chance, but nonetheless.
Well, it looped up to that edge.
Yeah.
It was in the air for quite a while, and he didn't actually know where it was. He almost did a pirouette looking for the ball.
I'm just thinking what Anthony Gibson's reaction would have been when you were suggesting all these places that weren't in Somerset.
Well, do you know what?
Brooks bowls, and on the walk there was Prest, who then changes his position and flicks it nicely to backward square leg, and they walk through for a single. 211 for 6.
I thought after getting so many wrong, I said to him, there's a place I've been to in Somerset, and I'm sure it's in Somerset. It starts with a J. So for the next few minutes, he's racking his brain, trying to think of anywhere.
What I'm doing now.
starting with J in Somerset.
Brooks bowls. Up onto his toes goes Organ and just drops the ball down in front of him. There's no run.
And I said to him, there's an abbey there. And
that
I
should have
something
narrowed
like
the field, you'd have thought.
yeah, I said there's something like Sherwood Abbey or something. He said, well, there's Sherborne Abbey, but that's in Dawson. I said, that's the one.
So it begins with an S.
It begins with an S, and it's not in Somerset, but I've been there.
Next delivery from Brooks is pushed by Organ, and that completes the over. There's no run. 211 for 6. Organ yet to get off the mark. Prest has 25, and well, geography and spelling in question there, I would have to say.
Well, that's why I was really, really pleased with myself that Hay on Wye is in Hereford.
Well, it's right on the border. It's actually technically most of the town is just in Wales, but you are partially right, because I live at a little place called Prestine, which is very similar. The river runs through the town. The bulk of the town is in Wales, but part of the town is in England.
Well, I was in the England part,
Yeah,
in the Hereford part.
As you go across the bridge, waving your St George's flag.
Oh dear, oh dear. Right then, wait to continue. Over the wicket, first ball is full and very nicely punched down the ground by Prest. It's not going to go all the way because two fielders were on the charge there. It's Tom Taylor who picks the ball up and keeps it to 2. No, 1. Just 1 they got in the end. Thought they might have come back for a second. I was watching the fielders running down to prevent the ball travelling all the way to the rope. 212 for 6. So Organ is back on strike. He is still yet to score. In comes Waite. He clips that one nicely. He's going to get off the mark with a single as he plays the ball to wide mid-on. So Organ is on his way. 18th ball for him to get off the mark with a single, but it's not about quick run scoring at the moment. I think it's more about getting to the lunch break. I think we'll have one more over after this one from Waite. Starts his run up, gets very low, leans into it, bowls, and it's defended straight back to Waite by Prest. Well, it is a wonderful country, and I am very lucky that I have got to see a lot of it. I often say I think I might have seen more of England and Scotland in particular than most English people.
I think you're probably right.
As Waite runs in, bowls, and there's a couple of little steps forward from Organ. I think he thought about taking him on, but in the end he just drops that one behind him into the slips region. Rolls along the ground.
Essentially, we went to Canada on holiday earlier this summer for 2 weeks, and it was brilliant. Lovely country, great people, really enjoyed it. But we were only saying that actually if you go to the big cities, so if you go to Worcester, you can have a look around the cathedral, or you can have a look around Friar Street, as you were saying. Lots of history. Obviously, you don't get that in like America and Canada.
I don't get it in Australia. Waite is in, bowls. That one's on, pressed very quickly, but he works it up to actually, who's that? Is that Karam who's in?
Karam, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, he's in front of the blimmin' pole again. I only saw half his body. Yes, so yes, in Australia, obviously we have the indigenous culture and
well, they got a certain amount of that in Canada as well, First Nation culture, which was great.
They're not building, so anything from the 1800s, we get very excited about. As in comes Waite, that is clipped up to Karam, does the fielding, prevents the single. That's the end of the over, so they change positions. 2 minutes to go to lunch, so we'll have one final over before the lunch break of a session that has seen 4 wickets fall, and that Worcestershire will feel very happy about.
Yeah, of course, if another one falls now, that would be lunch, wouldn't it? They would just go off at that point. But no, it's interesting you mentioned the 1800s or whatever. Back in 1987, before I got into this line of work, I was working on the family farm, and I won a travel scholarship through the Young Farmers Movement to go to America for 4 months, part of which involved me doing slideshows and talks to various groups. Generally, the younger the group, the more intelligent the questions that came, I've got to say. 213 for 6, as Brooks is in here, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, and there is no run. I remember I was doing a Rotary Club, so the gentlemen of a certain age, we say, were all in the audience, and I showed them a picture of our local hotel, which is a black and white hotel, and carved into the above the main doorway is the date 1616 when off the place was built. And a guy in all seriousness said, "I like your digital clock." Absolutely no concept of that sort of history at all. Brooks bowls. Oh, that kept a bit low. Organ did well to drop. I think he was expecting a short ball. He went as if to duck under it, and then at the last minute dropped the bat on it. Played it very well in the end, did Felix Organ, but didn't get up anywhere near as high as he thought it was going to.
See, I do get very unreasonably excited about things like blue plaques.
Yeah.
Oh, if I see a blue plaque, it's made my day, that has. I get very excited.
Brooks bowls and forward very solidly comes Organ. You get the feeling, I'll just see this over out. Thank you very much. We'll nip off for a drink and probably it's a health drink that they have nowadays. They don't have the old traditional lunches now, do they, really? They're all finely honed athletes. But a bit of a change in the field here. What are we doing? We're having a short extra cover coming in.
Yeah,
That's
just crowding.
Brooks bowls, and that's worked just into the onside, a short mid-wicket, where Brett D'Oliveira is lurking.
Yeah, they've got a few positions there, just in catching. Just a short, well, so it's sort of a square leg, but he's in quite close in the short mid-wicket.
Short extra cover.
Short extra cover, so just trying to squeeze before lunch. Can they get one more wicket?
Brooks bowls, has dropped the bat on it and played it just in front of square on the offside. There is no run. One delivery to go then until the lunch interval. Brooks marches back to his mark. We've gone past 10 past 1 now on the scoreboard clock, so this, I assume, will be the final delivery of the morning session. Brooks is in, bowls, and the oohs and ahs as Felix Organ covers up, and it'll be another dot ball. So that will complete the morning session. It's been a good one for Worcestershire. Hampshire, who resumed on 146 for 2, are now 213 for 6.
Definitely been Worcestershire's session this morning. They were 146 for 2 when play started this morning. So to have got 4 wickets in the extended session, they'll be quite happy with that, because it now feels like they're right back in the game, whereas certainly when they went off for play yesterday, it was all Hampshire. So good recovery from them, but I feel like this game has got a lot of twists to come. Yeah. It's just no idea where it's going at the moment. This is great stuff.
It is. Mel, thank you very much indeed. We will return for the afternoon session. It will, I'm sure, be Mel and Robbie immediately after lunch. We'll take you through the first session of that. But in the meantime, enjoy the break. We'll be back when play resumes.
very sunny and joyful New Road for the afternoon session between Hampshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire and Hampshire, I should say, in Division 1 of the County Championship. The players making their way back out to the middle after lunch. Worcestershire throwing the ball around, doing a little bit of catching, and the two batters for Hampshire, Tom Prest on 26 and Felix Organ on 1, making their way out to the middle, and Hampshire are going to resume on 213 for 6. And if it was Hampshire's day yesterday, it has been Worcestershire's morning. 4 wickets they managed in that morning session, 67 runs added by Hampshire. And I think it's fair to say that this game is poised rather nicely indeed ahead of the afternoon session. My name's Robbie James from BBC Radio Solent, going to be joined later on by Trevor Owens from BBC Hereford and Worcester. And to my left, we're gone for the standing position for the afternoon. It is Mel Farrell. Nice to see you. Good lunch. That Mel, strong.
Strong. I didn't have a lot. I had a bit of this sausage with the onion gravy.
Sausage and mash. Classic.
Yeah. Well, no mash for me.
No mash for you. Go on, kick us off for the afternoon session.
Matthew Waite is in. First ball down the leg side. Prest has a bit of a swish at it, but makes no contact. Yeah, I've got the post-lunch weariness.
Have you?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Well,
that's never good. Is that why you're standing up, to sort of reinvigorate you?
Yeah, standing up. Well, it was quite hot in my room last night, which isn't always conducive to a full and restful sleep.
No.
You know. But I did have, do you know what? I had a really great start to the day because I'm going to keep you in suspense.
Go on.
As Waite is in once more. This one is outside the off stump and left alone by Prest. No, I had a lovely start to the morning because, if you recall, yesterday I had the unfortunate incident where I sat on a bit of chocolate brownie.
Oh yes, in your non-dark trousers.
Yeah, my sort of cargo, sort of beige.
Light
trousers.
beige, I'd describe them.
Yeah, and so I had an unfortunate chocolate brownie situation yesterday. His weight is in, is swished away nicely behind point. In fact, it's going to go all the way. Just timed that nicely, waited for the ball. He had a bit of width to work with, Prest. So that's 4 more to the total. 217 for 6. Prest moves on to 30. So yeah, I had the unfortunate brownie situation.
You did, yeah.
But this morning I was able to get it out.
Good.
And use the hairdryer. So I used whatever amenities were available to me. I used some shampoo.
Oh.
And body wash to remove said stain. As Waite is in, so it's just played out to Brett D'Oliveira at short extra cover, no run.
So what you have to this is difficult because when you're in a hotel you don't have a scrubbing brush. What did you use?
Oh, I just used that. I used lots of that, and then I used the hairdryer to dry it off so that I didn't have to walk down here with wet trousers.
Yes.
So quite an eventful
Very
morning.
good, yeah. Bit of DIY. Is that DIY? No, that's definitely not DIY. That's just basic adulting, isn't it?
I wasn't building shelves.
You weren't going to employ someone to do that, yeah.
Here's Waite. It's a full ball. It's on Prest very quickly, but he drops a bat on it, plays it to wide mid-on, no run.
There's going to be an extremely interesting first hour of this afternoon session because we're in that nice position that this game's set up in, where a couple of wickets and Worcestershire will absolutely feel on top. But if Hampshire could get through the next hour and a half without losing a wicket, push up past 300, they'll feel like they're in a pretty decent spot as well in the balance.
Waite. He's in over the wicket. Defended out to mid-off. No run, and that is the end of Waite's over. No boundary coming off it though. Hampshire 217 for 6. Prest has moved on to 30, and Organ is on 1.
Yeah, I mentioned a much more profitable morning session for Worcestershire, picking up those 4 wickets. Nick Gubbins in the second over of the day, bowled by Ben Allison for no score. And then the big wicket of Tilak Varma. He's been brilliant for Hampshire in his first few matches for the club. He went for 5. Brilliant Yorker from Tom Taylor. And then Eddie Jack was the third wicket of the morning to fall. He was resolute, was the night watcher. Came in last night, faced 78 balls before chipping one to mid-off for 29. Here is Adam Finch to kick us off from the Diglis end, running towards us, bowling to Felix Organ, who's digging that one out and popping it to the fielder at mid-on. So Eddie Jack went as the third wicket of the morning, and then Ben Brown for 2 was caught behind. So Hampshire, like I say, losing 4 morning wickets for 64 runs and going along at just 2.2 runs and over in that morning session. And in comparison to yesterday, for most of it, certainly for that afternoon session that we got in, they were going up around 4s. So a real gear change in this game, which we like to see. It's in the balance, and Organ's on the back foot, pushing this to Jake Libby in the long sleeve top and the sunglasses and a hat that looks a little bit too tall for his head at backward point. Do you know what I mean?
It's a bit like he wears it a bit like a trucker's cap.
As in, it's pulled too far down his head.
Well,
so his head.
The top bit.
He's looking this way. Do you think he heard us?
I don't know. He was looking.
He did just look this way, didn't he?
No, it sits up high. Like, you know how truckers' caps have that really high sort of, I don't know, what you call that part of the cap.
2 slips go down. Finch running towards us. Bowls a short one, and Felix Organ gets out of the way of it. I have no idea what you're talking about. Shock.
That is not surprising, because
Yes.
you haven't had a lot of idea what I've been talking about for most of the time.
Nope.
That we've been commentating together.
I'm just Googling trucker cap. Okay, I sort of know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, they're just caps. They're just
Well-
baseball caps. His is just too... Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there might be a few centimetres gap between the top of his head and the top of the hat.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's fully sitting on his... I don't know, anyway.
No, I do agree.
It looks great. I'm digging myself a hole. Here comes Finch bowls, and on the back foot, and solid is Organ. There's no run. He looks like a backward point fielder. Do you know what I mean? I feel like a backward point fielder needs to look quite cool. They've got to have their sunglasses on. They've got to have a long sleeve shirt. They've got to look like they know what they're doing, you know?
Usually the best are not some of the best fielders, aren't they? Right in the hot spot.
2 slips go down. Ringfield on the offside. Here is Finch. Tall arm and legs, and Owen gets up on Felix Organ, and he just defends it into the onside, and there is no run. So 2 slips. There is a fielder just below us to our right-hand side at third, doing some interesting stretches. Is
It's Karam.
Karam Shazad,
Yeah,
with those pink boots.
Well, he's doing a half swan, isn't he? Almost like that hip flexor stretch.
Yes.
Do you know what a half swan is? I keep
No.
thinking now that.
I just to keep things easy, I said yeah. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and 2 fielders out on the leg side. Here is Finch bowls full to Organ, who prods that up to Brett D'Oliveira, who looks sprightly as always at mid-on, and now jog on through, because it's the end of the over. 72 overs gone, Hampshire 217 for 6.
You're going to go away from this match feeling that you've really gained a lot of knowledge.
No, because, well, I will, but the issue with me is that I don't retain it. So I'm sure all of these things I've heard before, but they just don't remain in my brain. I am very in one ear, out the other. So, yeah, which I should, don't take it personally to everyone who I forget important details about them when their birthday is, etc. Anyway.
It is Matthew Waite continuing over the wicket. First ball nicely driven, but straight to Ethan Brooks. It is there, sort of a short straight mid-wicket. Oops, short extra cover, I should say. It's like I've suddenly flipped my brain to a left-hand, right-hand thing. We've already discussed the fact that I do write with my left hand and do everything else with my right hand. So I do sometimes think my left and right brain do flip.
Yeah. You just pick which one you're fancying on that day.
Pressed weights, as in comes Waite. That one's just played up to mid-off. No run.
There was a little bit of cricket going on the outfield at lunch. Did you see that? Over towards the cathedral, there was a little bit of... I don't quite know what was going on. Maybe I don't know. I don't think they were fans. I don't think we're allowed spectators are loud on the outfield here.
Well,
but
I heard them talking about that this morning, because I think sometimes they do let them on, but because there'd been quite a bit of damp overnight yesterday and overnight, I'm not sure that they were allowing that today, as Waite makes his way in. Bowles, he has a flash of that, and that's gone down. Well, it was short and wide, and Press had a flash at that one, and it's gone to gully. Is that, and I think that is Jake Libby, in fact, down there, who ended up, he's right in front of the pole, where, my troublesome pole, but it looked like he had gone to take it above his head, and he ended up falling backwards.
Oh, it was straight to him, wasn't it? It would have come fast, but straight to him.
In comes Waite. This time it's a press forward from Organ. He's very cautious out into the offside. Ethan Brooks does the fielding.
I think, and if you're watching on the live stream, you'll be able to see for yourself. But I think he was caught in two minds as to whether or not to go fingers up or down. And I think he was sort of crouching, wasn't he, in that crouched position, and it came sort of low. But because he was crouched, it sort of thought about going fingers up. But wow, Tom Press dropped on 30. How costly will that be? No idea.
Waite in, Bowles. Oh, and it's a big forward press in defence, but the ball whizzes past the outside edge of Organ's bat. So all of a sudden, things are quite exciting after lunch. It feels like something's about to break, and we've already had a catch go down. Ball whizzing past the edge. Quite tense little period after lunch. As Waite turns, makes his way in past the umpire. Bowles defended right back past the feet of Matthew Waite, and that will finish off the over.
Yeah, I've just had a little. Oh, go on. Sorry, what were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say it's 218 for 6. Have you seen the replay?
Bet it is. He just wasn't balanced, Jake Libby. I think his weight going. Not I know the first thing about catching, but it looked like his weight was just going back as that ball came towards him, and he was not balanced to take the catch. And I do know that you are often taught growing up the key to catching. Well, actually, the key's probably watching the ball. The second key to catching is balance, I think. Here comes Finch running towards us. Bowles, and on the back foot is Tom Press, and they're going to sneak a little sneaky snake single into the offside, and he will move on to 32. Score 219 for 6. That's what you're taught, isn't it? Balance. Watch the ball and balance.
Yes, I actually had a really good chat with James Taylor about catching. Close catching as well. There's a lot of stuff to it, like watching where the batter is looking to play as well.
Here's Finch over the wicket to Organ, short one, he ducks out the way.
But let's face it, so much of it, everything happens so quickly. Is imagine a lot of it is about the old fast twitch fibres.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah.
In the muscles.
The muscles.
The memories, the muscle memory as well.
So that's if you're at slip, you're watching the batter.
Well, he used to field a lot of short leg, didn't he? He was absolute specialist at fielding at short leg, James Taylor.
You definitely couldn't watch the ball fielding at short leg. Too quick, you'd do your neck.
Well, that's why you're watching the batter.
Here's Organ facing up to Finch and driving that one up to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, like the shape where they're looking to play. But yeah, he was a terrific. He took a couple of brilliant catches in that Test series he played in South Africa before his untimely retirement. Actually, saw him at Derby last week. He was there with Leicestershire, as batting coach with them.
Funny you mentioned that. Actually, well, not funny. Actually, really sad to see the news earlier on today as Finch runs towards us. Much taller than Felix Organ, and Organ is pushing that straight back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, news today actually that Harry Swindles, the Leicestershire wicketkeeper, has been forced to retire at the age of 26 because of a finger injury. And it's a real shame because he had a very promising cricketer, played for the England under-19s, and then of course Hampshire fans will remember and potentially be scarred by that 117 that he got against Hampshire in the One Day Cup final a couple of years ago. Here is Finch bowls, and a thick inside edge from Felix Organ, causes no alarm, just drops into the leg side, and there's no run. That's a shame.
Yeah.
Very nice guy, and a good cricketer as well.
It must have been a pretty bad finger injury if they can't fix it. That is a shame. A real shame.
Yeah, only 26. I remember doing a football skills challenge with Harry Swindles, and he was, as most cricketers are, way more enthusiastic about the football side of things than they were about the cricket. And ducking under this one is Felix Organ. I say ducking under, he sort of ducked, and I think more than anything it was a good length ball outside the off stump and he let it go, but he ducked for the sake of ducking. End of the over, 74 gone. Organ does have 1, Prest has 32, Hampshire 219 for 6.
It's actually getting quite muggy as well.
It is.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you can see those supporters that are in, the members and everyone else. There's not many jumpers worn today. Caps on.
I actually went for a walk, a bit of a wander, and met a very nice lady called Amanda. Waite is in, continuing his spell, and the ball is just played behind point, and there's the fielder in the deep, so they'll just come through for a single. Yes, Amanda, she's a Hampshire member who's come up here for a few days. So she said hello to me, and then realised that she didn't actually, we'd never actually met. But she follows me on Twitter and knows some of the video stuff that I do and the writing. So she said, you know when you think you know someone because they're familiar to you, and so you say hello when you actually realise you've never met.
Which is lovely.
It is. As Waite, he's in, bowls. It's just defended on the front foot from Organ. Just hurried a little bit but dropped his bat on it.
And that means you're doing a good job. That's what you want, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've seen a few Hampshire fans up here, actually. A few that I saw yesterday. I've not seen too many today, but there were certainly a few yesterday. I've seen a Hampshire Hawks cap wandering around.
Was there a body attached to it or a head attached to it?
No, it's just a cap. Yeah.
It's very impressive.
Found its way up on the train.
Waite is in over the wicket, bowls, and it's just driven up towards mid-off.
But you and Trevor were saying earlier that it's a bit spooky in these parts. It is a bit Harry Potter-like, isn't it? Isn't there the wandering hat in Harry Potter?
Is there a wandering hat?
Yeah, there's well, I don't know if it wanders, but there's definitely the hat that's just the hat. Isn't it the hat, and it sort of decides what house you go into or something?
Hat.
That's the one.
Oh, it doesn't wander though.
Does it not?
I don't think.
Well, it is. It's got a voice.
It does, but I've never seen it wandering. I certainly don't think if you get the train to Worcester. Wait, bowls. That's driven very nicely straight up to mid-off though.
The wandering hat. It sounds like a good bar actually.
It does. The wandering hat.
Yeah.
Well, I stayed at the Cardinals hat.
No, I know. Oh, of course you did. In your what was it called? The room? The
King John room.
The King John room. Goodness.
Yeah.
Did it have a plaque on it that said King John room? Yeah, of course it did.
It did. Outside, I felt very special.
Yes.
So I did, as Waite starts his run up, he's in, bowls. That's driven straight back at Waite's feet by Organ. He stops it, picks it up.
Intrigued about how much. Yeah, yesterday I mentioned that we saw Hampshire. There we go. Score about 4 runs and over, and today they've been about half that. How much of that is Worcestershire bowling more accurately and more consistently than they did yesterday, but also maybe just haven't seen quite as much intent from Hampshire today. And yesterday they did look good when they were positive.
In comes Waite, short ball, pulled with control. It's just going to be a single. It was very, very short, and I don't think Olga was able to really get hold of that one too much. Or was that Prest? Hang on, have I got them mixed up?
They look pretty similar. So that was organ.
It was organ, yes. So first instinct was right. It was so far above his head that he couldn't really put any force behind the pull. But did manage to get the single.
What would you say? What would the balance be to Hampshire's aggression and Worcestershire's more accurate bowling?
I think they've bowled a lot better today. And I think it was a little bit more helpful this morning as well.
Finch to begin a new over, running towards us, and on his toes is Felix Organ and steers that nicely down to the fielder just in front of us. At third, that is Karam doing the fielding, and they'll come through for a single.
And it's a very different situation as well, isn't it? When you've got an opening partnership, you haven't lost any wickets. Combined with, they're not, particularly once the ball got about 15 overs old, they weren't really making the most of it. So it's a very different situation than all of a sudden when you come back just for 20 minutes, it's all very tricky. And then since then, I've kind of been trying to rebuild.
222 for 6, a short one, and Press ducks underneath it. And talking of balls, not far off the new one.
Oh, well.
At 80 overs.
Oh, yeah.
So
75.
a crucial period this for Hampshire. They would love to have Prest and Organ both still there when that new ball does arrive, because as we know with the Kookaburra, those first few overs with it are much, much, much more threatening generally than those that follow. So an important period, this next 20 minutes or so. 4 overs and 4 balls to go until the new ball is available. And Prest clips this one nicely down towards the fine leg boundary, and the fielder is too wide to get to that one. So Prest will pick up another boundary, moves him on to 37, and Hampshire 226 for 6. Just a little too straight, that from Adam Finch.
Oh, they want to bowl better with the new ball. They got a bit out of it early on, but it wasn't overly threatening. So Worcestershire want to absolutely make sure they make full use of it, and then they get it in their hands in another 4.5 overs time.
Change in the field. Second slip is out, and they've gone to mid-wicket. As Finch is bowling one outside the off stump that Press tries to flash away to that cover boundary, but he gets nothing on it, and he looks a little annoyed with himself as he plays the shot. Just to sort of get a bit of frustration out, goes and does a bit of gardening. It wasn't his fault, it was the pitches. That's why he didn't slap that one for 4.
Well, they have got one at backward point, and then one on the ring of the cover, saving the boundary there, but he could see a gap.
Past the umpire comes Finch, and up on his toes is Prest, and there is no run into the leg side. Sun's gone behind a cloud. I'll take my sunglasses off because of that.
You did go quite early, didn't you?
I did go early with the sunglasses. I did go early with the sunglasses, and you did warn me. And also, I've done that annoying... I mean, first world problems, but sunglasses with headphones on isn't great, because they sort of push the sides of the sunglasses into your head, and I now
headache.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened actually. Here comes Finch over the wicket, short one to Preston. He just fends this one down to the fielder at fine leg, goes straight to them, and they'll come through for a single. Matthew Waite with the fielding down there in front of the Brooks supporters stand, just in front of the hotel. They'll come through for 1.
I like the fact he's actually taken off his cap and he's frisbeed it.
Oh, did he?
He's frisbeed it so it's landed outside the rope because he's coming on to bowl. So rather than giving it to the umpire...
Well, he would have had to walk further, because he's all he's got to do is walk from fine leg to the start of his run-up, whereas if he had to take his cap off there, he would have had to walk at least an extra 20 yards.
I'm all for time saving.
Yes.
Efficiency.
Well, there you go.
It's pressed on strike as Waite begins another over. He's in over the wicket, left alone, shoulders, arms pressed. Matthew Waite, when he starts, so anybody who's listened to me on commentary before will know that where a lot of people are obsessed with actions, I'm quite obsessed with tiny quirks in run-ups.
Oh yeah.
And Matthew Waite, when he starts his run-up, he's so low. It's like he's knee deep in sand, and he's trying to wade out of it before he gets into his stride. You
Or he's
watch.
trying to wait out of it.
Yeah, see, he starts down, and then it's like, trying to get up out of it before he's in his stride. He's in bowls. That's driven very nicely, but there's a fielder out deep in the covers, so they'll just get a single.
Did you get my joke there?
I did.
Oh,
yeah.
you did. Good.
I chose to ignore.
Fine. All good. No bother. That's all good.
Oh,
For the benefit of the listeners, Mel Farrell's just given me a rather patronising pat on the back. That's all good. I tried my best. I found it funny, crucially.
No, I did.
No,
It
all good.
It was a lovely pun. Wade, and again, bowls to Organ, who just pushes this one out to point. No run.
There's a little bit of hubbub out there at the moment. You see a couple of Hampshire coaches doing a lap. Doing a good old lap. I think there's the physio there.
It must be the slowest lap I've ever seen. It's a very slow lap, isn't it?
Is it?
It's a real amble. Yeah. I'd like to see them put a bit more effort into it.
Are you sure they're not just on their second one?
It is their second one.
Oh, it is their second one.
But
You've been
it's,
counting.
You know.
Graham Welch, I think it is, the Hampshire bowling coach and the physio.
Wait. In bowls. Oh, he's got him!
Oh.
Straight through! He pushed forward in defence. But Wait has got past Organ's defences and sends him on his way. Has clipped the bails. Another breakthrough for Worcestershire. It's been a terrific day for them. The 7th wicket falls for Hampshire. They had 228 for 7 with Organ departing for 3.
Just chopped it on. I think it just got sort of the inside of his glove. He was coming forward in defence. Might have nipped back a fraction, but I don't think that ball was going to hit the stumps. And I think it just sort of cannoned off the top of the bat or his glove. Or even his pad, actually, top of his pad, just seen it on the replay, and into the stumps. That's an odd old... I don't quite know how that ball's got through to the stumps there, and Felix Organ has a rather slow walk off, departing for 3.
I tell you what, this is now... The day is just getting better and better for Worcestershire. Just a reminder that Hampshire were 144 for none. They're now 228 for 7.
Yeah, and when we spoke to Joe Weatherly last night, he said the plan was to bat big today. And, well, as things stand, still time, of course, 3 wickets still for Worcestershire to take. But as things stand, this is not looking like the bat once start to the game that Hampshire were hoping for.
I think it looks like a good game.
Does look like a good
I
game.
mean, you don't know, it might not be any easier for Worcestershire batters when they come in. So it's just quite an look. I tell you what, after being at Old Trafford, I have to say, and even at Edgbaston Test as well, and some of the games that I've watched at Edgbaston in the county championship earlier this year, I'm really enjoying seeing some wickets. I'm quite happy when ball dominates bat slightly.
And we've lost time from the game, so we need to slow
move
up
it on.
Speed up a bit. Yeah, I agree.
Move it on. It's exciting. I like seeing when ball dominates. If it's you want to see a good balance, but if it's going to tip slightly in one favour, I'd rather it tips slightly in favour of the bowlers. Wait. He's in, over the wicket, full delivery, whipped away. Well, what a way for Fuller to get off the mark. Comes in, gets one, but he just clips off his toes, and that rocketed to the boundary.
Very James Fuller-esque sort of shot that. Didn't look like he was hugely invested in it, but it flew off the bat. But I tell you what, if you're Brett D'Oliveira, you're fuming, aren't you, at Matthew Wade? Just bowled a really nice delivery to get Felix Organ out, and then the first ball you want to be on it to the new batter, and he served up a pretty juicy half volley on Fuller's pads, really.
How can he make up for that now? He's making his way in. Bowls, and oh my goodness, that has been absolutely slammed straight down the ground by Fuller, and it's ended up cannoning into Press, who tried to get out of the way. The ball rolled, ricocheted off him. There was almost a shy at the stumps, and it was all very eventful. At the end of it, no run. What on earth happened? He absolutely smoked that ball into his teammate.
Poor old Tom Press.
Wow.
Nearly fell over backwards when it hit him there. He didn't quite know what to do.
He put a lot behind it. He's tried to get... It's almost like when people used to do the old style of high jumping before the Fosby flop, and they used to do the scissor kick to try and get over the bar. It was like he tried to do that. The ball cannon into him.
Oh, that was marvellous. Well, anyway, I tell you what is going to happen is Fuller here is obviously come out with a message to counter-attack. So this could be interesting. In the meantime, there is a change of bowling at the Diglas end. It is Ethan Brooks into the attack, and he's bowling over the wicket to Tom Prest, who steers that down to fine leg, and they'll come through for a single. Pressed on to 40, and Brooks with 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7 so far in this innings.
Well, I'm just looking forward to seeing what Fuller does here.
Yeah.
It's been a
well,
bit
you've had to sit down. It's all got a bit much for you. Take the weight off your feet.
I'm a delicate flower.
Yes. Well, it's going to... and I was going to say, actually, before Fuller played those shots, anyway, he's on strike to Ethan Brooks. What will he do here? He crouches down and plays at 1 outside the off stump in defence. Goes through to Roderick. We mentioned that this all sort of ball-dominating bat a little bit and the nice balance. It has gone the opposite direction to what you'd expect, though, because you would expect the first 30, 40 overs to have been testing for Hampshire, and maybe a few wickets go down then, and then the ball gets softer and they recover, as Brooks is in. Bowls to Fuller, who steers that into the onside, and they'll scamper through for a quick single as Brett D'Oliveira shies at the stumps. And then the ball would get soft, and Hampshire would maybe make batting look a bit easier. But what we've had is that yesterday batting looked very easy, and today I wouldn't say it's looked like a minefield out there at all. And like you've been saying absolutely correctly, Worcestershire have bowled much better today as Brooks is into Prest is on the back foot, and they're going to get another cheeky little single into the offside as Libby fields at point. So it's been interesting, sort of the way around this has worked.
I mean, you do sometimes, of course. You still got to bowl well, whether it's a new ball or an old ball. And sometimes, of course, when the ball's harder, sometimes the batters actually prefer it because get more value for their shots when it comes off.
Brooks in to Fuller, who's swiping this into the leg side. Doesn't really get much of it at all, though. And it trickles down to the fielder at fine leg, and they'll come through for a single. Yeah, I wonder whether or not Fuller here has been sent out with the message of a couple of overs to go until the new ball. Things will get tricky then. Let's try and see how many we can get in the next 13 balls.
The intention's clear, isn't it? And you can just see it from not just the shots, but the body language as well. He wants to get on with it.
Pressed on strike this time as Ethan Brooks bowls to him, and he's cutting this one down to the boundary for 4. I think he was in pretty decent control of that. Maybe a thick outside edge, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. There is no fielder at third. So Prest goes on to 45. End of the over, Hampshire 240 for 7.
Yeah, I think if Fuller did come out, he's given that message to Prest as well. I thought he played that quite well. Jacob Libby tried a cartwheeling stop, but wasn't able to get there fast enough. It's going to be Waite with another over, so 78 overs. This is a 79th. So one more over from each end, and we should see that new ball be taken.
I just realised I think I'm getting out of here, actually. We've had half an hour. Trevor, you coming in? Yeah, and you come. Go on, Mel, you take over, and Trevor Owens is going to come in for me.
Well, Waite, he's in over the wicket, and it's on him very quickly, Fuller, and he tried to smash that away, and in the end he's just sort of got a bottom edge, and the ball has meandered up towards mid-on. No run for him there. And right in front of us here, fielding at long on, is Tom Taylor, and he's doing his warm-ups now, so he's getting ready to take the new ball. One slip in for Fuller as Waite is in, bowls, and it's a full delivery, just dug straight back to the bowler. No run. Good afternoon, Trevor Owens.
Good afternoon, Mel. How are you?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm enjoying this. This is
It's a good contest now, isn't it?
yeah, really good contest. As we see Taylor getting ready. Who else is I guess I haven't seen Karam getting. Oh no, he's just starting. Gentle.
A vague stretch.
A little vague stretch, yeah. He's just doing the old side bends. So that they will be the two bowlers to take the new ball once it becomes available. But there's still 10 deliveries with the old ball, and Waite has got 4 of them. He's in now. Over the wicket, whipped away, and that has gone all the way. 6 runs. Well, it was a juicy one, and Fuller said thank you very, very much.
Well, one thing's certain on the early evidence of Fuller, we're not going to die not knowing, are we? Really, he's going to get after it if it's there, and he's just picked that off beautifully.
Out towards the chestnut tree.
Matthew Waite would be the first to admit that was not a great delivery, and he took full advantage.
He's on strike again as Waite is in. He has another big swipe at this one. It's gone out to deep square leg. They'll just get the single because there is a fielder out there to prevent the boundary. So that's the end. Is it? No, it's not. There's another ball to come from Waite. Or another 2 balls. I'm just never quite sure.
No, the board is a little bit slow over on that side.
It does get you sometimes, doesn't it? And then I'm not sure if I'm waiting too long. Here is Waite. He's in. It's a better delivery. He had pressed on the back foot defending into the offside. No run there.
It's interesting. They've had only 1 slip in at the moment, but throughout most of the innings they've had 2, if not 3 slips in. Very, very little has gone into the slip cordon at all, really.
Well, we've seen a lot of plays and misses.
Yeah.
And maybe there was the feeling that there was going to be the edge at some point. Pressed Waits as in comes Waite. Just drives that very circumspectly up to mid-on, and they won't take a run there. That finishes off the over from Waite. So 79 overs gone, 1 over remaining until the new ball. Hampshire 247 for 7 with Prest on 45, and Fuller has come out on a mission. He is 13 of just 9 balls.
That's a good description. He does look like a man on a mission at the moment, does Fuller? And he will be on strike at the start of this next over, which Ethan Brooks is going to bowl. As you say, we anticipate this will be the last over with this ball. Of course, Worcestershire might opt not to take the new ball, but I can't imagine why they wouldn't.
Well, we've seen a couple of the bowlers warming up, haven't we?
Yeah.
So it looks like they're getting themselves ready.
Adam Hose has come out of the slip stand to third man as his first delivery is turned through square leg, really, or just in front of square leg. And they jog through for a single. Fuller will move on to 14. The total to 248 for 7. That's, yeah, as you said, Karam was warming up, among others, in anticipation of the new ball on its way. Immediately, Hose goes back in at slip now for Prest. Brooks in, bowls. Prest covers up, there's no run.
Well, he can't have gone in. They're hedging their bets, aren't they? Because he's almost at like a 1.5 slip.
He is. And it is the law of Murphy, as I say, that it will skid or shoot straight between wicketkeeper and slip when they've got 1.5 slip. Down to the boundary for 4.
I know a lot of people who really don't like it, who really hate the 1.5 slip.
Brooks bowls, and Press took half a step down the track before he played that out in front of the square leg umpire, and they pick up 1 more. 249 for 7.
It's one of those funny things. I was saying to Robbie that I love looking out for quirks in run-ups, and I was talking about how Waite looks like he's starting off in sand and getting his way out, and Ethan Brooks looks like he's tiptoeing through the tulips on his tiptoes.
Through the tulips he comes now and bowls, and it's pushed straight back to him actually by Fuller on this occasion.
When he runs in, you look at the last few steps, it looks like he's running on his toes.
I thought you were going to burst into song there.
I wouldn't put our listeners through that, don't worry for a second. Not got a long run up at all.
No, he hasn't. He kind of bustles in, really. He's in now, and that's played up this time towards mid-on. There's a man at long-on, so that will be a single. And the 250 up for Hampshire, 250 for 7, greeted with a ripple of applause around the ground. So,
Yeah. It's a very generous kind of crowd here. I do love when people say a real educated crowd. I've never heard anyone describe a crowd as uneducated. Oh, they're a very uneducated crowd.
next delivery is played down into the ground. I was trying to think of one or two where I've been, but I won't say anything.
Or like a knowledgeable crowd. Did anyone say that? Yeah, it's
this crowd is really ignorant.
It's a very ignorant crowd here today.
Yes. Welcome to such and such a ground where the crowd is really thick. You don't very often hear that, do you?
No, you don't. It's always a knowledgeable crowd.
We have the new ball. The umpire is indicating as much to the scorers. And immediately, Karim Shazad accepts it from the umpire. He'll have first use of it.
This is going to be very interesting. As Fuller has been aggressive, scored 15 off 12, obviously given licence to come in. Prester's approaching his half century on 46. He's played a bit more circumspect, in a more circumspect manner, but it's seen some of his partners come and go. Fuller on strike now. Does he continue to attack? It's Karam who has the new ball in his hand. He's running in. Orange soles flapping as he runs past the umpire. Bowls. First ball defended. And in fact, Fuller just holds the pose for several seconds after defending that ball.
I'm not saying in any way they were uneducated, but it's the beauty of covering football at the level we do that a lot of them, of course, are non-league grounds, so the facilities aren't always the finest, shall we say. And I did a game at Workington once up in Cumbria, and our colleagues at BBC Cumbria have got a broadcast line there, so I thought, well, that's a start, that's a big advantage.
As Karam runs in, bowls to Fuller, who has a swish at this one as it goes down the leg side.
And when I got there, I asked, they said, oh yes, I'll show you where the broadcast line is. Blimey, this is all going rather well. And you had to stand on the terrace. And the piece of broadcast equipment that we got here that we use for the cricket, I got one of those in my arm and a clipboard in the other hand with the teams on it.
Oh,
and
wow.
after about 10 minutes of this game, there was a very bad challenge by a Workington player on whichever team it was I was covering. And of course, all the Workington fans are standing around you when you're berating their player for a foul. It was very funny.
Oh dear. Oh gosh. Karam, he's in and bowls to Fuller, who whips this one away down to fine leg, but there is protection in the deep, so it's just a single. Takes Hampshire to 250 for 7.
And the end of that story was that the one guy, whose name was Dave, as I found out, was giving me stick for criticising their player. I said, right, if you want to have your say, you can come be my match summariser for the afternoon. This is on air. And he said, right, I will. So, and he did for the rest of the afternoon. I said, the only thing is you mustn't swear. He said, no, that's fine, I won't swear. And he didn't, to be fair to him. So
how'd he go?
Great fun. He was great, yeah. And all the others around, of course, they were on side then, because one of their own was involved in the commentary, so they weren't going to give you too much stick.
Pressed weights as in comes Karam, and again it's down the leg side, so he's just getting his line wrong on a couple of those, maybe searching for the movement, searching for any swing available with the Kookaburra ball, but it's a couple now that have just gone down the leg side. Always best to get people on side.
Get the locals on
yes.
the side. Must have done all right, because they invited me into the bar for a drink at the end of the game, but as I said, I got a 4-hour drive home. I didn't. That was a great plan, which they accepted.
Karam in again and bowls. That's punch through the covers. What a lovely shot that is. A new hard ball. It's going to be difficult to stop, but I think it has been stopped. What a great piece of fielding out there in the deep.
Matthew Waite, isn't it?
It is Matthew Waite. Got the dive in. That ball was really travelling. So he's done well and saved a run. It takes Preston to 49 because they got 3, and the score on to 254 for 7. That was really well played. Good cricket was punched away, and a very good piece of fielding as well.
Covered a lot of ground there, did Matthew Waite?
Yeah, sure did. Karam bowls, and well, Fuller tries to smoke that one through the covers, but it only goes as far as short extra cover. That's the end of the first over with the new ball. And Hampshire are 254 for 7. Prest 1 run shy of his half century, and Fuller is on a run of ball 16. We're just listening to Radda's
I have no idea what Brad is
PA.
saying.
No, but it's very loud, whatever it is.
He came up with a line yesterday about the cakes in the ladies' pavilion, where you get one for the price of 2, but you get one free, which we worked out after a while. But unfortunately, one of the people who does the club website here, who should remain nameless, misheard it and put on the website that you could get 2 cakes for the price of 1, which did not go down well with the ladies in the pavilion, understandably. So Brad said he was going to have to choose his words a little more carefully this afternoon. Tom Taylor with the new ball then from the Diglas end is in to bowl to Prest, who turns out away through or in front of square on the leg side and will go to his half century. Well batted he. Tom Prest is looked pretty assured out there, and he's now 50 not out from 76 deliveries.
Well, it's the highest score since the opening pair put on that 144 run partnership, and they desperately have needed this, Hampshire. So well played by Prest. He's just stopped the complete collapse, really, holding things together out in the middle, but they need more from him.
Cloud cover has broken up as well, and Worcestershire will need to take full advantage of the new ball here, I think. Taylor's in, bowls, and that's turned again into the onside. A long chase round from mid-on. They think about 2, but no, it was never really on. In the end, just a comfortable single for Fuller.
Well, it's a bit too straight because they've got absolutely nobody on the leg side saving the single there. So if he bowls there, that's going to be easy pickings for 1 or 2.
You see Ben Allison, who I thought was going to go in at gully, but now he's decided to retreat again to third man.
Yeah, they've got
2 slips.
Yeah, 2 fielders in the deep on the leg side, saving the boundary.
Prest waits. Taylor bowls him. It's off an inside edge. There was a bit of wood in that, I think, as it then rattled into the pads.
Better line though.
Yeah.
Much better line. Really challenging Prest.
Adam Hose and Ethan Brooks in the slips. Adam Hose has been there most of the day, actually. Chatting away to Gareth Roderick, hands in pockets.
There's a really giant poster of Adam Hose near the ladies' toilets. Yeah, and that's just because I know where it is. It is a massive poster.
Taylor bowls and played down into the ground. Taylor will field in his follow through. 256 for 7, Hampshire.
And I'm not sure what relevance it has. Other than
I wonder where that story was going. Just from
no, it's just a very nice photo of him, but on a really giant poster.
You know she's coming in through reception, don't you? And
It's
down
a-
the steps
yeah,
there are
when you
loads
come-
of giant posters.
That's-
Brett D'Oliveira's one.
It's a little bit. There used to be one of Brett D'Oliveira in here in the press box, which I really liked. Actually, it's a lovely photo with the cathedral behind him.
The next delivery is chopped down into the ground. He went to cut and he came off the bottom edge and bounced pretty much over his stumps, and Ethan Brooks picks up from slip and there's no run.
It's a bit fortunate there for Prest. What he doesn't want to do is get to his 50 and get out. His side need him to stay out there and try and go big. Just bat with the tail.
Mentioning giant posters, for those in the Worcester area may well know, if you've been to the racecourse, it used to be, the main stand's now been sponsored, so obviously the sponsors' logos, understandably, are all over it. Previously, after this delivery, I'll tell you, the next one is outside the old stump, left well alone, bat raised high above his head by Prest. That completes the over. At the end of it, Hampshire 256 for 7, and Prest has 50, Fuller has 17. So before they redid the stand with the sponsors' logos, there was a picture, obviously taken on Ladies' Day, of, I can only describe it as being a beautiful lady. She was a stunningly pretty lady, which was the focal point of the stand. And they were trying to find out who it was, because I think it's been up there several years, and I don't think they ever quite came up with who it was, but lots of people very disappointed. That her face had gone off the stand. I mean, understanding if the sponsors are paying as much as they are to sponsor the stand, they want their logos all over it. But it's funny, these things can be up there for some time.
Karam is in over the wicket, and that's a big swivel pull, but all the way along the ground down to the fielder just in front of deep square leg.
Like you, I got done by the post there because you were behind the post as I was there.
It's the constant. Now we're sort of going forward and back. It looks like, I don't know, we're stimming or whatever it is.
So we should be in a home.
Forward and back as you just try and navigate. Oh, I've got the posts, and we've also got one on the couple on the window. It's a challenge. Pressed on strike as Karam runs in, bowls over the wicket. That's clipped niftily into the leg side, but there's protection on the ring, so no run there. Yes, it does have its quirks, but yes, it does. I'm sure people have heard commentary from Worcester many, many times to know that we do have these little quirks that we have to deal with here, and sometimes something happens behind a pillar or a post, so to speak. It's Karam. He runs in, bowls to press, clips this away through the leg side, and it's going to be chase given. They'll come back for a second, though. I think they took. That ball just going down towards the deep square leg boundary, cut off, but before they run to.
Ben Allison thinking, I didn't need that. I was brought in from the sweeper into the well up onto the square, and then have to chase back to where I'd come from.
And now
he's been dispatched.
He's going to turn and he's going to run out to that boundary rope.
Pressed is on strike, I suppose, and that's the reason.
Yeah, just in front of square leg again as in comes Karam. Driven though straight back to the bowler, who stops it with his foot, and ball pops up and he catches it. Nifty little work.
Karam's figures 16.4 overs, no wicket for 71 of them. As you said earlier, I think he's bowled a bit better than that.
Yeah, I think so as well. It hasn't really. It's one of those things where you look at figures and think, is that really right? Is that what it is? They don't always tell the story, figures, do they? It's like with milestones and innings, they don't always tell the full story. Karam is in, he's pulled his length back a bit and got some good bounce, but it's ridden very well by press down to the fielder at deep third. They come through for a single, takes them to 260 for 7.
If you missed it earlier in the day, wholesale changes to the England side for the test. The headline being no Ben Stokes.
Yes, that does change that England team dramatically, I have to say. It's Karam runs in, bowls. Oh, it's a short ball, and it's pulled hard, pulled for 6. He has smoked that ball down. It's gone really over cow corner. My goodness. Cross-battered shot, but he got everything behind that. Did sit up quite nicely and enjoyed the extra hardness of the new ball. Still looking for it, I think. No, there it is. Someone's thrown it back.
The shine could have been somewhat damaged as it rattled off the advertising hoarding there. And he caught all of that.
Almost knocked the stitches off it. So, I did sort of mention that sometimes the batters will like the ball with a bit of extra hardness on it. Old ball or new ball, James Fuller has decided he's going to try and wrestle back a bit of impetus in this innings. There's Tom Taylor. First ball of his over is driven. Sorry, this is your over.
Oh, sorry, no, don't. You were in mid-flow. I didn't like to.
Oh no, I paused. Then you didn't come out. There's one of those things where I'm like, oh.
Oh, we've all done it. We've all taken each other's over at one time or another. Taylor back into the attack in. Well, sunshine now. I don't think we're definitely going to call this sunshine. Looking at the shadows from the players in the slip cordon.
Yeah, it's quite bright sunshine. Actually, the clouds are also a lot whiter.
They've broken up as well. Plenty of blue sky in all your quadrants, as you were mentioning earlier on.
Yes.
Taylor, Digler's End, in, bowls, driven. That's a lovely, lovely shot. That's raced away for 4. Beats the dive at Whitish mid-off. And Fuller, it looks like to be a man in a hurry here.
That's a gorgeous shot. Held the pose, and rightly so as well. Just timed that beautifully.
Well, if Worcestershire were hoping that the new ball would bring them dividends at the moment, it's Hampshire who are reaping the benefit, really.
Well, we're kind of having a bit of deja vu of the first innings, where the new ball seemed to be better for scoring off, and actually the wickets ended up coming with the older ball.
Taylor bowls, and that's not timed this time, but again, he got plenty behind. Well, he wound everything into it, really, and then looks ruefully at the bottom of his bat. Does Fuller, as if to say, that didn't come out the sweet spot at all. It was up to mid-off on about the 4th bounce. But, yeah, I think that didn't even sound right, did it really? I think it came off very low on the bat, that.
Yeah, its toe ended that, but it was just the
effort.
The welly that he gave that one. It's absolutely come out to be aggressive. This could be a fun little period.
He's on 28 at the moment as Taylor bowls him again. Covers up this time, though, and it's played so straight it cannons into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And there is no run. 271 for 7 here. Hampshire in, as I mentioned, what I'm delighted to report now is sunshine at New Road, because we haven't been able to say that too often over the last day and a half. It's going to be potentially a long day if they get all the overs in they're supposed to get in. It would be 104 in the day.
Yeah, Rudders told me that tea would be taken at 4, but is it gonna depend on how many overs are left in the day?
I'm guessing it probably will. Taylor bowls. That's run away down to a Whitish third man. Ben Allison is down there. He's going to be beaten to it by Jake Libby, who comes round to do the fielding, and they take just the 1. 272 for 7. But, yes, Fuller shown plenty of intent, I think, is the...
Well, that always gets me, the whole intent. Intent what?
Intent to get on with it.
Yes, well, that's it, isn't it? I always wonder what the intention actually is.
I think that is the intention in this case.
Yes, I think you're right.
He hasn't blocked too many.
No, he hasn't.
It's Press on strike at the moment. Tom Press waits as Tom Taylor's into ball to him. Oh, it's a good one. Appeal, he's gone. LBW. It's maybe played down the wrong line there a little bit, but either way, it's got him. And another important breakthrough for Worcestershire. Press, who's played very well for his 54. He has gone LBW to the bowling of Tom Taylor. Taylor picks up his 3rd wicket.
Yeah, I don't think there was a lot of movement there. He's just angled it in and maybe beaten him for a bit of pace. But
replay, we have the benefit of a replay here, so
I am just watching it now. Oh, it didn't nip in a bit, just a touch. Didn't nip back
that
in.
was well worth a shout, I think.
Yeah, it looked pretty plumb, to be honest. So it's been a fine innings.
Yeah, he's played very well. He's gone for 54, and Hampshire are now 272 for 8. Elsewhere, briefly, Surrey are looking on course against Durham. Durham are 74 for 1 in their 2nd innings there. They still trail Surrey by 95 runs. Essex against Warwickshire. Essex was raining down there, but Essex 557 for 5. Going fairly well, he was content in that one. Nottinghamshire against Somerset. Somerset made 438. That was a really good effort because they were 0 for 2 in the first over yesterday, I seem to remember. And Nottinghamshire 10 for 1 in reply.
I've seen that a bit lately. I've seen, there's a 3rd innings in a week I've seen start at 9 for 2.
Test match would have been 1, wouldn't it?
Yep, that was 1. And at Derby, they were, Leicestershire were 9 for 2 before Rahan Ahmed scored a century. And they had like 3 players score centuries.
Lulling them into a false sense of security.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a 3rd time in a row that I've seen, in a week, that I've seen a team, we've seen a team be 2 for zip and then come back. So Karam, it is now bowling to the aggressive Fuller. He's in over the wicket. And he just plays this with a very straight bat. Rolls up to mid-off, no run.
Sussex 2-2-2 all out there. Yorkshire 132 for 2 in reply. Always think of the 12th man, Billy Birmingham, when you read out 2-2-2. It's wonderful spoofs of dear old Richie Benno.
That's well, it is the Richie Benno. We always talk about that number as being the Richie Benno number, don't we? As Karam starts his run up, he's in, bowls to Fuller. It's down on one knee, and he was trying to hoist that one, but ends up coming off the outside edge of the bat and just trickling down to deep third. They'll get a single, but the intention is clear. He wants to get on with it. He's decided they're not going to hang around forever, so he wants to get them the highest possible score. And
well, they'd certainly want to get it past 300 in a bit, wouldn't they?
yeah, certainly would. It's got to be a little bit careful. There are some risks involved with the way that he is batting, and Worcestershire might feel that it's keeping them in it. Now, Sean Abbott. Oh my goodness, Kyle Abbott. That's a reflex brain thing. Here comes first ball he receives from Karan, and he's just tried to flick that one away. It makes its way down to fine leg. I don't know why I said it's just a habit from Abbott. Who last time I don't think I've ever sort of commentated. Well, I haven't commentated on Hampshire. Was much more used to seeing Kyle Abbott play for South Africa. And he was in that team. A marvellous test match down in Hobart against Australia. I think he took 6 for absolutely demolished Australia. As Karam is in. Oh my goodness. Fuller goes for this one, and he gets every single piece of it. I don't know if that looked like it may have gone over the pavilion. Has it gone? Has it cleared it? I couldn't see it. Lost sight of it.
I lost sight of it. It was large.
Huge.
Yeah, they're indicating it's gone beyond.
Oh my goodness. I think it has.
Yeah.
What a shot that was.
As you quite rightly
Is it
say,
on the roof? Has it gone over? I don't think.
Well,
I think Jake Libby's out there. I think he's left and he's gone out to see if he can find the ball.
The 12th man is on has actually gone to get it. I didn't catch who the 12th man was coming on.
It was just a pickup, but he timed it superbly, and I think the ball. They're all still looking for it.
Well, he's gone for a couple now.
Wow, but it was almost an innocuous. Well, not innocuous, but he just picked it up and timed it so well.
These are very important runs for Hampshire as well. He's got 36 from 26 deliveries. Still, they try to retrieve the ball from the next postcode. Oh, they got it. They got it back. It's being returned now.
Yeah.
But there was no point in even thinking you were going to get a chance of catching that one. It was gone, as they say.
Well, I wonder if it's like gone over that far as well. Like see a ball get out of shape. The way that Fuller is playing it. In comes Karam, and next ball is just played a little more defensively into mid-wicket. Brett D'Oliveira is fielding with that faded cap of his. It's a completely different colour to the caps that are worn by a large majority of his teammates. Ethan Brooks in front of it. He's got a nice bright bottle green, but such as the age and the wear and tear of Brett D'Oliveira's. It's
sun-bleached Brett D'Oliveira cap.
It is, isn't it? It's such a different colour. Very proud of it as well. Makes his way back to mid-wicket. As in comes Karam to Fuller. He whips this one off the hip. Very, very fine. But there's a sweeper around on the boundary coming across from fine leg. Gets himself into position, saves some runs, and that is the end of the over. 280 for 8. Kyle Abbott yet to score, but Fuller now on 37 of 28. I think that is
28. Yeah,
28. So he has really gone out there and been extremely aggressive.
It's good clean hitting though, isn't it? It's there's no sort of streakiness about it. He's put bat to ball very effectively.
But I'm going to make way, by the way, for Robbie. So I'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you very much. Mel just moves out stage left, pursued by a bear, whatever they used to say. First delivery of the next over is guided away to backward point. Jake Libby's got some work to do here, slides around the boundary, gets there just ahead of 12th man. As Robbie moves back in alongside.
Well, hey.
Just saying, James Fuller is a man on a mission, really.
Yeah, and he is very... Once he gets into these modes, anything can happen. It can be exciting, but it can also get out pretty quick.
Next delivery. Oh, that's gone high in the air over the head of the wicketkeeper, and that's going to run away towards the boundary. Libby gets round quickly, does well to reel that back inside. Does really well there, Libby, actually, because comparatively close to the boundary rope when he got to it. And
yeah, I think it's a good move, this, from James Fuller, when you look at the batting that is to come, or not, for Hampshire. Try and get up towards that. I don't know, what can they manage? 320, 330 would be. Well, it'd still be, I'm imagining, pretty disappointing given they were 144 without loss, but still, don't want to get bundled out for 290 if they can try and get themselves up to 320.
Tom Taylor, Diglas End, moves in, bowls, driven up to mid-on. There'll be no run here, as it went straight to the fielder pretty much. Timed it well, but...
And Hampshire fans will be very aware of James Fuller and his unpredictability. We've seen many occasions he'll try and swipe his first ball, get bowled, or LBW. He does get out for a fair few low scores, but he can also have that impact and hit you a quick 30, 40, 50, maybe even more.
Taylor, past the umpire, bowls. That's played down into the mid-wicket area, no run. It's developed into a very good contest, this now.
It is, yeah. Good game for the neutral, I think they say, Trevor, don't they?
They do.
Good game for the neutral. I don't know how many neutrals there'll be in this afternoon, although I do like the thought of, I don't know if you do the same. Absolutely. If I find myself in a city around the UK and have a little look on the BBC Sport website or an app and notice that there's a game happening, you think, oh, you know what, if I can squeeze in a couple of hours of championship cricket, even if it's not your team, it's good fun.
Next delivery, there's an appeal for LBW there. They'd go up, well, they were half interested in that, but umpire Ellingworth dismissed the claims very early on, and there's no run.
You done that before? You
yes,
just find yourself somewhere?
Oh, years and years ago. My sister was working in London. I went down to see her, and she obviously was working during the day, so I went to the Oval and watched a whole day of Surrey against Middlesex.
Oh, lovely.
And two Surrey batsmen, whose names escape me, each scored a century, and not a wicket fell in the day. And I ended up doing quite a bit of fielding in the stand that I was in because there weren't many in it. Next delivery. He was on the walk there, was Abbott, and he's off the mark here with a lovely shot wide of mid-on, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, don't think he's going to wet around Kyle Abbott either. Very capable batter. Surrey batters scoring runs at the Oval? Never, no.
Never, I'm going back to the 1980s here.
Oh, there wasn't Ollie Pope and Tom Sibley then. I was going to.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, probably unlikely. Well, it's going to be interesting. What are we, 6 overs into this new ball? We've not seen an over of spin, have we?
No. Well,
a single over.
Worcestershires options are fairly limited in that department. Bertie Foreman, of course, was left out of the starting 12. He's on loan from Sussex. He's on as a 12th man, I think, at the moment, but he was a short while ago. Brett D'Oliveira can bowl a bit of spin.
Here we go then. Start of a new over from Karam. Running away from us from this new road end. Over the wicket to Fuller. It might have been a slow ball that Fuller just drives up to the fielder at long off. Long off and long on both back on the boundary. There's a deep backward point. Third on the boundary. Fine leg. Deep forward square leg as well. So a fair few out on the boundary, but the single means a change in the field for Kyle Abbott. We're going to see the fielder go into the slip cordon. And then It's Ethan Brooks that's going to go in at second slip, and the fielder at deep backward square leg comes up, deep forward square leg I should say, and the fielder at the deep cover point boundary. Here is Karam running away from us, bowls one full and down the leg side, and Kyle Abbott can't get anything on it.
So he hasn't quite found his line, Karam, since he's taken the new ball. Several balls down the leg side. So straining for that extra half yard of pace perhaps, just losing it.
Yeah, he's got 0 for 87 from 18.2 overs, shirt untucked. Flashes of his orange boots, the soles of them as he runs away from us, and Abbott's driving nicely, but can't get it past the fielder at mid-off, and there's no run. Just feels like those trees actually that have been blowing in the wind quite a lot throughout the course of the day. They've just settled down a little bit. It's just become a little bit muggy, a little bit humid. Puffy clouds above. Everyone looks to be enjoying themselves though. The cathedral looking lovely to our left-hand side with the greenery around it. The greenery generally as we look from our commentary box, which is at the new road end. A couple of pillars and posts in front of us as Karam is bowling. That one keeps a little low on Kyle Abbott. Digs it out into the onside. Love seeing cricket ground surrounded by greenery. Beautiful.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Beautiful. I'm trying to think. What if we were to be sitting at the other end? What's that view going to be like? What are we
I
in?
have never yet watched a game from the Diglett end of the ground. Usually because I've been in here, if I'm down here, the commentary box. But even on the odd day off, I've usually watched from the Seven side, which is obviously by the hotel over there.
Karam running away from us and into Abbott, who's driving nicely down the ground and for 4. Just a little bit over pitched and he's annoyed with himself as Karam looks to the heavens and gives a little kick of the dirt as well as he walks back to his mark, shaking his head. 2 full, 2 straight for Kyle Abbott, and he may be coming in at number 10, but a very capable batter, and he's driven that beautifully down the ground. Moves on to 8, Hampshire 293 for 8.
Timed it beautifully, didn't he? It's the usual thing of don't try and hit it too hard. He just used the pace of the ball and played through it. It was a lovely, lovely shot.
Faces up once more. A couple of fielders out now on the leg side. Here is Karam. What will his response be? It's a good one. Again, keeps a little low on Kyle Abbott, but he plays with a straight bat and remains with a straight bat for a couple of seconds after making contact with the ball. And it is the end of the over. Decent one that for Hampshire. 293 for 8.
Live cricket here on the BBC Sport app and website, brought to you by BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Solent. I was musing last night after our conversation yesterday about my brief time at Radio Solent. Having to read the shipping forecast, which you had to do as the early sports journalist in those days.
Wow.
And
how did you get on with that?
Okay, yeah, no, I was given a brief training session, and ultimately when it came to it, it was reading out loud. So, but it was just getting your head around the bits. You did sit there thinking, well, you can read the sport. If you make a bit of a muck of that, it's not the end of the world. But shipping forecast is important. First ball, next over, caught behind, and that is the end of Fuller. Well, he went for it off Taylor's opening delivery and got a little nick through to Roderick, and that's 9 wickets down now. And Fuller's gone for a very good 41 from only 31 deliveries. And Hampshire are 293 for 9.
Yep, and that is what you get with James Fuller. I think he will have done his job there for the team. Quick 41 from 32 balls. Managed to do that while the new ball was around as well. And he does walk off rather disconsolately, delighted with himself. A little swish of his bat, but he's done a decent job from getting Hampshire out of this sort of mini hole that they found themselves in.
Tom Taylor now has 4 for 55, so that's eminently respectable figures. And Hampshire's main objective, I would contend now, Robbie, would be to get a 300 in the first instance. They've got 9 wickets down now for 293. Should certainly want to get past 300.
Yep, get themselves a batting bonus point, of which have been extremely difficult to come by for them this season. In fact, they've only managed 11, which is the fewest of any team in Division 1 of the County Championship.
Well, Worcestershire would have been at one point challenging them for that unenviable title earlier in the season, but things have got a bit better in recent times.
Just check what I've said. What did I say there? Yeah, 11. No, I was wrong actually. Hampshire, apologies, correction. It's Worcestershire that are last. They've got 10 batting points.
Got 10. I thought
Hampshire have 11.
Yes.
Well done, Robbie. I've literally written down on my notes batting points Worcestershire 10, and then in brackets 10th for 10th in the table for that, and then Hampshire I've written down points 11, 10th. Good stuff. There we go. There we go.
Now, obviously, Tom Taylor as well will be eyeing up a fiver here.
Against Sonny Baker, the new batter.
It is. The last man in for Hampshire. And Taylor will be thinking, let's see if we can wrap this up as quickly as possible. Charges in now from the Diglet end. Bowls, Baker covers up, does well actually, because it didn't get up that high, that delivery. Debotta's just pushed that out into the leg side. There's no run.
I think there is just a little bit of variable bounce in this pitch. We've seen a couple fly through to Gareth Roderick, and then there was a couple in that previous over from this new road end that kept a little low on Kyle Abbott. One there on Sonny Baker. There's one that Felix Organ tried to duck a short ball, and it ended up sort of going through at stump high.
I think if Kyle Abbott is on strike next over, he'll probably go for it now, I think, won't he? Taylor, past umpire Illingworth, bowls. Oh, that's caught behind, that's the end of it, and it is 5 wickets for Tom Taylor, and Sonny Baker goes without scoring. Hampshire 293 all out, and 5 for 55, Tom Taylor's figures, and he presumably will lead the Worcestershire side off in a few moments' time. But 2 in the over, and there have been times this season when Worcestershire have struggled to knock over the last couple of batsmen. Well, they'll be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, they certainly will. So that is really disappointing from where Hampshire were yesterday. They were 144 without loss, so they've lost their 10 wickets for 149 in the end. Not much resistance coming really from that middle order. You did have some runs for Tom Prest with 54, and then James Fuller with 41, but not too much other than that. Not single figure scores as Tom Taylor leaves them off.
Indeed, of course, as we always say, we'll only really be able to tell just how good, bad or indifferent the conditions are when Worcestershire have had a go on it. And that will be in about 10 minutes time, I would imagine. We will lose a couple of overs presumably for the changeover of innings, which means that there will be 54 overs left in the day, unless they've taken those 2 overs off already.
We'll tell you in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll tell you in 10 minutes time, exactly. At the moment it says 56. We're not quite sure whether they've taken those 2 overs off. There's usually 2 overs they take off between the innings.
Yeah.
So. But, yeah, good performance today with Worcestershire. Came back well. I'm sure, Caddy Ravi was telling me last night the first over today was going to be very important for them, and they picked up 2 wickets in that first hour. Sorry, not the first over. First hour was going to be very important for them, and they picked up 2 wickets in that first hour, and that sort of set the tone, really.
Yep, certainly did. I think they were very, very good for some large parts of that session. There were a couple of bowlers that maybe on occasion didn't get it quite right, but I think generally every one of those bowlers, you look down the bowling card and every one of those bowlers has had a decent spell at least. Shall I run everyone through the batting card quickly? So Hampshire off to a great start after losing the toss yesterday, being put into bat. Half centuries for Joe Weatherly with 62 and Fletcher Middleton with 79, but on an opening stand of 144. Fletcher Middleton the first man to go. He was caught behind, good bit of bowling from Tom Taylor, and then Joe Weatherly departed as well, caught in the slips off Ben Allison. Eddie Jack stuck around for a good 29 from 78 balls as the night watch before being dismissed to Adam Finch. Nick Gubbins went in the second over of the day, bowled by Ben Allison for no score. Tilak Varma also bowled by Tom Taylor for 5. A little bit of resistance from Tom Prest with 54 from 86 balls before he was LBW to Tom Taylor. Ben Brown caught behind for 2. Felix Organ with 3 before he was chopped one on from Matthew Waite. James Fuller then Tom Prest, as I mentioned, LBW to Tom Taylor for 54. James Fuller caught behind for a quick fire 41 from 31 balls, and Sonny Baker gone second ball, which means Hampshire lose their final 10 wickets, or all of their 10 wickets, for 149 runs, 293 all out.
Scores elsewhere, just as we're awaiting. The roller incidentally is on, and they're doing its work in the middle there. The ground staff working hard at remarking the creases. Durham against Surrey. Surrey, of course, top of the table, but not by much ahead of Notts. I think a point or two. Surrey made 322 all out. Durham 153 all out and 97 for 2 second time around. They still trail Surrey by 72 runs there, so a bit of work to be done by the Durham boys if they're going to get themselves out of that one. Essex against Warwickshire. Essex, the small matter of 561 for 5, still going strong. So Warwickshire had some leather chasing in that one by the sound of it. Somerset, very good recovery by them. They were 0 for 2 early on yesterday. They were 438 all out, and Notts in reply 42 for 1. As I mentioned, Notts are second in the table as things stand. And Yorkshire against Sussex, the other game in this division. Sussex made 222 all out. Yorkshire in reply are 163 for 2, which means they trail by 59 runs with 8 wickets remaining.
So then the ground staff are on, doing their little bits and bobs, the heavy rollers going up and down there. I can see the lines being painted as well. They've got the big white stick out, and a couple of other ground staff actually, just to be completely honest, just watching on, not doing too much with their arms folded. Hampshire out warming up. Ben Brown taking some little low one-handed catches. Jimmy Adams with the bowling machine and the bat, creating a sort of slip-catching mechanism, which Joe Weatherly and Tom Prest are getting involved in. The bowlers having a bowl, everyone else stretching their legs, having a little mooch around. And let's take you through the bowling figures for Worcestershire in that first innings. And it was opening the bowling, Graham Shazad, 19 overs, 1 maiden, none for 91. Tom Taylor, 21.3 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 55. Pick of the bowlers. Ben Allison, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 42. Matthew Waite, 13 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Adam Finch, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 38. And Ethan Brooks with 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 18. Who is the happier of the two sides then, Trevor?
I think probably Worcestershire, given that Hampshire were 144 without loss. And they'd surely been going up 400 plus at that point, you would have thought. I think Hampshire will still be a bit sore about having to come out and play that 20-minute spell or whatever it was last night and lost both openers in that time. But as Kadir Ali said, it's the umpire's decision, it's nobody else's. The umpires say it's fit to play, you play. But I think they will be a bit aggrieved about that. And I don't mean it fell apart, it didn't, because there were still some good knocks further down the order. But nonetheless, they lost momentum at that point, didn't they?
Yeah, they certainly did. I think they will take some positives from the fact that they probably back themselves to bowl a little better than Worcestershire did at the start of the innings.
Worcestershire bowled much better today than they did yesterday.
Much better.
No doubt about that at all. Scores in Division 2, just whilst we're at it, and we wait for the resumption of play here. Gloucestershire are playing Middlesex. Middlesex are going very nicely, 336 for 7. Leicestershire, who have a really good season in Division 2, Leicestershire, had a pretty good game so far, and then one against down at Kent. Leicestershire 471 all out. Kent in reply are 87 for 1. It's Lancashire against Glamorgan. Glamorgan made 261, Lancashire 102 for 3 in reply. And Northamptonshire against Derbyshire. Derbyshire made 377 all out. Northants are 126 for 2. As Robbie mentioned earlier on, Hampshire women are in action today. They're playing the Blaze. Hampshire women in their 50 overs did well to get it up to 291 for 7, because I think we mentioned earlier on they were 30 odd for 3 at one point. So 291 for 7 in their 50 overs. The Blaze in reply are 82 for 2. It just moved on, so I was about to give you the score. 82 for 2 after 15.3 overs there. They need 210 runs to win.
And you can, of course, listen to that game as well, live ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. You could do a sort of, you could do a one in one ear, one in the other, couldn't you? Could you do that?
Well, you probably could with 2 separate devices.
Yes, yeah, phone in one, tablet in the other, stick the headphone in one headphone in one ear, one headphone in the other. If you're a true Hampshire fan, you will do it.
What's not to like?
You will. You will.
Who have you got doing that game today then?
We've got Amelia Clark down there. Good old Amelia at Utility Bar. Not too sure who she's joined by, but she'll be. Don't you worry, she'll be She'll be running the very, very safe and secure ship down there.
The last time I went to the Utility Bowl, I was working with Alison Mitchell.
Oh.
One of us has gone on to do great things.
Oh, come on.
No,
Don't be so critical on Ali. She's doing a great job. Come on.
No, it's a lovely venue, actually. I do like it was the Rose Bowl when I was down there. That's how long ago it was.
That's the last time you were there. It was the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, well, normally you see either Dave Bradley goes for us or Frank Watson might go. But for some reason I was down there. I remember stayed in the hotel at the bottom of the roadway that leads up to the Utility Bowl.
Yes.
Holiday Inn, I think, on the right side. Yeah.
It is.
And
other budget hotels
are available, of course.
Well, there's not actually too many around there. Other ones are available, but yes, other than the one that's actually on the ground that's been built since then. But
from experience, that's not that budget. But
well, it depends who you'd ask, I'd say.
Yeah, probably. But
for Kevin James, it would be pennies to Kevin James. Someone with the amount of money he has, goodness gracious.
The umpires are on their way.
They are. Well done, us. We filled that 10 minutes rather nicely. You did, Trevor. Good work. Just to say as well, for those that are maybe tuning our way today and you're wondering where on earth is Kevin James? Well, I'm afraid he's taken the week off. He's over in the States on a little road trip, I believe, led by his daughter. So
Route 66.
He's exactly that. And as I said yesterday, I'm pretty sure that right now he's driving a Cadillac with some cowboy boots on. He's got a cigar in one hand, a non-alcoholic beer in the other, and I'm sure he's pumping a bit of Bruce Springsteen as we talk.
Would be rude not to.
Right then.
And I've got an image of a Cadillac with cowboy boots on. There you go.
It's exactly what I was going for. You're welcome. You're very welcome. So then, there we go. Both sets of players making their way out there. The umpires just doing, I don't know what they're doing, faffing around with the bowling markers, and the opening batters are out there. Jake Libby and Gareth Roderick. And Hampshire in there. Much more, they've got the whites on to Hampshire, and Worcestershire have the creamy whites on. A bit of a contrast.
So, Kyle Abbott's going to open the bowling from the Diglas end. We did have one match years ago, protracted discussions as to where the name Diglas had come from. I'd always assumed it was from the French, as in d'église, of the church.
Oh.
But apparently not necessarily so.
I didn't question it, because... have you got the answer?
No.
Oh, you haven't?
But I was told that wasn't... experts deemed that wasn't necessarily the case. Well, they're going to look for an edge here, certainly, our Hampshire, because they've got 4 slips in. As Abbott's in for the first ball of the innings, and up onto his toes goes Roderick, and just drops it down in front of him. Plenty of encouragement for Kyle Abbott from his teammates as well, there might be.
See, I didn't question it when you mentioned Diglas, because I thought, it'll be a famous Worcestershire cricketer who I should have known the name of. But you don't.
There's an area of Worcester called Diglas, which is well beyond the ground, that end.
Right.
Hence the Diglas end. There's a Diglas Basin where lots of obviously boats are, and hotel down there actually as well. In comes Abbott, bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW. I have to admit, I thought there was a little inside edge there. I thought I heard a click. And it wasn't a full-blooded appeal. But good start by Abbott.
Yep, and he will... very rare you say that it's been a poor start from Kyle Abbott. He's normally on it from ball 1, and Hampshire will be well up for getting stuck into this Worcestershire batting attack in the... What have we got? 42 minutes between now and tea. Wouldn't they love to pick up 1, 2, 3 wickets if they can? Get themselves back ahead in this game. Get a bit more control.
Abbott into ball to Roderick. Roderick drives straight back past him as runs here. He's off the mark. He might get 4 for that. It's racing away. It's a long chase for the fielder who's not going to get there. Lovely shot actually by Roderick. Not sure he timed it perfectly, but he certainly got enough behind it. It was a good straight drive, and it runs away to the boundary rope at that Diglas end of the ground. And Worcestershire are off the mark, therefore without loss.
Yeah, well, Kyle Abbott is going to pitch the ball up with those 4 slips in place. That one just a fraction too full. But he won't mind that. Definitely rather be on the fuller side of things than the shorter, I would imagine.
So how will Kyle Abbott respond? He's into ball to Roderick, who is forward and just drops it down into the onside. There's no run.
I think as we're finding out more and more with this Kookaburra ball, just just for the start, while it is doing just a tiny weeny bit. You want to make sure that you are pitching that ball up, and then when it does get a little softer and when that lacquer does wear off, you can then, on this pitch we've seen maybe just on a length or slightly back of a length, you can try and extract some of that variable bounce, but not for now.
Abbott's in bowls. That's played away. Oh, past the man at mid-wicket. That's 4 more. That's going to race away across the square. No one's going to pull that back. And timed that very nicely, did Gareth Roderick. He didn't quite get all of the first one, he got all of that one. And it's a long chase over towards that little tractor that's just beyond the boundary rope there to retrieve the ball.
After saying that we rarely say that Kyle Abbott isn't on it from the start, he has served up a couple of relatively juicy half volleys, the one that was driven down the ground and then the one clipped off Gareth Roderick's legs.
8 without loss then in this, the first over, in reply to Hampshire's 293 all out. Abbott has to stop his run because Roderick pulls out, raises his hand in acknowledgement whether he had an insect flying round his head. He seems to be sweeping something off the wicket there, but either something distracted him, and Kyle Abbott has to head back to his mark to try again. This should be the last delivery of the first over of the Worcestershire reply. Abbott's in, bowls, Roderick leaves alone. A late swing there as well, I think, probably, and it's taken by Ben Brown. End of the first over then. Worcestershire, in reply to Hampshire's 293 all out, are 8 without loss. All 8 of those to Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, and Kyle Abbott has had a little bit of a rest these last few days, because when Hampshire played Nottinghamshire last week in that second Nottinghamshire innings, because everyone knew it was going to go to a draw, they were able to not bowl Kyle Abbott and also not bowl Eddie Jack either, just to give them an extra day off. And of course they had the day yesterday as well, so I think Kyle Abbott or Eddie Jack will have actually had a bowl since maybe last Wednesday, so they might have had a full week here to rest and recover at a pretty busy part of the season. Kyle Abbott will get a little bit of a break. I don't imagine he'll play in the one-day cup games. Eddie Jack probably will. And it is going to be Eddie Jack to kick us off from the New Road end. Running away from us. 3 slips in place, and they crouch down now, and he bowls, and there's a little leading edge there from Jake Libby in the air. Goes towards where a square leg wicket fielder would have been, but it was Sonny Baker that was at mid-wicket, so he had to run around to his right. Was never going to get to that. They'll come back for a couple. Jake Libby moves on to 2.
Tell me,
without loss.
Sorry to interrupt, has Eddie Jack got something around his left ankle? It looks like an ankle support.
I think he's got those, yeah. I think that we see on a lot of those fast bowlers, those sort of, Stuart Broad often used to wear one, the sort of black ankle supports. And
that's a fairly regular thing. It's not like he's picked up an injury now as well.
No. It's just his trouser, much like Stuart Broad's used to, just gets a little caught, so it's exposed. And up on his toes is Libby, pushing this into the onside, no run. I think it's just a classic tool fast, but I can't imagine they do much. I remember seeing Andy Murray at Wimbledon. Remember, he always used to wear those ankle supports, and I always thought that if anything, do they not make it sort of more tetchy for your leg? Because if it's held in place, and then your leg wants to go one way and it's being held in place by this other ankle support, surely that causes problems as well. But I am not remotely qualified to talk about it.
That's why I didn't say anything either.
No, good. Here is Jack over the wicket. Bowls and beats him outside the off stump. It's a good one from Eddie Jack, taken by Ben Brown.
That really was a good delivery. Yeah, Jake.
Good length.
Jake Libby almost acknowledged as much, really, as it went past him.
So the 2 batters out there. Gareth Roderick has the long sleeve top on. Slightly taller of the 2 batters. Number 9 on his back. He's just leaning on his bat at the moment, and Jake Libby is the man on strike. Short sleeve shirt, number 2 on his back. He's got a wristband on his left arm. It's the arm that is facing Eddie Jack, who's running towards him now. Passes the umpire and bowls, and that's down the leg side. Gets nothing on it. It's taken by Ben Brown.
Very important phase. I mean, there's never an unimportant phase, is there? But for Worcestershire to get through to tea now, they will be desperately hoping these two can still be together at tea, because they will have given themselves something of a platform then.
Yeah, they found themselves 24 hours ago, Worcestershire, in a rather precarious position, but they've clawed it back very well in this game that is crucial for them to try and stay in Division 1. As things stand, they are rock bottom of the table. Here is Eddie Jack. Bowls, wraps him on the pads, and That was half a thought of an appeal, but I think he must have got a bat on it.
A little inside edge, I think, into the pad. But it wasn't. Once again, they didn't go through with the appeal, did they? Really?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything, but imagine that's why. As for Hampshire, a reminder as well, they're looking to try and avoid a 4th straight draw, and while they're not, I'd say that probably too many people would have them as one of the sides to go down this year, they're not giving themselves a particularly stress-free September as things stand. Only won a couple of games all year. Here is Eddie Jack bowling to Libby, who's forward, gets a thick outside edge, and it runs down to James Fuller in the floppy hat at the far side of the ground. He'll field, they'll come through for a single, 2 overs gone, and Worcestershire are 11 without loss. So Hampshire at the moment, as things stand, they are 6th in the county championship. Got 117 points. Worcestershire 10th with 78 points. And after this round, there will be just the 3 to go in September with the Duke's Ball.
And the potential for weather issues, of course, in September, really.
Yes.
Oh, having said that, we sometimes get a glorious September, but on the balance of averages, given we've had a glorious summer so far, you would imagine we're going to get a bit of weather somewhere. Kyle Abbott, Digler's End, in to bowl to Jake Libby. Libby's forward, solidly, plays it back to the bowler, there's no run. 11 without loss here, Worcestershire.
Don't be so pessimistic. No, you're talking about there's going to be a lovely September.
Well, I hope it is.
I
I hope it is. I mean, usually, given the football season starts this weekend, it's usually baking hot on the opening day of the football season.
Is it this weekend it starts, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Certainly the Football League. The non-league starts the following weekend. Abbott's in, bowls, off an edge, it drops just short of the slip cordon, and in the end is well fielded by Tom Prest, who it was never a chance, it dropped well short of the slip cordon, but a bit of encouragement there for Abbott, found the outside edge.
Now, I think is he the marketing manager? Is it Joe, the marketing manager at Worcestershire? He's just walked up to the press area just in front of our commentary box with a couple of bottles of wine.
Good man.
I don't know what he's... Well, now he sort of walked off. He sort of walked up with them. They were wrapped up as if they may be gifts, but I don't know if he was gifting them or had he been gifted them.
Next delivery from Abbott, it's played into the offside, there's no run. We could have an unusual stoppage for play here in a moment because it's an inflatable balloon, the number 8, that is flying across the ground. It's well above the batsman's eye line, so maybe we're not going to have a stoppage in play. That would be one of the more unusual reasons for stopping play.
Oh dear. There's a very, very unhappy 8-year-old right now, isn't there?
Yeah, it's gaining altitude and heading out towards the cathedral.
Oh, don't get caught on the spire of the cathedral.
Abbott moves in to bowl to Libby, and there's no run. Do you remember once here we had Sunshine stop play?
Oh.
Because as you can see, the white sheet on the Digler's end of the ground there, the strip was much more towards the pavilion. It was over the gap between the two stands, and the sun was just reflecting off it at the wrong angle, and the batsman couldn't see, so we had to have a 20-minute delay until the sun moved round, because there was no way they could play. Even here it was difficult to see what was going on. Abbott pounds in, bowls, forward comes Libby, and there's no run.
Oh, cricket. Doesn't help itself sometimes, does it?
No, it's if you follow That So Village on on Twitter, some of the things are absolutely brilliant. Reasons for horses charging around the outfield at village matches. And we once, a game I was playing in at Colwall Cricket Club, we wrote in the scorebook, Lancaster Bombers stop play.
That's a good one. Now that's fair enough.
In comes Abbott and bowls, and Libby pushes it at the offside. We'll take a cheeky single here, it's pushed just the extra cover area, and they're through comfortably in the end. Nick Gubbins fields. I was keeping wicket that day, which I didn't do very often, and as our bowler was running in, I stood up and he stopped as if to say, what on earth's the matter? And I pointed behind him and the Lancaster Bomber was swooping in over the ground.
Wow.
I will leave you with that thought, because Mel's going to come in alongside you, and with Worcestershire on 12 without loss, Robbie James will pick things up.
What a thought to leave us with. That's good stuff from Trevor Owens. Just drop in the big bomber and then leave. I understood. Interesting in that last over from Kyle Abbott. A couple of deliveries just showing that variable bounce and carry. There was the one that was edged from Gareth Roderick, well in front of the slip cordon, and then I think 2 balls later, one that he left outside the off stump, and it was taken around about shoulder height from Ben Brown. Here's Eddie Jack running away from us and bowls, and half of a shout for an LBW, but the ball is trickling down to the fine leg boundary off the pads off Jake Libby, and he will not pick up 4, but Worcestershire will, in the form of your friend and mine, leg buys, Mel Farrell.
You sound like you've been learning more things, Robbie.
Do I?
Yeah.
I haven't been.
Really?
Not really. Well, no.
So it's time.
There is always time. There is always. Every day, and every hour of every day, and every minute of every hour is a school hour minute day.
I'm going to think about that.
It's a bit hot. The sun's getting to me. Eddie Jack bowling to Jake Libby, who's just on the back foot, defending that one to mid-on. 16 without a loss. Where have you been off to? You've been wandering around left and right. I've seen you walking about. Where have you been?
Yeah, I just went for a wander. I've been chatting to a few Worcestershire fans, which is very nice. Finding out stuff. Everyone wants to know where I've been covering cricket.
Yes. You didn't see Joe with his couple of bottles of wine, did you?
What?
I think he's the marketing manager here at Worcestershire. I should know, but lovely man. I think he's been wandering around with a couple of bottles of wine. I don't know if he's taken the afternoon off, or is he gifting them for someone, as Libby's going to get a couple of runs here into the onside between Kyle Abbott and James Fuller. It is Kyle Abbott that gives chase, and they do come back for a couple just to our right-hand side. Worcestershire 18 without loss.
I don't think Joe ever takes a day off. He does about 5 different jobs on any given day. So I'm sure that there is a purpose for those bottles of wine. But, no, I didn't see him. No, been off for a bit of a wander, keeping an eye on things as I've gone around.
Jake Libby crouches down, 3 slips behind him, a weight, and he's on the back foot and gets the thick outside edge to point. Is it hot?
It is hot, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. It's, well, I say that. It's a nice summer's day. But I tell you, every time I see Eddie Jack, he looks like he's grown another ½ centimetre. Like each time I look at him, he's going to be as tall as the cathedral by the time this game finishes.
Wow.
He's a strapping lad, isn't he? Still just 19 years of age.
Shirt untucked. 91 on his back as he runs into that breeze, and that's a juicy half volley on the pads of Jake Libby, and he shows great elegance in clipping that into the leg side and towards the hospitality tents to our right-hand side for 4, and he will move on to 10. Worcestershire 22 without loss, and Felix Organ goes and retrieves that one from underneath the chestnut tree. He's got his floppy hat on. It's great, actually. This looks like a sort of farmer just standing underneath that chestnut tree with the floppy hat.
Is that one of the chestnut trees that produces conkers?
No idea. Obviously, I don't know that, as Libby is pushing this into the onside and there's no run. And you knew that I would have absolutely no idea. 4 overs gone, Worcestershire 22 without loss. I don't know. Ask Trevor will know.
I don't think it is, because I think isn't it the horse chestnuts that produce conkers, and the slightly different shape to that tree. I might be wrong. I'm sure someone out there will tell us. Right, good start from Roderick and Libby. Libby is the highest run scorer for Worcestershire this season, 727 before this match, which makes it 737 with the 10 he has put on today. But with a high score of 228 not out, that does help somewhat. As I've just managed to miss that first delivery from Kyle Abbott. That was very poor of me.
Clipped into the onside, no
Thank
run.
you. Right.
All good.
I was just checking up on Jake Libby. Apologies there. Kyle Abbott running in from the digless end over the wicket. Oh, that's in the air, but in the gap. It was going to go for 4. Yeah, it was just in that gap between gully and backward point. It was in the air for quite some time as well, so a little bit streaky for Roderick, but he gets the 4 runs. I don't know if Kyle Abbott might not mind seeing that, though, because he's drawn a thick edge. Of course, he's just been overtaken
today as the highest wicket taker in Division 1 by Tom Taylor with that 5-wicket haul.
Oh,
Tom Taylor's
good
now on
stuff.
42 as Abbott is in. And Roderick gets on top of that one, plays it into short mid-wicket, no run.
That's brilliant stat, of course. So we've got number 1 versus number 2 in the bowling stats.
We have. So I was just checking those county championship sort of tallies for the year, because I thought it must be pretty close between Taylor and Abbott, and it is just 1 wicket separating them. So every chance Kyle Abbott goes back to number 1 in this innings. He's in now over the wicket. A little bit of a lightsaber swipe from Roderick as he leaves that ball.
Kyle Abbott has the slightly lower average. Tom Taylor's is 23.8, 19.9 for Kyle Abbott.
It's been a fantastic addition to the county championship since he decided that England was where his future lay, or lie? Lay, I think.
Lay, yeah.
Made Hampshire his home. Very, very much a part of the landscape there. He's been such a great servant for them. Of course, used to have a great bowling partnership with Muhammad Abbas before he moved north. Well, you're not missing any cricket at the moment because we've got some kind of an issue with the sight screen.
I think it's that there's a red something or another right at the very top. It's not near any people, so it's not being placed there because there's not any people standing at the top or sitting at the top. But I don't know what it is. It's almost like something's been caught on it.
Well,
material.
I think it's been there. I think maybe just because it's bright and sunny now, it's more noticeable. As Abbott is in, bowls, and boy, that is rapid. And Roderick shoulders arms to one that whips through.
But it's still there, so Gareth Roderick obviously isn't that concerned. No one's going to retrieve it. I think that's what it is. There's 2 bits of red material or something that are sort of caught on the top of that stand.
I do just wonder if it is because it's just got so much brighter now that the red is just standing out a lot more than it was earlier. As Abbott is in, bowls again. Roderick shoulders arms. That finishes off the over from Abbott, and it is 26 for none now for Worcestershire, with Roderick now on 12 and Libby on 10. So it's a steady little start for Worcestershire.
Yeah, wouldn't they be delighted to get through to the tea interval 23 minutes from now and be none down? That would have absolutely have nailed that second session as well after the morning.
It's definitely been Worcestershire's day here on day 2 at New Road.
Eddie Jack into his 3rd over, running away from us to bowl to Jake Libby, and Libby's up on his tiptoes and defending into the offside, no run. Lovely, lovely view we've got now, the puffy clouds and blue sky above that cathedral to our left. And the breeze has maybe just got up a little more in the last few minutes. Those trees in front of the cathedral just looking a little bit more active. A few spectators just making their way around, maybe going to find a cup of tea or maybe something colder. Or that's what I was going for, an ice cream. Libby on the back foot steers this to the fielder at point, no run. It is, yeah, we're not far off. I haven't seen an ice cream van here, have we?
I don't know. I don't know if there are ice creams over the other side, but it's now that kind of day, isn't it? Sort of day that you wouldn't mind an ice cream, a little gelato.
Oh yeah, very good. Maybe we'll do a tea run. Run for an ice cream at tea. Eddie Jack running away from us. Bowling to Libby, is on his toes again, and he pushes that one up to Kyle Abbott, who takes a couple of steps forward and then picks up the nearly stationary ball, gives a little rub on the bottom of his shirt, flings it back to Eddie Jack.
And how good is that for Eddie Jack to be able to bowl in tandem with Kyle Abbott, have him there, someone of his incredible experience.
Yeah, a big old learning season for Eddie Jack. It does feel like the Eddie Jack season so far as he bowls that one outside the off stump. And lets it go, does Jake Libby. Yeah, brilliant experience for him. Pick his brains. And Kyle Abbott is one of those people as well. Kyle Abbott would chat to anyone and he'll give some solid advice.
38 years of age now, but still the age of 38, right up there at the top of the wicket-taking stats. He's a terrific bowler.
He's got his hands on his hips at the moment, does Kyle Abbott, right in front of us. 87 on his back, sunglasses on. Eddie Jack is the bowler this time round, though, and that's a beautiful bit of field. No, it's not. It's gone through Fletcher Middleton. At point, that's gone to the boundary down by the cathedral for 4. I thought Fletcher Middleton had done a brilliant bit of work there at point, stopping that.
He did do a brilliantly athletic bit of work.
He did.
It was just he didn't quite stop the ball, but it looked fantastic.
It was the crowd that did me there, because he did the dive and then I heard the applause, and I thought the applause was because he'd stopped it, but it was obviously because it was going to the boundary for 4 instead. So Jake Libby moves on to 14. Worcestershire 30 without loss. Going well here at New Road.
Even though there is the new ball, I mean, it does feel and look like the best batting conditions we've had.
Sun is out, and Jake Libby gets a full bunger from Eddie Jack. I think he was expecting that, and therefore he sort of gets a thick inside edge that just trickles into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 6 gone. Very few alarms really for Worcestershire so far in their reply to Hampshire earlier on in the day. Bowled out for, it's just gone from my screen, 293. There we go, got there in the end.
Have you got something funny in your ear, by the way?
Oh, I do. I've got someone typing again.
Yes.
Would you like me to get? I'll let Trevor know. So we've got someone's walked into a room and they're typing and we can hear it. Let me go investigate.
Here's Kyle Abbott. First ball is full right up in the block hole, but Roderick is forward in defence. Run. As, Kyle Abbott makes his way back, and I'm glad Robbie has gone to fix that, because I suddenly had someone talking in my ear. Oh, and they're still there. Someone's doing entertainment headlines as Kyle Abbott runs in. That ball was nipping back in, but it was left alone by Roderick.
Just think of the information we could potentially leak. Imagine if there was an embargo. So currently there's someone obviously is in a studio in one of the BBC studios, and they're connected to where we are, and therefore we can hear everything that's going on in that studio. So it's just typing away, doing their entertainment news. He's going again. He's going again.
Oh, I'm going one ear at the moment.
Yeah, good idea.
Because it's rather distracting as Abbott is in. Oh, and he was reaching for that a bit, Roderick, but he's got a thick inside edge and was run through to the other end. And as the ball's fielded, Roderick's just fallen over and ended up on his back. I think maybe did he just slip as he got to the non-striker's end. Anyway, the end result is a single.
I think our friend has gone. So I had a word with Trevor, who's made a couple of calls, he knows a couple of people, and I suddenly heard the person, whoever they were, hi to you, big shout out, just go, what's wrong? And he's gone.
Here's Abbott in bowls as full, and it's driven nicely to backward point, but no further by Libby. So, as you can imagine, early on with Abbott bowling, you've got 4 slips in. Looking for that early breakthrough, but it's been just a steady start. Early days. It does look like it's a best batting conditions we've seen so far, but at times during this match, it's when you've thought, okay, this is a time when it's more dangerous, it's not been, and vice versa. Abbott is in, and that one's shot through a bit low, and you can hear the oh from the slips fielders. That's because it was left, but I don't think it's missed the stumps by much, and it did shoot through low.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of variable bounce, certainly from that Diglis end, a bit from the New Road end as well. One of those slip fielders, by the way, is James Fuller with the floppy hat on, and he is going through a few warm-ups. So I wonder whether or not we're going to see a fairly early change in bowling here for Hampshire, because they will know 15 minutes to go till tea. Definitely want 1 wicket if they can. 2 would be good.
Libby waits as in comes Abbott. He's up on his toes, works that up towards mid-off, and that will finish off the over. 31 for none. Roderick on 13, Libby on 14. Are we going to get a change in the bowling?
I think we are, yeah.
Yep.
I don't think Eddie Jack bowled badly at all. He bowled 3 overs for 13, but you can see why Ben Brown would probably be quite keen to try and keep things moving and try James Fuller and just see. I wonder whether or not a little bit of extra pace from James Fuller may extract a bit more from this surface as well.
Well, if he's as aggressive with the ball as he was with the bat, this might be a lot of fun.
This will be a lot of fun, yeah, absolutely. And James Fuller's taken his cap off to reveal, I think he's had a haircut. Look, rather fetching.
Is it different? It's almost a little bit of a short bowl cut.
Yeah, it's coming down by his fringe quite a bit. Anyway, here he is to bowl his first ball of the game over the wicket to Jake Libby, and he bowls a short wide one. Jake Libby tries to sort of pull it, takes 1 foot off the ground and ends up, or cut it I should say, and just sort of wafts it to Nick Gubbins at mid-off. You said it'd be exciting.
Well, he almost performed a full jeté there.
A what?
A jeté.
Oh.
It's a ballet move where they do the big
Yes.
leap with their...
Oh, yes. Yep, know what you
forward
mean.
leap with their almost the scissor legs in the air.
Yes. I generally do that on Thursdays. James Fuller, what's going to happen here? Will it be short wide again? Bowling over the wicket? No. Much better line and length that. And forward is Roderick in defence. Yeah, it's interesting. I saw James Fuller a couple of days ago at the hotel, and I didn't notice this haircut. I don't know if it's just because he may have had his cap on, but the hair was sort of, instead of pushing your hair back and then putting the cap on, it's almost like he's had his hair pushed forward and then had the cap on. So it's sort of, yeah, it does look a bit like a sort of a bowl cut from where we are. Long old run up he's got as well. He starts it just by the advertising matting at the end of at both ends of the ground. He's running away from us now and bowls. That is short wide, and again Roderick tries to cut that but just doesn't really have any control on the shot, and it trickles into the offside and there's no run. What's our umpire doing at the moment at this end? We've got umpire Shanmugam at the moment. It looks like he had a song in his head there. He was sort of walking around with both arms, just sort of doing a little bit of a very, very gentle dance.
Oh, we've had jetés, and we've got like another little song and dancing. It's just Cricket the Musical at New Road.
Creativity in the air. Here is Fuller, and past the umpire, and on his tiptoes is Roderick. Steers that to the fielder at point.
So, getting these balls outside the off stump and just not being able to put them away. It's just got fielder at cover point, cutting off a lot of these. And one sort of at almost a short mid-off.
Fielder goes back on the deep square leg boundary now as well to our right hand side. So will this be short from Fuller? He's in now, bowls, and it is back of a length, but it's just defended into the offside from Roderick. No run. I just wonder what Fuller's going to go for here. Is it going to be a short ball strategy already?
It's been a bit of a mixed bag.
It has. He's not bowled one ball the same length, has he?
No. But has been effective. They haven't scored off him yet.
He said he's one of those cricketers, James Fuller. Ball or bat, anything could happen. Could be brilliant, could be awful. And in recent years, it's been brilliant more often than it's been awful. And it won't be a maiden because Roderick just steers this one into the onside, and Kyle Abbott will run around to his right, do the fielding. End of the over. 8 gone here, and Worcestershire 32 without loss. Roderick has 14. Libby has 14.
So they have managed to go at 4 and over early on. So it's a healthy scoring rate.
much like Hampshire did yesterday.
Yes.
Fours.
It has been a bit deja vu all over again.
Yeah.
Time the new ball, just a little bit easier to score from. Certainly what Hampshire found when they were batting. As Abbott starts a new over, a full ball driven, no further than extra cover. It's a dot ball.
Will be really interesting to see how. I'd probably say Hampshire have a bit more pace in their attack than Worcestershire, with the likes of James Fuller and Sonny Baker as well. Be interesting to see what they're able to extract from this pitch with just a little bit more pace, trying to bang the ball in.
4 slips as Abbott is in. Just a firm defensive prod from Roderick. Sends the ball up to mid-off. No run.
I just wonder if we're going to, at some point, well, maybe even before tea, just for an over or so, we might see Sonny Baker from that far end, that digless end, just to see whether or not with a bit more pace. And if you think there's a couple of deliveries that are keeping low each over, and then one that's gathering a little bit of momentum off the surface and going through to the keeper, that could be quite the handful with Sonny Baker pushing 90 miles an hour on occasion.
Roderick on strike as Abbott is in. Oh, and he was reaching for that one well in front of his body as he went to drive defensively. Abbott does the fielding himself. And I am wondering if definitely Rad has said that tea would be taken at 4.
Yeah.
But it's also saying there are 46 overs remaining in the day.
I think we'll be fixed tea time though, just because it is revised timings. So I think it's a fixed tea time of 4. If not, we'll be taking it about 5:30.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. Does that just mean they're going to play as long as they can? Here comes Abbott in, full ball, but Roderick gets behind it, plays it up to mid-on. Does that mean they'll just play until light allows?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I think it will just have a very long evening session. Yeah, so what we're going to maybe get in another 3 between now and 4 o'clock, so that'll take us to 43 overs remaining. 43 overs from 20 past 4. Oof. Tuck into that.
That's a fair amount, got to say. Here comes Abbott. Bowls, defended nicely from Roderick. Back up to mid-off, no rump.
Did have that last week. A couple of 7 o'clockers. We had a 7:05. I think we had a 7 o'clock last week as well. If you lose time on day 1, that does make the next 3 days pretty long, especially those evening sessions. No real heat though for Hampshire to worry about, and they have had a decent break as well in terms of the bowlers. Like I mentioned, Kyle Abbott, Eddie Jack not bowling in that second innings against Notts.
Abbott to Roderick. He just squirts this off in front of point, and they manage to scurry through for a single to finish the over. Takes them to 33 for none. Roderick on to 15. Libby 1 run behind him off on 14. So 45 overs remaining. 15:52 on the clock. So get another couple of overs in.
It's going to be high expectations on today's tea interval, weren't there, Mel? After yesterday.
I know what's there.
Oh.
They've already brought it. Well, it's chocolate muffins.
Oh, it's not good. It's not what you had yesterday, which I think I can pretty much quote. You said is the best tea you've ever had at a cricket ground. As Fuller begins a new over and Roddick's defending into the offside.
Well, I don't really like cake.
No.
And it wasn't cake. It was kind of a chocolate brownie, but with fresh, kind of tart and juicy raspberries scattered on top.
That's great.
Along with kind of pepitas.
What?
Pepitas, sort of pumpkin seeds.
Oh. Why don't you just call them pumpkin seeds?
Because they're also called pepitas.
Are they? Is that an Australian thing? Or is that
No.
something, again, I should have just known?
It's a Spanish thing, isn't it?
Oh, here's Fuller in bowls, and that's full and on the pads of Roderick, and he just clips that one out to Eddie Jack, who's doing the fielding just in front of the ladies' pavilion. That's going to get busy in the next few moments or so with the very famous afternoon teas, I'm told, that are served in there.
Absolutely. I just do feel that this is, you're going to come away from this trip, just feeling like you've learned and gained so much. You've grown as a person.
No, but I told you this, Mel. It goes in one ear and out the other. It won't be tomorrow. You're not around for the next couple of days, so I've got all that time to just forget. I'm going to forget it by the time I'm heading back down the M1 on Friday, as this one's clipped into the onside, and I'll come through for a quick single. Kyle Abbott fields, and Worcestershire may get on to 35. I don't think it's the M1. Don't.
I was going to say the M1 is on the other side of the country.
Is it?
Isn't it the M5?
Yeah, maybe. Well, I didn't drive. I didn't drive
M42.
from. Oh yeah, it's the M5.
M5, M42. I didn't even drive over here, but I know that.
M5, M4 it'll probably be. Yeah, okay, yeah, my bad.
M1 goes up to sort of Leeds.
Yes, it does.
From London.
I don't know. Anyway, Fuller over the wicket and punching this into the offside is Roderick. Nice little bit of fielding from Nick Gubbins, diving away to his left-hand side to prevent the single.
But if you want to take the scenic route, head off that way.
Well, yeah. I didn't the scenic route as the M1.
I don't think it's well.
No.
Unless you like seeing motorways.
Traffic. Yeah. No, not really my thing. It's a lovely part of the world to drive around, actually.
I used to drive a lot up and down the motorways. I used to be able to name every single services in order on the M1.
Just a barrel of laughs as Roderick steering this one again to Nick Gubbins. But they will come through for a single this time. And they move on to 36 without loss.
To be fair, I used to be able to do the same on like the M42, M5, M6.
Yeah, I am with you. I take the mick, but service stations are when you do this job, you know what a good and a bad service station are.
Yeah, I remember Hilton Park services. I used to stop there a lot, and northbound Sue and southbound Louise used to give me extra coffee loyalty stamps.
Into Libby, he's going to get a single into the onside to end the over. 10 gone, Worcestershire 37 without loss. So they were called Sue and who?
Northbound Sue.
Northbound Sue.
And southbound Louise.
Southbound Louise. And they were always there when you were...
Yeah.
Wow.
And they'd always give me an extra couple of stamps on my coffee loyalty card so that I'd get a free coffee sooner.
Oh, wow. What lovely people.
Them.
Shout out Louise, shout out Sue. Do you reckon they're listening with the cricket fans?
No.
Can you find out?
This is before my cricket days. This was early on when I came over, and up and down the motorways.
Wow.
Northbound Sue and southbound Louise. I wonder if they are still
At
there.
which service station?
Hilton Park.
Hilton Park.
Here's Kyle Abbott. See him bowling to Libby, and that's almost rolled back onto his stumps. He's rather lucky there. That ball just dribbling in. He went searching around for the ball to make sure he knew where it was and that it wasn't going onto his stumps. And now he's just gone down to point out the spot where that ball is pitched and maybe misbehaved. If there's anyone who is going to find any variable bounce and exploit it, one suspects it would be Kyle Abbott. See, starts his run up once more. Libby crouches and waits as Abbott bowls. This time he's able to just press this one into the offside. They'll take a single. Takes the score to 38 for none.
Yeah, probing start to the over from Kyle Abbott. They've run well between the wickets, these two. Pinched a few singles actually in the ring. Kept that scoreboard ticking over. 38 now without loss.
And what Hampshire haven't done early on is they haven't really given away a lot of four balls, which is what we saw Worcestershire do with the new ball. They've had to work pretty hard for these runs.
Yeah.
They're just losing one slip now. James Fuller has gone out a fourth slip, and he's now going into the covers. Just to close up a little gap there as Abbott is in. Bowls, and that's left alone, but that's come back in. As Roderick shoulders arms and goes for a little walk to square leg.
There are obvious multiple benefits from running between the wickets well, but you see what they've done there by taking a few singles. It means that Hampshire have had to, just to stop them picking up so many quick singles, had to put James Fuller in the covers, like you said, which means now there's one less slip, so you never know if there's an edge, and goes where James Fuller would have been.
Here's Abbott over the wicket.
defended firmly up to mid-off. They have got a backward point in there as well, but there is a decent gap now between that third slip.
Still is
backward
ultimately
point.
manipulating the field, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
One less wicket-taking opportunity, really, for Hampshire with a cover instead of a fourth slip.
I always think that's a little bit of a moral victory for the for the batter.
You know what you're doing with that, don't you? Because I remember you had a go at the moral victories last night.
Here comes Abbott, and that next ball is just defended up to mid-off. Well, do you know what? It's
Took
because
up about 20 minutes of us having our curry, you talking about the moral victory situation.
yeah, so that's always brought up as a stick to beat England with, right? But I actually feel a bit sorry for Harry Brook because when
So what's the context here for people who haven't heard it?
Anyway, it was after the Ashes series over here in 2023, after that rain-affected draw at Old Trafford, where England were well and truly on top in that game. So Abbott is in over the wicket, it's just pushed back up past Abbott to mid-on, and they won't take a run there. That is 38 for none, and that is also going to be tea. So Worcestershire not losing a wicket before they go in for tea, and both Roderick and Libby are on 17, and I'll be pretty happy with that. Yes, so just my point, and I'll go quickly say this before we break. Harry Brook was asked in a press conference after that draw, where England very much on top, did he feel like it was a bit of a moral victory? And he said, yeah, I suppose it was. Now, I'm quite sure that Harry Brook has never really thought much about what moral victory means. But then it's kind of been taken by people as if England was saying that they were morally superior.
Yeah.
They were the moral victors. And in sport, when you talk about a moral victory, in cricket, we talk about things like that. Oh, the batter has forced them to change a fielding position.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a moral victory. It doesn't mean they've actually won, but it means they have got something positive out of that. It might be the same when a bowler bowls and a batter edges, it goes for 4 runs, but you think, well, it's actually a bit of a moral victory there for the bowler because he's in it there, he's got him driving, he's got him edging. So I feel a bit for Harry Brook because I think it was taken out of context. It was taken to mean something that it usually doesn't when you're talking about sport. And of course, it's just run with by particularly the Australian media. So there you go. That's my take on moral victories in sport.
I think that's you should do a TED talk on that. It's good stuff. It's a very good point. Well made, Mel Farrell. Good stuff. Right, that is us then for the next. What do we got? 15 minutes or so until we'll get the evening session underway. The ground staff making their way out in the tractor once more to go and do some dusting and repainting of lines and whatnot. The sun's out, everyone's having a little mull around. Good session that once again for Worcestershire, cementing themselves, as I'd say, ahead in this game. 38 without loss, trailing Hampshire by 255. Just very quickly for Hampshire fans as well, an update on Hampshire women who are in One Day Cup action at Utility Bowl, taking on the Blaze. Top 2 in that competition going head to head. Hampshire 291 for 7 from their 50 overs, and the Blaze in reply in the 30th over 137 for 4, so 155 more to win from 20 overs. We will be back in around about 15 minutes time or so for the evening session here at New Road.
to New Road for what is promising to be a very long evening session here. Day 2 of Worcestershire against Hampshire. Trevor Owens with you, also Mel Farrell. Just the 43 overs then, Mel, to get through between now and the close.
Is that all? It is going to be a long session, isn't it? We might still be here in 3 hours' time.
Icon, that works better. Yeah, we could. Well, it's going to be a long one, certainly. And where are we now? 20 past. Yeah, we could easily be in 3 hours' time, actually.
Yeah.
But hey-ho.
Hey-ho.
There are worse ways of spending time.
Yeah, exactly. It is really quite muggy. Look, it's a little bit cooler outside with the breeze. When I went outside, and you can see the trouser legs flapping and the shirts as well of the players as they retake the field. But in our commentary box, it's rather warm. And I say that as an Australian who rarely complains about being hot over here.
It's on the humid side, certainly. Jake Libby's on strike.
And it's James Fuller coming into bowl over the wicket. First ball's wide of off stump, and he has a little flash at that one, does Libby. It doesn't connect, and there was a little half shout from the slips cordon, as if to suggest maybe he'd feathered it, but I think he didn't get anything on that.
Now, this being one of the older commentary boxes on the circuit, air conditioning doesn't really come into play here.
No, there's a few of those sort of louvered windows above us as Fuller runs in, bowls. It's Libby shoulders arms this time. But yeah, I don't think much fresh air comes through those.
There is a fan next door that might be pressed into service should the need arise. But the game itself, intriguingly poised, really. Hampshire 293 all out, having been 144 without loss. Worcestershire 38 without loss in reply. It's been a good start by Worcestershire, actually.
It has been a good start. We did see Hampshire start well when they batted first early in their innings, as Fuller is in, full ball, clipped away through mid-wicket. There is a sweep up running around to ensure that the boundary is denied. It's Eddie Jack. They just make do with the single to Libby. Yes, it's been a funny one, but I mean, I think it's actually been a good contest, a refreshing contest to see the ball dominating the bat through large sessions, probably except for that opening partnership that we saw for Hampshire yielded 144 runs. And since then, it's been a very interesting contest. This Fuller runs past the umpire, bowls. Roderick now happy to shoulder arms and let that one go by.
And part of that, possibly, as Kadir Ali said last night, was that Worcestershire didn't actually bowl that well in that phase of the game either. I mean, that's taking nothing away from Weatherly and Middleton, both of them batting very well. But the pressure was off slightly for phases of that, I would have thought.
And it's interesting because the Kookaburra ball has been, well, let's say, there hasn't been a lot of love for it. This is the final round, of course, being played with the Kookaburra ball as Fuller is in, bowls, and Roderick is on his toes defending that one, and Fuller picks it up himself. But it's been a pitch that has offered something. It's offered some nip, something for the seamers.
Yes, I think, well, let's just say I hope there's more love for the Kookaburra than the Kookaburra ball, because otherwise it'd probably be extinct.
Oh. I grew up in the country where we often woken up by kookaburras in the morning as Fuller is in. Oh, and that's a play and a miss, and hands on heads and hands on hips. It was a genuine prod from Roderick, and the ball's gone past the outside edge of his bat. Good finish to the over from Fuller, and just the single coming from it. Worcestershire now 39 for none, with Roderick on 17 and Libby on 18.
Sunshine now at New Road, which is good to see. Been a much better day weather-wise than it was yesterday.
Yeah, big turnaround.
It has been. Eddie Jack is going to have a bowl from the Douglas end, so he's changed ends.
Yeah. So just bowled the 3 overs earlier. Maybe that was a thought that he might actually be more effective from the Douglas end.
Jake Libby will be on strike, 2 slips in place initially.
It's a bit different already. Kyle Abbott starting with 4 slips.
Jack is in bowls, that's pulled away by Libby. And scatters a pigeon or 2 deep square leg, and they take just the 1.
Yeah, nice control. There's certainly space to score on that leg side. They've got fielder down there, deep mid wicket, and one down at long leg, and then one at has to be conscious of his lines.
He's in, bowls for Roderick, and that's up in the air. It's loops up in the air into the onside. Attempted dive by Felix Organ. It was trying to get around from mid-on, but he couldn't quite get there. In the end, they pick up a couple, but certainly a false shot that from Roderick.
Yeah, and interesting. Maybe that's the tempter trying to tempt him to play into the leg side, and on that occasion, just getting a little bit of a leading edge.
42 without loss, Worcestershire. Just to remind you, that's in reply to 293 all out in the Hampshire first innings. Jack in, bowls, and this time just drop down into the wide open acres of the leg side. And Organ will wander around and collect the ball, and they take a single.
And that's what I mean about Eddie Jack having to be careful of his lines, because if he gives them the opportunity, I think they'll be quite happy to just keep dropping the ball on the leg side. As soon as they get it there, there's just that fielder at mid-on. But apart from that, there is absolutely nobody saving a single or 2.
Jack's in, bowls, this time covering up is Libby, and it's up to Organ at mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, it's a better line this time. Just making sure he's recognising that he has got the players there sort of straight and on the offside to save the single.
43 without loss, Worcestershire.
Yeah, good steady start.
Eddie Jack's in again, bowls, that's flicked away into those wide open spaces in the leg side, chased around the boundary here, not going to get there, it's 4 runs. That's exactly what you were saying, Mel. You stray anywhere off that line and you're going to get picked off, and that is precisely what happened there. And Libby moves on to, I assume that's going to be 23 in a minute. It is 23, and there's a total to 47 without loss.
Yeah, it's acres of vacant land on that leg side. And it's the long boundary as well, but on that occasion the timing was so good.
Jack bowls. This time Libby just covers up and drops it down into the offside, and there is no run. That will complete the over. So at the end of it, Worcestershire, in reply to Hampshire's 293 all out, are 47 without loss. Jake Libby has 23 from 38 deliveries, and Gareth Roderick has 20 from 40 deliveries.
Yeah, so just it was just a little bit loose in that last. There was sort of a couple of balls that forced him to play straight or on the offside, but on the others, it's very easy to pick up. They've gone with the same field to Gareth Roderick as well. But full up, first ball is on the money, and that's just driven straight up to mid-on. And so if you're getting them playing straight, I guess you're hoping that you might get an edge, bring those slips into play, or just outside the off stump you've got 3 fielders saving the single on the offside. But anything that is a little bit too straight on the pads down the leg side, there's runs to be had as Fuller is in once more, and there they are. He has just clipped it through mid-wicket. So there's a chase on. They won't get a boundary this time, but they will get another 2 runs. And that is the danger. It's a real invitation for the batters to not even necessarily have to take the 4s, but as soon as they stray off that line, there are runs there.
Well, give from the speed of the outfield, nothing more than a good push. You're going to get two, aren't you, really, into those gaps?
So here comes full up. Bowls to Roderick. Half shout. But again on the leg side, this one goes behind square leg. And it brings up the 50 for Worcestershire as they take a single. They have played this very smartly, Roderick and Libby. They've not exactly been aggressive. They've just picked their moments. It's just been placement, taking the singles and the twos. To get to 50 without loss, I think they'll be pretty happy with that early on in their innings. Full up. He's in, bowls to Libby, who just once more picks this off, sends it through mid-wicket. Fielder from the deep comes in and keeps it to a single. But there's not too much pressure being put on them if they're able to just keep picking off ones and twos all the way through, and then they're might be going at 4 or 5 and over. What are they going at? What are we at? 13.4, 14th over. So we're almost at 4 and over. As Fuller is in, bowls. This time manages to push that behind point and manages to get it away easily enough for them to come through for another single.
It's been, if you could forgive Hampshire for thinking the cricketing gods to a degree are conspiring against them. They bowled at Worcestershire virtually under cloud cover the entire time, and now we've got well, an awful lot of blue sky above the ground.
Yeah, they certainly do look to be the best batting conditions that we've had so far in this match. That's how it works sometimes. Full up in over the wicket, bowls, and Libby's on his toes, punching that one towards extra cover. They don't get a single to finish off the over, but they do finish it on 52 for none. 14 overs have been bowled. So just going at a decent clip to have got the first 50 up without the loss of a wicket.
Live cricket here on the BBC Sport app and website, courtesy of BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Solent, and Mel Farrell offering us her insight into proceedings for today. But you're in down south tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah.
For a certain cricketing event taking place at the Oval.
Yeah. I will be on the train back to Birmingham.
Eddie Jack is in, bowls. That's Roderick just dropping the bat on it. Ball goes to backward point and they take a single.
He played that nice and late. They've been scoring a lot of their runs either behind point or through mid-wicket.
Hear the turn squawking somewhere above head.
Is that what they are? How do you know they're turns?
Well, everybody all says they're goals, but then the experts say, every time we have an expert on the radio, they say, no, they're not. They've got their turns. So I'm guessing they might be goals. There might be a gull in amongst them for all I know. In comes Eddie Jack and bowls, and left alone late by Libby, but it's through to the wicketkeeper and there is no run.
That was very late, actually. He thought about cutting that one, and then just changed his mind at the last minute. A really healthy start by Worcestershire. You wouldn't say it's quite as aggressive as Hampshire started.
Jack's in, bowls, driven to extra cover, and there's no run.
That shot deserved more.
It did. It was a lovely shot for nothing.
The ball absolutely rocketed off the bat and almost reached the fielder before it had left the bat. He was that quick.
Nick Gubbins down smartly to field. And a dot is duly entered into the ledger if they do such a thing nowadays. Punched into the computer, probably.
I'm sure there's someone out there who's
someone in the crowd scoring every ball. Next delivery is outside the off stump from Jack, left alone by Libby, and through to wicketkeeper Brown. There's no run. It's, well, if you've come today, if you've paid to come in today, you're going to get your money's worth, because the weather's set fair. 104 overs to be bowled in the day, 40 of which, including this one, still to go. So
yeah, boy,
it's almost tent and sleeping bag day, really. Play closes this evening. Jack in, bowls, Libby forward solidly, and Jack feels in his follow through. That will be another dot ball. One more to come, one ball to come in this over.
This has been a much better over from Jack. He's got his lines right, bowling at a good length, making them play, but they haven't been able to pick off those easy runs on the leg side. That's just because of the line that Jack is bowling.
Next delivery is worked towards mid-on by Libby, but again no run, and that will complete the over. At the end of it, Worcestershire 53 without loss in reply to Hampshire's 293 all out. Roderick has 25 and Libby has 24.
Yeah, just one run coming from that over. Just showing how Jack, it just took him a little while to work it out at that end, but did a much better job. Now it's Fuller's turn to see if he can do a similar kind of job with a similar field. So he's still got a lot of space on the leg side as he runs in, bowls over the wicket, and that one has gone behind point. So Roderick gets another single. Yeah, as I said, that's the other bit. They've basically got deep third out there. So there's an opportunity for that single, and they have used that to relieve the pressure quite a few times.
Yes, it's been their go-to shot, hasn't it, really?
Well, there's that pretty easy single down there, and then they've got all of that area through mid-wicket square leg. It's Fuller. He's in. Again, it's full. It's outside the off stump, which is exactly where he wants to bowl, and all Libby can do is push that out in front of point. So both of these bowlers, so this is good. Fuller is basically following up on what Eddie Jack did from the other end. And all of a sudden, they've slowed down the run scoring. They're not giving away as many of those singles and twos as they were leaking. Now the pressure starts to build onto the Worcestershire batters. As Fuller. He's in, bowls, but the little release that has gone through mid-wicket, and mid-on has to do the chasing. Just a single, though.
I've just sent a text to the good Mrs. Owen saying, it looks like it could be a late one tonight. I might be home late, to which I got no change there then. So I'm not quite sure how to interpret that at the moment. Your dinner is in the oven. It's salad. Yeah, that'll be the...
Ah, very nice. Look at that. Aren't you lucky? Have dinner waiting for you. There's Fuller. He's in. Bowls. He's defended with a very straight bat. And it just rolls down to mid-on.
Yeah, but if it's in the oven and it's salad...
Oh, yeah, that's interesting, actually.
No, I made that bit up. She just said, no change there then, ...
As long as there's no avocado in the salad, that in particular, that's not good if it's in the oven.
That's
Warm avocado is terrible.
It's like pineapple on pizza. Should be a crime.
Oh, really? Well, pineapple, yes. Here comes Fuller. And that one's hurried Roderick, but he just places it behind point. This has definitely been better from both Jack and Fuller.
Yeah.
A couple of tighter overs. They've just tightened things up a little bit.
Well, as you say, they've only got a straight around about leg stump, and there's acres of space out on that onside, which has been productive for Worcestershire so far, but they haven't given them too many opportunities in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Fuller. He's in past the umpire, bowls. It's left alone by Roderick. So it is a much better over. 55 for none now. Worcestershire, Roderick on 26, Libby on 25.
It's been a very interesting game so far for those who are just joining us, because Hampshire got 144 without loss, and we're looking well set for somewhere north of 400, I would have thought, in terms of a target. They then came back for 20 minutes last night in the gathering gloom and lost both openers. They go to 146 for 2 overnight. Bowled out for 293, with Tom Taylor taking 5 for 55. So Worcestershire, I think, would have been very happy with their fight back today, and very happy with their start so far, but they need to build on this now. They're giving themselves a bit of a platform as Jack's in again to bowl, and pushing forward is Libby. There's no run. But don't let it go. I mean, it's a theme of Alan Richardson's interviews this season, is that Worcestershire have very good sessions, then I don't mean they switch off, that's not fair, but they let it drop for half a session. And of course in Division 1 you get absolutely punished for that. There have been a number of games that they could easily have won, or they could easily have won down at Hampshire, but the pitch flattened out and Hampshire batted very well on the last day. That's turned by Libby into, well, through square leg. They'll come through for a single. They'll take the total on to 56 with that loss. They could have won up at Edgbaston last time out, but Warwickshire, fair play to them, made 393 to win the game. I think they're the third highest ever run chase by Warwickshire at Edgbaston. So they'll look back at the end of the season, I'm sure, at games like that and think about what might have been. Jack bowls. Ooh, he's out. He's gone. Caught behind. He had a waft at that. Did Roderick, I'm afraid, and nicked it through to Ben Brown. And there's the breakthrough for Hampshire. One they needed. Worcestershire are 56 for 1. Roderick's on his way for 26.
And I think there you've seen the result of a really good bowling partnership between Jack and Fuller. They had managed to dry things up a bit over the space of a few overs, and perhaps Roderick just getting a little bit frustrated, wanting to score, and just flayed it, a short and wide one, eyes lit up, but just got the little tickle on it. So the first wicket does fall for 56. And now Worcestershire will have to try and build a new partnership. So start again. Good start though. You've been fairly patient from Libby. Now it'll be interesting to see what this ball does as it gets older, because in some ways it felt like Worcestershire had more success with the old ball than they did with the new ball. Do we see a kind of repeat of that as we see Kashifali make his way out to the middle?
Kashifali, I know some fans feel, has made some very good 20s and 30s this season, but needs to go on and get a bigger score.
Yeah, I was up the previous season when they got promoted up at Headingley, and he made about 90.
Yeah.
And then I thought, oh, I really like this guy. And then first game, I think, of the next season, they were at Edgbaston, and he got twin hundreds.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, he did.
And I was like, what? I was joking with Alan Richardson. I was his good luck charm, because I felt like every time I showed up, Kashifali played an absolute blinder. So maybe it's just, I just need to be here today.
Well,
and this is the day. He's a lovely batter to watch.
He is. Eddie Jack then into bowl to Kashif, whose foot drops the bat on a good length ball, full length ball, and digs that into the offside, and there is no run. Gubbins picks the ball up and polishes it furiously before tossing it around the field back to Eddie Jack. $56 for 1.
56 for 1, and getting hotter, I feel like.
It is.
In the late afternoon. Seems to be heating up.
Jack past the umpire bowls. Kashif drops the bat on this and plays it again out to Gubbins. Extra cover, and there's no run. Kashif immediately wanders down, prods the wicket thoughtfully. I don't care how long you've been playing the game, or if you're a professional or just a club cricketer, it's always nice when you get off the mark. Just get that first run.
Yeah, just that feeling. But it says there's been a good period now from both Eddie Jack and from Fuller.
Eddie Jackson again, and off the mark is Kashifali with 4 runs through mid-wicket.
Yep, Mockers again, and it's precisely that area that they've left exposed. Leg side. All it takes is just one little miscalculation or missed execution by the bowler. opens up that leg side for scoring. That'll just settle any nerves if Kashifali did have any. As we see, it's going to be full up. So we still have all that vacant territory on the leg side as Fuller runs in and bowls to Libby, but it's a good ball. He just defends that up towards mid-off. There's no run.
I'm going to ask you, Mel, as you're going to be at the Oval tomorrow, what you make of the England selection for this test. Obviously, Ben Stokes, that's forced upon them. They can't do much about that. But there are other changes.
Yeah, there are. And I guess with Bethel coming in to strengthen the batting lineup, he's just going to bat sort of down, I think, in that Ben Stokes kind of position. That there's no room for Liam Dawson, which surprises me, as Fuller is in and that is full and just played off the toes to wide mid-on. They'll get a single. And then it doesn't surprise me about rotating the seamers because...
No. Archer, they were never going to play all three, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
Well, it would be a risk to have played him in all three.
Yeah, Jofra Archer looked a wee bit tired, you would say. You remember he's been not played much first-class cricket at all for a long time, and then he's played 2 5-day tests back-to-back. So Fuller, he's in, bowls, and Kashifali is just on his toes, playing that into extra cover, no run.
They will definitely want Jofra Archer on that plane to go to Australia anyway.
I definitely want Ben Stokes on
yes,
that
plane.
plane.
Yes, they will.
That's the...
It's a shoulder problem, I think, isn't it? Shoulder
yeah,
injury.
shoulder. He was saying during the after the test, he said it was a biceps tendon, but now we're hearing shoulder injury. So I think he's out for 6 to 10 weeks. So won't be playing in the 100, that's for sure. As Fuller is in, bowls. Oh, he's got him straight through. He's chopped on, I think.
Yeah.
Kashifali. Well, his stay was short, and all of a sudden, I think you'll see the Hampshire celebrations because they feel that this session is definitely turning their way early on. 2 wickets falling. First of all, it was Gareth Roderick. Now Kashifali just playing on.
It was a bit of a curious dismissal, that, wasn't it, really?
I saw one of those.
He's furious.
Before.
A big swish of the bat as he walks off. He's not a happy camper at all, as you might expect. But it's almost though he didn't quite pick the ball. And then, if you it's the only thing in here that's cold.
Hang on. Oh dear.
Sorry. Poor old Robbie got a mouthful of water when I said that, and the water nearly went all over his laptop. Put it that way. Oh dear.
Oh no, it's definitely freezing. No, not the temperature. the
feed.
The feed. Trying to see if I can bring up another one to have a look at. We'll
Adam
see.
Hose is the new man anyway. He's taking guard at the moment. Worcestershire need Hose and Libby just to dig in a little bit here now. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Robbie's so handy, isn't he? He's brought his laptop in.
Except
So
we just missed it, I think.
Oh,
It's coming next.
Is it?
it's coming next. So is Fuller. He's into Hose. He just digs out a full one. No run. Hang on. Anytime now. Anytime, Robbie. You just keep holding that laptop with one hand while you bend awkwardly. This is poor Robbie is standing next to. He's bent over at an awkward angle. Here we go.
Oh,
It's just a toe end of the bat, and it's just bounced on the ground, come up, and knocked off the leg
Can I go
bail.
now?
Yeah, you can go now, Robbie. Here's Fuller. He's in, and Hose drives defensively on the front foot. It's the end of the over. Good one from Fuller. So I mentioned before just how well Jack and Fuller have bowled in that partnership.
where they really tightened things up after a few loose overs. And they each picked up a wicket from it. So Worcestershire now 61 for 2.
And Hampshire will know full well that Worcestershire haven't exactly been plundering the batting points this season, shall we say. So they'll fancy a first innings lead on here.
So Hampshire 293 that they made.
Eddie Jack is in, bowls. Libby just drops that to point, and there is no run.
I do just really like the way that this pair have just worked out that sweet spot as far as this field is concerned. At one point it was just too easy for it was Libby and Roderick really to be able to pick off runs. They sort of stopped that up and wickets fall.
Eddie Jack past the umpire, bowls. That's played away backward a point this time. Work to be done by Tom Press down here, running around from third man, and he gets there to keep them down to a single. 62 for 2 then. Libby moves on to 28. Adam Hose will get his first look of the day at Eddie Jack running towards him shortly.
And they were getting those singles, but they were also getting the twos, and they were coming every second ball.
Yeah.
And they were going at about 4 and over. That's slowed up a little bit now. So it's just been a nice little fight back. The first punches were sort of landed by Worcestershire in this innings, but Hampshire have landed a couple of their own.
Next delivery has Hose pushing forward, hurried a little bit, but plays it out into the offside. And there is no run. Felix Organ does the fielding. I'm going to let Robbie come back in here in a moment, because I've got to go and record a 5:30 sports bulletin. I think they call it multitasking. Or working cheap. I haven't quite worked out which yet. But, end of this over, I think Robbie will come in and do the honours. As Eddie Jack is in, bowls. That's played again out to, this time Nick Gubbins does the fielding, and there's no run. Butterflies flutter past on the
Oh,
yeah.
did they?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
flying
they're
out
out.
there, out there, yeah. Actually mentioned the other day at home in our garden, I've seen more butterflies this year than I've seen for several years.
Well, we had a loveliness of ladybugs or ladybirds at Lord's.
Stopped play, didn't it?
Yeah,
A loveliness. It's a great collective noun.
it is.
Next delivery from Jack has Hose pushing forward and playing it up to mid-off. There is no run.
And I don't think anybody knew that, and I don't think any collective noun has been written about as much or mentioned as much as the loveliness of ladybirds.
Is that that is the collective? Oh, so I thought you made that up. I thought you're all creative on the spur of the moment.
No,
so.
that's what it's called, a loveliness.
There you go.
I don't wonder what it is of butterflies. Collective noun for butterflies. I'm going to look that up. I wonder if that's as nice.
Next delivery has Hose pushing forward, playing it very straight back up the ground and fielded it mid-on. That completes the over. At the end of it, Worcestershire 62 for 2 in reply to Hampshire's 293 all out. Jack Libby has 29. Adam Hose yet to get off the mark. I'm going to make way here so that Robbie can come back in after a few words from Mel, who's looking up the collective noun for butterflies.
Oh, it's fantastic. Do you know what it is? A kaleidoscope.
Oh, that's even better.
A kaleidoscope of butterflies.
Well, you're going to get a kaleidoscope of Robbie James and a loveliness of Mel Farrell. There you go. How's that?
Thank you very much, Trevor. Here is Fuller. He's in, bowls. Ball is just prodded by Libby up to towards mid-off. No run. Taken in a little bit closer, and we've caught Robbie off guard as he makes his way back into the commentary box. A kaleidoscope of butterflies. Now there's something I bet you didn't know.
Obviously not.
Here comes Fuller. He's in over the wicket, and Libby just swings across the line but keeps it rolling along the ground through mid-wicket, and they'll take a single.
Trevor Owens has had an outstanding couple of minutes there with how he introduced the fact that there was going to be a kaleidoscope of me, less so that, but the whole freezing thing and the temperature dad joke that he made really caught me off guard. I was not expecting it. It was so good from him. One of the best things he's said, well, his commentary's been brilliant, but one of the best things he's said over the course of the last couple of days.
Here's Fuller. He's in, bowls, and Hose shoulders arms to the next one. Well, I'm going to remember that, though, because so caterpillar, of course, the precursor to the butterfly. It's an army of caterpillars, but a kaleidoscope of butterflies.
Army of caterpillars, kaleidoscope of what? A kaleidoscope of flies.
Butterflies.
Sorry, butterflies. Sorry, I'm not particularly concentrating on our conversation at the moment. I'm just trying to find a plug socket.
So typical. You know when you say blokes aren't listening. Goodness. Here is Fuller, and it's a full ball from Fuller. It's just defended from Hose. Rolls back down the pitch. It's Robbie, I don't know what he's doing. He's trying to sort himself out. He's got leads going everywhere, and various plugs and all sorts, and he basically looks very lost, and that's why he's not listening to anything I say.
Hang on, I'm just trying to plug in my laptop.
I know, you're in trouble. Here comes Fuller. Bowls, that's left outside the off stump. Some good bounce and carry there from Fuller on that occasion. And look now, like you're pulling up your jeans, you're pulling your phone out of your pocket, you're worrying your laptop and your notepads.
It's a little, there's the tiny little rooms here at New Road, and so obviously when we do the changeover, you've got to bring your laptop in, your notes and stuff like that, and then I suddenly realised that I had to charge my laptop because it's low, and then I suddenly realised there was no plug socket, so I had to try and make one without turning everything off.
Tough times, says Fuller. To finish off his over, it's a firm drive by Hose, but it'll only go as far as extra cover, and that is the end of Fuller's over. Another good one. Hose is yet to get off the mark, so that maiden from Fuller keeping him scoreless, and Worcestershire still on 63 for 2. Libby's out there on 29.
Turning into a blooming good game of cricket, this.
It's a really good game, isn't it? Funnily enough, when
ebb and flowing.
Yeah, it is, and when there's a little bit more in it for the bowlers, I do tend to think it is, and we do have the Kookaburra ball.
Are you a bowler, or were you a bowler? Is that why you prefer it in the bowler's favour?
I've taken a total of 1 wicket in my entire life.
Elite. Here is Eddie Jack running towards us from that Diglas end, and what was it how did you describe it? All arms. Jake Libby there with his leave outside the off stump. Yeah, it's been Hampshire. Thought they were backs against the wall, and then a couple of wickets there of Roderick and Kashif Ali, and all of a sudden there's a little bit of a different vibe out there from Hampshire. I think they look a little bit more sprightly in the field. The sunshine suddenly looks a little bit more pleasant to be standing in on a Wednesday evening.
It is hot.
It is, especially in here.
It's hot in here.
Not a whole load of ventilation. Here is Eddie Jack bowling a full one to Jake Libby. Digs it out. There's no run. Yeah, a little bit of a breeze. Just looking at those. I've been using the chestnut tree as my sort of barometer for the wind, and it's a little still now. I think a little bit of a breeze out there. I think everyone's enjoying themselves enough. Certainly below us here. They're now in the shade here at the New Road end, but up at that Diglas end where Eddie Jack is running away from, the sun is shining nicely on them as this is pushed up to mid-on by Jake Libby. Thinks about a single, and then thinks better of it.
Can see a couple of fans too that have ripped off the shirts as English blokes are wont to do as soon as it gets a little bit warm.
Where are they? Not that I want to really see them, if I'm honest, but where are we talking?
There's one over to our left.
Oh yeah, beneath the hotel.
Yeah.
Oh dear. It's Eddie Jack bowls, and that's a short one pulled into the onside from Jake Libby. Might get a couple here as the fielder. A deep forward square leg runs around to their left-hand side in front of the cathedral and lobs it back into Ben Brown, and they do come back for a second. Libby on to 31, 65 for 2. Oh, and the other one? So one beneath the
Oh,
hotel.
hang on, no, so maybe I was exaggerating. Maybe there
Okay.
only is one.
I think there might be a couple in that Diglas.
I think there are some over in
end.
the Diglas.
The D'Oliveira stand.
I reckon there might be a couple over there.
It doesn't even help. Here's Eddie Jack bowling and dug out by Libby. We had a full Yorker length delivery, followed by a short one, followed by another Yorker length delivery.
Do you know, I can almost excuse that when it is this hot. But when I first came over in April, and there were days when I swear to God it was maybe 13 degrees and sunny, and we still saw shirts off.
But no heat. No, taking your shirt off does not help anything, unless there's a breeze, in which case you're helped by the breeze anyway. Eddie Jack bowls and left outside the off stump from Libby. End of the over, 21 overs gone. Worcestershire 65 for 2. It doesn't help. You know, unless you just don't wear a jumper, obviously, but a t-shirt or no t-shirt doesn't make any difference.
Well, you certainly wouldn't see me doing it. Put it that way.
And if you wouldn't do it, no one else should do it, because we know that you set the precedence for general life.
For general life.
And being.
This has been such a good little period there. They've basically bottled up Worcestershire. And as we see, there's going to be actually a bowling change, but Sonny Baker, is it coming into the attack for the first time?
This could be fun.
And maybe a good time as well, because at a time when they have stopped the runs, Jack and Fuller, I think, did a really good job there, just increasing the pressure. They got a wicket apiece. They've now got Hose, who's yet to score. He's faced 10 balls. He's going to be facing up here to Sonny Baker.
Could be exciting, this. Have you seen much of Sonny Baker?
No, not only by reputation. And I like him already because of his run-up. In he comes. Bowls. That's driven. And that's 4. Lovely shot from Hose. He gets off the mark with a boundary. Enjoyed that bit of extra pace. Just found the gap.
I knew you'd love the run-up. I knew you'd enjoy it.
Straight away. I'm sold.
You're going to have to try and describe it for everyone.
Like
There's a lot to it. It'll take you a little while. There's a bit going on.
I really like it. But like I said, I like a little quirk. Any kind of little quirk. And it starts with a bit of jogging on the spot. And then he stops and does a hop, skip and a little twirl of the wrist. And in he comes, bowls. And that is just pushed out into the offside. Better length. The last one was just over pitched a bit. It's just pulled his length back ever so slightly, and it's clapped by his teammates. Yes, I do like it very much.
And he's an exciting cricketer. I know Hampshire fans, maybe at times this year, they would have been a little frustrated because he has gone for some runs at times and showed a little bit of inexperience. But he is one of those cricketers that when he comes on to bowl, you know it's going to be worth watching, whatever happens.
Oh, it's that little twirl of the wrist. And he comes and bowls. Oh, it's a big flaying shot, and that is another boundary. Wow. It was a little bit short outside the off stump. And Adam Hose has said, well, Sonny Baker's on. I'm going to score some runs.
Yeah, and he's got the pace to do it with as well. Sonny Baker, a quick bowler, probably up there with the quickest of the Hampshire bowlers. And we know what that means. If he's bowling quick, the ball's going to fly off the bat. And I said it'd be interesting to see how Sonny Baker gets on here, because we've seen a little bit of variable bounce. I wondered if he might bowl from the other end. Wanted to see if he can extract some of that. But on the flip side, it could also make scoring easier if the ball's coming onto the bat.
Comes running in once more. Bowls to Hose, who drives again. This time up to mid-off, but they'll come through for a single. So all of a sudden, though, you just see with 9 runs coming off this over so far, 2 balls to come. There's just that little release of that incessant pressure that had been building through Jack and Fuller. I felt like they were stuck in the 60s for a long time, Worcestershire, and now they're 74 for 2. In comes Sonny Baker. Bowls to Libby, who clips this one through mid-wicket. There's a sweeper moving around, so they'll just get the single. That is now 10 runs off the over with 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, he has gone for a few runs this year, as I said, Sonny Baker, but I think most Hampshire fans have accepted that it'll take a little bit of time. He's young, he's raw.
Is he an MTH player? MTH player. He's running in and out. Bowls to Hose, who just presses forward and drives back to Sonny Baker, who tosses the ball away and goes and grabs his cap from the umpire. The end of his over,
don't tell me what it is.
75 for 2 with Hose on 9 and Libby on 32.
MTH player.
Yeah.
Is this something that is everyone listening going to be shouting at their radios now? Their smartphones. Phones.
I don't know.
MTH.
It's like the TLP, the tricky little period.
Yeah.
MTH player.
Manage the...
No.
House.
No. MTH player.
Make the...
Oh, first word you've got.
Oh, make tropical house music. Make if you'd like to get in touch, any suggestions at BBC HW Sport on Twitter.
Come on,
X.
surely.
MTH Worcestershire 75 for 2. Kyle Abbott back into the attack, and that's pushed into the offside by Libby for no run. Abbott 6 overs, 0 for 16. MTH.
So you got
Make.
Well, it's almost makes.
Is it like a cricket thing, or is this a
Something
general
you hear
life?
a lot about a player.
Makes the.
Second word is wrong.
Makes. Those. Makes that. Makes.
You get almost getting there.
Makes Abbott in over the wicket and bowls, and it's outside the off stump, left alone by Libby.
I bet you there are people out there listening who know what it is.
Makes trifle makes.
What do you want someone to come in and do when game's maybe moving a bit slowly?
Makes. I got it.
Come on.
End of the over. Kyle Abbott from the Diglas end running towards us over the wicket bowls, and Libby is forward, and that just ricochets back onto the stump, but nothing doing. Hang on, just let me sit with it for a couple of balls because I want to make sure I haven't got it wrong, because I can't now come with a load of confidence and I've got it wrong.
Well, you just seem you were very excited when.
I think I've got it. Yeah, I think I've got it.
Amazed it took you so long.
I wonder how many people are just. Do you reckon there's people that switched off and they've just been, I just cannot deal with it. Like, infuriating. Libby crouches down to face up to Abbott, and he's on the back foot and steers that to the fielder at cover, and there's no
One more ball. You think you got it?
I think I got it. How hard can it be?
So that's the question. Is Sonny Baker an MTH player?
I'd say he is. If I've got it right, he is. He absolutely is. A bit like James Phillips. James Phillips similar to that. Yeah, good work.
I see you've gone from not knowing what it is to deciding everyone's an MTH.
I'm gonna sit on it. Don't worry, you got 2 balls. Is Abbott bowls, and forward is Libby going to get a run here? Is he? Yes.
Really good running.
Eddie Jack, really good run. We saw that between Libby and Roderick actually at the start of the innings, just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. That could be one. Keeping this keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
No.
K.
It's too long.
T S T O.
That's way too long.
KTSTO.
No, that's way too long.
Okay. 1 ball. Imagine if I get it wrong now.
It would be really funny.
Actually, if I do get it wrong, I'd say probably just turn my mic off and I will get back on the M5, whatever it is. Final ball of the over, and forward is Adam Hose, and there is no run. End of the over, 23 overs gone. Worcestershire 76 for 2. I think MTH stands for makes things happen.
Well done. Oh, I feel so proud of you.
Do you hear that?
Hey.
0 round of applause from the ground. Absolutely nothing. Good.
It's been a couple of big days for you.
A couple of big days. Good stuff. And now, and that's perfectly on cue as well. It's good that I left it to the end of that over, because now we're going to see him. And we will see if he MTHs.
Well, time is here. Sonny Baker is on his way in. Bowls to Libby, who clips a full one through mid-wicket. There's a chase on, and I think the players are going to win this one. Yes, it's Fuller, who manages to get the slide in, just on the boundary rope, but they've taken 2. So I think they might have just decided with the extra pace here, if they can get bat on ball, they will make the most of it. Oh, that's a fantastic run-up. I love the start of it. It's very stop-start, hop, skip and jump as Sonny Baker is in. Another full ball. This time played up to mid-on, and they will hurry through for another single. More good running between the wickets from this pair.
Thank you to Johnny Blaine on Twitter at BBCHW Sport, who was got in touch with Make Things Happen a couple of minutes ago. Completely missed it, sorry.
Ah, see.
Yeah. Anyway. That part of the day, Mel.
I just enjoyed watching your mind tick over as Sonny Baker is in, bowls to Hose. He just fends this one out into the offside, no run. Yeah, I could actually see the cogs turning. It's incredible.
A bit of a sweat on as well. The steam coming from the brain. Shouldn't have to. My brain's not made for working this hard. Not made for thinking. It's made for a very simple. It's made for a very simple life, Mel.
Oh, it's had to do a lot of work in Worcester.
It has. It's been busy. Still 2 days to go.
I won't be here though. Sonny Baker in, bowls, and that's flashed away out in front of point. And they'll just get a single because there is a fielder out in the deep. One more to Hose's tally. And Worcestershire now 80 for 2.
31 overs remaining in the day. Where's that going to take us to then? At 5:10 currently. Oh, we could be staring down the barrel. Down the barrel. 7 o'clock.
Oh, easily. Sonny Baker in, and it's just defended back down on the offside by Libby. No run on that occasion.
They do free after tea here. Is it free after tea for Worcestershire?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't
Trevor
know.
will know. Trevor, is it free after tea here at New Road? You think it is? Yeah, I wonder if a few people. Lovely. Wednesday afternoon in the office.
If you're out there listening, we're going to be here for, I reckon, another couple of hours easily. As Baker is in, bowls to Libby, who defends a full one. Into the offside, no run. And that is the end of Baker's second over. He's given up 14 runs so far. Worcestershire 80 for 2. Hose on 10. Libby still out there on 36.
Quick update from down at Utilita Bowl, where Hampshire have got themselves back to winning ways. Very good victory for Georgia Adams' side against the Blaze. They've won by 80 runs. 291 they were looking to defend, and they bowled out the Blaze for 211 in 45 overs. Pick of the bowlers, Daisy Gibb with 3 for 21 from 7 overs as Abbott begins a new over, and leaving that outside the off stump is Hose. And also Elise Perry, who's playing a couple of games between her stint with the Hawks for the Blast and then the 100, of course, coming up next week. So she had 3 wickets for 40 from 6 overs, a couple of wickets for Lindsay Smith, 1 apiece for Georgia Adams and Bex Tyson as well. So good win that for Hampshire, and it means, I believe, that they will go to the top of the table. Yes, they have indeed, as this is pushed up to the fielder at mid-on by Hose, who sprawls to their left-hand side. I think it's James Fuller, and there is Felix Organ, correction, and there is no run. So yeah, Hampshire now 1 point clear of Lancashire at the top of the One Day Cup table. That game's been available via the BBC Sport website and app throughout the course of the day. So if you have been listening to that and now you're joining us maybe to see how the men are getting on. Well, it's been Worcestershire's day so far, but Hampshire hanging in there as left outside the off stump is this one from Abbott. Yeah, if you are just joining us, then Hampshire, the news is that they were bowled out earlier today for 293. They lost all 10 wickets for 149, because remember that opening stand between Fletcher Middleton and Joe Weatherly that feels like it happened in January of this year lasted 144 runs. And then there was a little bit of rearguard action from the likes of James Fuller with 41 from 32 balls. Tom Press with a half century as well, as this one again is left outside the off stump by Hose. And Worcestershire got off to a pretty decent start as well. 56 they put on for the first wicket with Jake Libby and Gareth Roderick. Libby still there now on 36. Adam Hose on 10. A wicket for Eddie Jack and one for James Fuller as well. Means that we are set up nicely with Worcestershire 80 for 2, trailing by 213. I'm Robbie James. We've got Trevor Owens, who will be in here a little later on. Mel Farrell to my right-hand side as well. Sitting. You're going for the sitting approach.
Oh, sorry.
I've gone for the... No, it's all right.
No,
you're
you're making me feel guilty.
No. Pushed into the offside by Adam Hose and there's no run. You don't have to feel guilty at all.
No.
I'm standing because it's cooler. I feel more of a... I feel like I get less hot than sitting. And
So, what you feel is if you stand, you're basically increasing your altitude.
Yep.
You're looking for higher altitude,
that is
cooler
my
weather.
thinking. Yeah.
Right.
Up in the clouds.
That makes sense.
I am such a tall man at 5'11". Anyway.
It's taller than me.
Well, yes. One ball left in this Abbott over, and that's left outside the off stump. Good over that, and Ben Brown conveniently just lobs the ball back. He does a little bit of an Alex Carey there, and misses the stumps on this occasion, and it's the end of the over. 25 gone. Worcestershire 80 for 2 in the sunshine.
Just the experience of Kyle Abbott. He came back in, and we have seen a couple of the more inexperienced bowlers like Fuller and Jack who have come in, and it's taken them an over or so to actually just find the right line. But Abbott comes in and he's bang on it straight away, isn't he? Second on the wicket takers chart for the First Division, Kyle Abbott on 41. Tom Taylor put himself in first position today. Maybe that will change in this as Sonny Baker starts a new over. The first ball is just pressed up towards mid-off. No run. So we see a few members of the Hampshire coaching staff and physio staff. Oh, I was going to say they're about to do another really slow lap, but they haven't even got that far. They're going to sit down right in front of us.
Why are they sitting in front of the bins?
I don't know. You think it might be a bit of a smell.
Yeah, there's plenty of nice spots to sit around the outfield. They've gone right in front of the bins.
I think they're looking for shade.
Oh.
Sonny Baker over the wicket, clipped away through square leg. There's a fielder out there in the deep. Is that Organ out there? Yes, I think it is. Yeah. Is the other one with the floppy, isn't it? They've taken a single there. So Fuller and Organ are the floppy wearers.
Yep, couple with the floppies. Fuller and Organ. Organ's
Don't think anyone else is a floppy.
Out there just in front of the ladies' pavilion, and Fuller just in front of us at mid-on.
How was your tea as well? Because you did indulge in the famous tea. As Baker is in bowls, that's just pushes at that one, and so he gets a thick outside edge, but sort of also opened the face of his bat, and it's run away for 4. So Hose definitely has been enjoying the pace of Sonny Baker, where he knows that if he just gets enough bat on it, keeps it down, then there's every chance that ball can fly to the boundary with his extra pace.
Yeah, he gave a little bit away there, did Adam Hose, just by rehearsing the shot and playing a forward defensive, so maybe it was a little bit more outside edge than open the face. Maybe.
Baker starts his hop, skip and jump and twirls his hand as he runs in bowls, and then Hose is on top of that one, just pushing it out to point. No run.
But T, yes. I'll level with you, Mel. It wasn't as good as yesterday.
But yesterday was outstanding. I think
Yesterday
yesterday
was.
was exceptional.
It was. I don't think we're topping yesterday. So yesterday we had the brownie with the raspberry and seeds and all very lovely. Today we had a chocolate muffin, which I'm not against at all. Although you did. I mean, you sort of you said that you didn't want a whole one, but you wanted a little bit. So I sort of donated you a tiny bit of muffin. Sounds better in my head.
Sunny Baker bowls the next one, which is left alone outside the off stump by Hose. Well, I just want to, it was just a tiny little bit. I just wanted the taste without really having anything of it. And you were generous, although you did give me the greasy eyeball.
Yeah. I mean, they were, to be fair, actually, they were lovely. So I'm sort of going to dig myself out of a hole here with Worcestershire, but they were nice. Crucially, they weren't too sort of. I find with like muffins, if there's nothing like inside them, they're all a bit dry and a bit blah, blah, blah. But no, it was all right.
A bit what?
Blah, 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 you know.
Here's Baker over the wicket, bowls that's defended onto the offside by Hose. So Hose was looking like he was on the attack. There was that edged boundary early in the over, but good comeback from Baker, who's bowled 3 overs now, none for 19. And Worcestershire 85 for 2.
Yeah, we've been very well looked after. A nice lunch and a nice tea. We haven't yet located any ice cream van.
I don't think there's an.
I don't think there is one. I've not heard any bells.
No, they're not going to have bells. The only thing I can think of, if it's over like a direct kiddie corner to us.
Here's Abbott to begin a new over the wicket to Libby, and he prods that into the offside. There's no run. What are you looking at? Are you looking at the sort of the cow sort of vendor that sort of has some cow print on it?
Yes.
I don't know what that is actually. Yeah, that could be
Something over that way.
I'm not sure it's open.
No, but that sort of part of the ground is.
Oh, I see. Right.
Maybe.
Yeah. What's over the other side of those? That hedge, is it the nets and the practice pitches?
Yes.
Over there, are they?
Yeah, it's the nets.
3 slips go down, and on the back foot is Libby, and there is no run.
I like the way you say 3 slips go down or 2 slips go down. It makes me think of like the famous 5 go down to the sea or something, and I'm waiting for you to say where the slips go down to.
Well, they can go wherever you like.
It's just
but they're
very
crouching
Enid
down,
Blyton.
aren't they? They all together, they just go.
No, I like it. I like it.
Lower
Just
themselves.
makes me think of, the Enid Blyton kind of famous 5 type thing.
Actually, they're not particularly in sync in their movements. Here goes Abbott, and that's outside the off stump, and there's no run. So you got Joe Weatherly at first slip with the sort of with his long sleeve shirt on, but it's sort of pulled up the sleeves, and then Tilak at second slip. He's got a sort of a blue something or another coming out of the back of his trousers. I don't know, I'm not too sure what that is, a towel or something. And then Tom Prest is the third slip, and actually it would be nice if they could all sync and do their crouch at exactly the same time, but actually I don't think they do. Keep an eye on them. Prest goes down first, then Weatherly, then Varma is last. Here is Abbott bowling to Libby, and he pushes that up to Felix Organ at mid-on, thinks about a single, but they don't come through. Yeah, interesting actually seeing, Tilak is the more relaxed of them all.
He has been right on the money, hasn't he, Kyle Abbott? He has it's a slightly different field, so he has got a fielder at mid-wicket cutting off the single, but there is still, other than that, he's got sort of a long leg.
Nothing in the wickets column as yet. Thick outside edge played into the offside from Livy, no run.
But yeah, if he's not getting that right, there's certainly the ability for Libby to score runs through that leg side, through square leg, even if he gets it wide of mid-on. So far, Kyle Abbott hasn't given him the opportunity.
It's a good contest currently in this evening sunshine as we approach the end of July. Here comes Kyle Abbott, and that's again nudged up to mid-on. End of the over. Hampshire try and get from end to end with a little bit of pace, try and inject a little bit of energy into things. 27 overs gone. Worcestershire 85 for 2, and they trail, therefore, by 208.
He made an over from Abbott, number for 17 off his 9 overs. That was a second maiden that he has bowled. And it really has, you know, been a great contest.
It has.
I've very much enjoyed this. Yeah, it was very much one way yesterday for a long period until that last sort of 20 minutes strange burst from Worcestershire. Sonny Baker is in, bowls, has played nicely into the offside and fantastic running between the wickets again. Means that they scramble through for a single. Ball fielded just in front of point. They've been very, very good at judging that single.
Yeah, just keeping it's cliche, but keeping that scoreboard ticking over. I think Jake Libby is the one that's doing a lot of sort of the initiating of the runnings. Like I said, he did very well with Gareth Roderick earlier on. Shorter of the two batters.
Yeah, it's a lot shorter than Adam Hose as Sonny Baker runs in and it's driven straight to mid-off. There will be no run there. For some reason, I can't say Baker. I have to say Sonny Baker every time. And
It's a great name.
It is a great name.
I think having the first name Sonny deserves to be said. I can understand why you would.
Well, I've only just realised I'm doing that. That I have found myself not saying just his last name.
Baker.
Baker. Sonny Baker. And, you know?
It's a good name. He looks like a Sonny as well.
He does.
Looks like a fried egg.
I'm not sure I would have said that as Sonny Baker runs in. Oh, and that one's come off the outside edge, but through vacant gully region. It's fielded down there in the deep, though, coming across from deep third. So I'll just get the single.
I more meant... I don't know what I meant. I more meant sort of a human... oh, why did I say that? Yeah. Not, it doesn't look like a fried egg, but he's sort of, there's something a bit. I can see him. He's called Sonny. I can see him with his face. I can see him like making a fried egg in the morning, like sunny side up. He's fun. He's fun. He's a bit sort of fried egg, sort of eggs in the morning. He's a happy guy.
Oh, next ball is short and left alone by Hose. This is the most incredible reaching I think I've ever had.
Isn't there this? Isn't there this? What's the song? Like, how do you like your eggs in the morning? Isn't that a song or something like that? And I can just see him.
I don't know if that made it to Australia.
Well, it should have. That's definitely a song. How do you like your eggs in the
I hope we get to talk to him at some point because I want to tell him that you said he looked like a fried egg.
Fine, I'll say it to his face.
Here's Baker. Next ball is just defended into the covers by Hose.
It's by Dean Martin. How do you like your eggs in the morning?
Oh.
I like mine with a kiss. There we go. It is a song. Yeah.
Dean Martin, that is very old school.
Featured artist Helen O'Connell. Oh. Very good.
It's very old school from you. Here comes Sonny Baker. He's in and bowls and once more just defended onto the offside. This has been better from Baker. He came on and had a couple of loose overs, particularly the first one, but his last couple of overs have been a little bit more circumspect from him. And Worcestershire now 87 for 2. Going through this little period again where runs are just a little bit harder to come by. And Libby has 38 of the 81 balls faced. Who's out there on 14?
26 overs remaining in the day. Kyle Abbott to begin a new over from the Diglis end. Gets up a little bit, that one on Jake Libby, and he gets a high bat onto it into the offside, and there's no run. A few spectators making their way around at that Diglis end of the ground, just looking to maybe find themselves a seat, maybe popping in after work. Lovely place to be, finishing off for the day. Come on down to the cricket. Nice and close to the city centre we are here at Worcester, so if you have been working in the city throughout the day, just poodle on over the bridge. Have a nice relaxing evening as forward is Libby, pushing that into the offside, and Nick Gubbins does the fielding, and and gives the ball a shine. 87-4-2.
You're going to miss me, aren't you?
Oh God. It's because I could hear you going at that one, and then that sent me. Anyway, 3 slips, no wait. Kyle Abbott, and forward in solid defence is Jake Libby, and he holds the pose as the ball trickles up to Felix Organ. 87-4-2. A couple of seagulls making their way across the cathedral to our left-hand side, scouting out some dinner, and keeping an eye on whether or not anyone left a few chips over from their afternoon at the cricket.
Do you know, I don't think any Australian would choose 87 as their number, like Kyle Abbott's number.
I'm going to have to guess why, aren't I? Here is Libby facing up to Kyle Abbott and pushing it up to mid-on. No run.
You know why, don't you? 87.
Why do you keep asking? Why do you keep asking me questions and then I can't answer them? So I look thick. Right.
You don't.
Go on. What is it?
It's the unlucky Australian number in cricket, isn't it? It's like when batters are on 87 because it's 13 short of 100, and
Right.
13 is considered an unlucky number.
So why is that not the case for everyone? Why just Australia?
I don't know, because different. It's like Nelson
Mm.
for English.
Oh, is that just for England, is it?
Mm.
Libby forward and there's no run. Oh, right.
Yeah.
So we're just superstitious. England are just superstitious about Nelson.
Yeah.
Australians are superstitious about the number 87.
Yeah. So obviously that's not something that has made it to South Africa, because Kyle Abbott is
No.
happy to wear 87. Unless he knows about it and he just laughs in the face of superstition.
Oh, I'm sure. I can imagine. Knowing Kyle Abbott, the kind of man he is, running towards us, bowls and forward. Here's Libby. Oh, and he tries to do a little bit of footwork, but it doesn't go particularly well at all. Ball just sort of bounces off his ankle to Nick Gubbins, who picks it up and gives it a little shine. End of the over. 29 overs gone. And Jake Libby has 38, Adam Hose has 15, and Worcestershire 87-4-2.
Still 25 overs remaining in the day. A very, very long day. What did we start? Was it 100, about 105? I think it was 105 point something.
104 point something overs in the day.
Yeah.
So we've had 75, 79 overs today.
Well done.
Did we lose a couple for the change of innings? Yeah, we would.
Yeah, we would have lost 2.
So we've had 77.
Here comes Sonny Baker. He's in, he bowls, and he's beaten the bat of Adam Hose. It's definitely got some exciting pace, has Mr. Baker.
We'll get onto some cricket chat in a second, but I've been distracted.
Oh, I know why you've been distracted, I bet. Because in the scorers and operations box next to it, there is a large pile of mints, a certain brand of mints. It's a really large pile of them. It's Baker. He's in, full ball, clipped away through mid-wicket. And there is a sweeper. So they will come back for 2, though.
They're the round, the round sort of like ring ones. They're round. They've got a little hole in the middle.
Yes.
They are the same thing as a car brand.
If you're doing something alone, you might be doing it solo.
Yes, and it rhymes with that. Why are there so many?
I don't know. That's a big
That's
pile.
too many packets. Why? Who's buying? No one's bulk buying mints.
Well, maybe someone has bad breath.
Really
Here's
bad.
Sonny Baker. In again, full ball, driven straight as a die. And that one is going to run away for 4. Absolutely glorious straight drive from Adam Hose, who hasn't been afraid to take on Baker when he's felt the shot was there, using the pace of the ball. And I think the ball was lost for a moment in underneath the covers. But was that James Fuller there? Who does the fielding?
Yeah, you're right. Adam Hose has played Sonny Baker really well, actually, hasn't he? He's defended the good ball, and I know it sounds simple, but defending the good ball and then putting away anything that is slightly over pitched or a couple of short ones he's cut away as well.
To be fair,
Sonny Baker hasn't given too many of those. He's in now, and this time it's a over-pitched, and Hose is forward defending. He gave away a few more of those early in his first couple of overs, but he actually tightened things up a lot. But in that occasion, he has just over-pitched it, and really Adam Hose didn't have to over-hit that. He just leaned on it, and the ball went like a rocket. This golden afternoon sunshine bathes the scene as Baker is in, and once more the ball is pushed straight by Hose, but it doesn't go too far past the stumps, and Fuller is there to make sure that they don't get a run.
Just don't think there's a whole load happening out there, is there, for the bowlers? This Kookaburra ball now almost just one ball away from being 30 overs old, and we wondered how Sonny Baker would go with a little bit of extra pace, and I think it's probably fair to say, if anything, the extra pace is quite welcomed by the batters.
Starts off, one ball remaining in the over. Baker is in. Oh, he's got that one to spit up a bit, and that's just squared up Adam Hose a little bit. The ball's just leapt off the pitch. Got a little bit of extra bounce and just given him something to think about. So that was a good finish to the over from Baker. And at the end of it, Worcestershire are 93 for 2 with Hose on 21 and Libby on 38.
Yep. They trail by exactly 200 runs. Hampshire bowled out for 293 earlier on in the day. Standouts for Hampshire, if you are just tuning our way maybe after work. Joe Weatherly with 62, Fletcher Middleton with 79, Tom Prest with a second half century of the season, James Fuller 41 from 32 balls, and Kyle Abbott runs towards us in the sunshine, and forward is Libby, and there is no run to the fielder at cover. Wicket so far for Eddie Jack, that of Gareth Roderick for 26, caught behind, and then Kashif Ali was bowled by James Fuller for 4. The game set up very nicely indeed. You're very welcome if you have just joined us. What have you been up to on this Wednesday? Hopefully the weather's been alright where you are. Beautiful sunshine here in the West Midlands here at New Road, as Kyle Abbott runs towards us and bowls, and that is left outside the off stump.
It's just incredible how different it all looks from yesterday. It was so dark and so wet. It's another season.
Yeah, we lost the morning session yesterday, and all but in the end we got in 7 overs of the evening session. So a truncated day means that we're going late tonight as Kyle Abbott bowls and Libby lets that one go in a sort of very watchful way. Sort of followed the ball there with his head all the way through to Ben Brown. Fielders all having a little discussion. I see Ben Brown there having a chat with James Fuller. I saw James Fuller doing a couple of exercises. He always seems to be doing some exercises though, James Fuller. You can never quite tell if he's doing exercises that suggest I'm going to have a bowl, or exercises suggesting I fancy doing it because I'm bored. Sort of standing.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, standing at point in his floppy hat. Here is Abbott, and forward is Libby, solid in defence. And Nick Gubbins is pretty busy at cover because Kyle Abbott has zoned in here on a nice line and length, and Jake Libby is zoned in on a nice forward defensive, which generally means it's the Abbott Libby Gubbins show. The last couple of overs from that Diglas end, yes.
That just shows Abbott's accuracy, and this is what Worcestershire's bowlers struggled to do, but he has just got in on that line and length.
Over the wicket bowls, and that ball this time is just going to go a little straighter than Nick Gubbins. It's going to go to Eddie Jack instead, mid-off. And yeah, I think James Fuller is warming up now to have a bowl shortly. He's just doing a few run-throughs.
This has been really good stuff from Kyle Abbott, as you'd expect.
Needs someone to back him up at the other end, doesn't he? Still not seen any spin. Not a single solitary over of spin in this game.
Yeah, with the conditions yesterday, you wouldn't have expected. We might see some in the latter stage of this game.
Here's Abbott with the final ball of the over, and you can guess which fielder has picked that ball up. It is Nick Gubbins, and they'll come through for another over. 31 overs gone, 93 for 2. Another maiden from Kyle Abbott.
I'm going to depart and leave you for a bit. Bring on Trevor Owens. I know you'll pine and you'll miss me.
I'll what?
You'll pine.
I'll pine.
Pine.
No, don't know that one either. Talking of spin, we're going to have some from the new road end. Thank you very much, Mel Farrell. And Felix Organ has taken his floppy hat off, and he's going to bowl a little bit of off spin from this new road end, as he has a little conflab with the leadership team, the senior leadership team. Nick Gubbins, Ben Brown, Kyle Abbott there getting involved as well. And we're going to see some spin. Trevor Owens, good evening.
Good evening. I think you're doing this on purpose now. You must know the word pine, surely. Mel says you're going to pine for her. You're going to miss her. It's going to break your heart.
Right. Again, just say miss. Just say miss. Just say you'll miss me. You don't need to use. We don't need to increase the words. Like, increased vocabulary is not a good thing, in my opinion. If anything, let's decrease the vocabulary. Fewer words.
Felix Organ is going to have a twirl. Well, I'm sure he doesn't regard it as being a twirl. It's going to have a bowl from the new road end. And I think it's a good move by Ben Brown. Try and make something happen here a little bit for Hampshire.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see if there's any spin on offer. I'll get the live stream up, actually.
Adam Hose is on strike initially, and he pushes forward to this first delivery from Felix Organ. It's bowling round the wicket to the right-hander.
Yeah, interesting to start around the wicket. It's a sort of very simple way of looking at it. Some people would call it a bit of a negative angle.
He's in again, bowls, Hose is back this time, punches up to mid-on, and thinks about setting off for a quick single, which even from this distance would not have looked the sharpest of ideas, to be honest, and quite understandably. Jake Libby declines the kind offer. Glorious evening now here at New Road. Organ bowls again, and he's back this time and tries to chop that away, and will chop it away, square on the offside, and they'll jog through for a single.
Because we're at long on, I'm just taking a little look at the live stream to see if there's any turn on offer, and I'm sure you can guess that there is not a whole load going on in those first few deliveries. It's still interesting why he's come around the wicket to kick things off, though.
He thinks there's a chance maybe of finding a better chance of finding maybe a bit of a foothold or a bit of rough at the far end. I can only imagine that would be the thinking. He's in again there, bowls. That's worked into the onside, and there's no run. Just in front of square on the leg side. Libby on strike now. And after the weather of yesterday, it's been glorious this afternoon, isn't it, really? Shadows just beginning to stretch across the outfield here as Organ bowls, gets out a bit more air. And that's pushed to extra cover, there's no run.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how Felix Organ goes. He was Hampshire's frontline spinner for the first time this season last week with no Liam Dawson in the side.
He's in again, and that's driven once again to extra cover, and there is no run. That will complete Felix Organ's first over. Just the one run from it, and Worcestershire at the end of it on 94 for 2 in reply to Hampshire's 293 all out.
And it was always going to be a very, very difficult job trying to back up Liam Dawson as he went to, of course, play in the Test match for England. He bowled 29 overs, 0 for 96 in the first innings against Notts on a flat pitch, really, in that Kookaburra ball, and then just a few overs in that rather farcical second innings. If you were down at the utility, you would have been hearing. Just a couple of drinks coming onto the field for the batters, a couple of 12th men in their various bibs running out, and yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a stoppage here. But I think the general consensus was that Felix Organ is a excellent cricketer, and he is actually, again, not to sort of overuse the term of make things happen. Felix Organ does make things happen generally, but I think having him as a frontline spinner with a Kookaburra ball on a flat pitch was always going to be a big ask to see whether or not he could sort of spin Hampshire to any kind of victory. But it'll be interesting to see if there's a bit more on offer for him this week.
He's played a bit of national counties cricket, hasn't he? It's either Dorset or Wiltshire. I can't remember who he's played for.
I think Dorset.
Yes, I think Dorset as well. But Of course, Hampshire do tend to send players to both, don't they, really? In the same way that Worcestershire loan players to Herefordshire and Shropshire in the national counties. I think Staffordshire a bit as well. Certainly a good, strong connection with Shropshire over the years, and Herefordshire have benefited from having Worcestershire players in the National Counties Championship. You're not missing any cricket at all because there are various sort of running repairs going on and drinks being offered.
Yeah, all taking a bit of a chill, really, aren't there? Not much going on there.
No, they're probably thinking, well, we've got 22 hours to go yet, we may as well get some liquids on board. It's going to be a late one.
Yep, it will. The introduction of spin will help things a little bit. Phoenix Organ will be able to rattle through a few overs from this new road end. Yeah, I think we're going to be here until certainly around about 7 o'clock, aren't we?
I was saying to Mel earlier on, I did message the good Mrs. Owens and say it looks like it's going to be a late one tonight at the cricket, and she replied simply, no change there then. So I'm not quite sure how to take that yet, whether I sort of take a peace offering home and sort of hand through the door first, or...
No, I'd say it's just facts.
Well, that's true. That's the way I'm going to look at it.
Yeah.
I shall say, Robbie told me to say.
Yeah. Yes. You know what? That's fine. I'm all right with that.
Yeah.
I'm happy to play the diplomatic one in this. No bother.
Well, we're going to resume the cricket, which is a good idea. And, well, I think weather-wise now it is definitely the best part of the day. There's hardly any cloud above the ground now. Wispy cloud.
Glorious. And it's going to be, regardless, it's one of those times where, we think it has been a long day, the sun's out, and, you look at the spectators that are in, they all look very relaxed and easy to sort of think, oh yeah, we'll just have a nice enjoyable 22 overs of cricket. But if you are Hampshire, and if you are Worcestershire, these are a big 22 overs.
Yeah.
Because if Hampshire can get a few wickets and really put some pressure on Worcestershire, then Hampshire can claw back this day that has so far belonged to the home side. But if Worcestershire can see it through to the close, 2-3 down, then they'll be in a good place, and they're in a good place straight after that drinks break, because that is a lovely shot from Adam Hose, driving one through the covers. Eddie Jack into the attack from the Diglis end, and it's a bit of a long hop, a little bit of a half volley outside off stump, but driven beautifully to that cocktail bar looking situation that we've got on our right hand side.
Yeah, if you're Hampshire, you're going to be thinking, not necessarily tonight, but if Worcestershire were 150 for 5, you'd be very happy with that, wouldn't you?
Hampshire's day, probably.
Yeah.
Almost.
So you think 22 overs, still plenty of time to get among the wickets.
Couple of slips in place, Eddie Jack bowls, and that is driven again, but this time it finds the fielder Nick Gubbins at cover. Just needs to bring his length back just a fraction, Eddie Jack. Quite a nice line, but a little bit too full outside the off stump. Yeah, I think if Worcestershire can get through these 22 overs and say, I don't know, add on another 80 maybe, find themselves 160 odd, 170 odd for 2-3, definitely their day as Hose pushes this back to Jack and there's no run.
Yeah, it was definitely with the ball, definitely their day earlier on.
And still is, I'd say. Yeah.
I think, as we mentioned earlier on, Hampshire will certainly point to that 20-minute spell where they had to come out last night, and they lost both openers in fairly gloomy conditions. Carrier Ali making the point, well, it's the umpire's call as to whether we play or not. And understandably, Hampshire, I think, probably not too happy by that.
Eddie Jack, all arms and legs, bowls a short wide one that's slapped to 4 outside the off stump. Just not quite getting his length or line right in this first over after the drinks break. And that ball absolutely races to the boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion. It's the 100 up for Worcestershire as well, 102 for 2.
A lovely shot. So as you say, it wasn't, I'm sure Eddie Jack himself would agree, it wasn't the finest ball he's bowled in his career, and it got dispatched, but it was put away beautifully by Hose.
Yeah, certainly was. Wasn't missing out on that. He's looked really good through the offside, Adam Hose, so far as Jack bowls and he lets this one go. He's got 30 from 45 balls, catching up with Jake Libby, 38 from 96.
Adam Hose is the only Worcestershire player that they'll be losing to the 100. He will head off for that, otherwise the squad will be pretty much intact heading into the Metro Bank Cup. I think they probably will bring 1 or 2 in just to rotate things a little bit. 1 or 2 players probably played a lot of cricket this summer, So they may, Jack Home might be one who get a chance, for example.
Eddie Jack over the wicket, bowls and forward stoutly in defence is Hose. End of the over, 33 overs gone. Worcestershire 102 for 2. Trying to think who else. Hampshire will be losing to the 100. Fletcher Middleton, no. Weatherly, I think Joe Weatherly will be going. Tom Preston. There are a couple that are sort of on the periphery. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple of call-ups if there are some injuries. No, yeah, James Fuller definitely.
We were thinking maybe Ethan Brooks might have got a call because he's played very well towards the end of the blast, but he didn't. He didn't get a wild card. But as you say, there could be injuries yet, or changes to the 100 squads as it goes on, and maybe Ethan Brooks will get a call.
Toby Albert also is one of those wild card picks. He's going to be going, I believe, to the Southern Brave.
Jake Libby on strike, pushes forward with his first delivery from Felix Organ, and there's no run. I think the 100's been very good for the women's game. I think it's kind of raised the profile of that. For me, I'm still not a fan in terms of the men's game, I freely admit. Felix Organ tosses that one up a little bit. It's pushed to extra cover and there's no run. I think possibly that is because we don't have a 100 team here, if I'm being honest. And it sort of passes us by, really. I mean, I suspect they want us to have allegiance with the next delivery is covered up and there's no run with the Birmingham franchise. But I'm sure if you wandered around the ground here today, some might casually watch it on the telly, but there aren't too many who are going to trek up to Edgbaston to watch it. But then similarly, I'm going to for this delivery from Felix Organ, who's into his work again quickly and back and playing that out to the sweeper on the cover boundary is Libby, who will pick up a single for his trouble. And the score will move on to 103 for 2. I suspect, with all due respect to a lot of the people watching the cricket here today, they are probably not the target audience of the 100, would be the other factor.
Yeah, pros and cons, aren't there? I think there was never, ever, ever going to be a situation where everyone was going to be happy, was there?
No, I think, well, again, it's because the spinner's on, they're getting through the deliveries pretty quickly here, is that Organ's in again. He dragged it down a little bit shorter, it's punched up to mid-on and there's no run. My only 2 points, and they've been made hundreds of times, would be if they put that money into the blast and really elevated that competition, that might have made a difference. As it's turned nicely this time into the leg side. They'll take a single, but it'll only be the one. 104 for 2 here. Hose moves on to 31. And of course it's the age-old argument. You're playing a format that nobody else in the world plays.
Yeah, I can absolutely see both sides, if I'm honest. I think it's...
But it will make a lot of money for the counties. That's the plus point.
Well, it will, and you saw today, the news today, that all of those sales of the franchises have been completed. So, yeah, there will be now a load of money going towards the ECB, which should, and I believe will, be distributed around the counties. So, but then again, like you said, play devil's advocate and say, well, maybe that money would have come to the counties anyway if the Blast had some additional investment. Here is Eddie Jack to bowl to Adam Hose. Tucks him up a little bit, that one. A little bit of extra bounce, and there is no run. What we do still, thankfully, we can still sit here and watch the county championship, and when you are here for that and the weather's like this, you think, yeah.
And probably those behind the 100 would say, well, one of the reasons in future years you will be able to watch the county championship is because the 100 has been a financial success and has generated the money, and that is a reasonable argument. I wouldn't dispute that.
Yeah, we would like to be watching this kind of cricket for many years to come. Just the one slip in place now for Adam Hose on strike to Eddie Jack, and he's forward in defence.
Yes, it's one of my ambitions when I eventually hang up my BBC pass, is to just come here and watch a bit of cricket, actually, without having to worry about ISDN lines working and who's covering the football next Saturday, which is always in the back of your mind.
You'll be a fan again.
It'd be nice.
But not anytime soon, though, please, Trevor. Come on. You've got another 20 years in you yet.
Oh, no, I certainly haven't got that long.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Here's Eddie Jack bowling over the wicket to Hose. This one's straighter and tucked into the onside, and they'll get at least a single here. They'll come back for a second. Felix Organ in chase up towards the food village. And they come through for a couple more. 33 Adam Hose moves on to, and 106 for 2.
Yeah, it's anything you stray onto roundabout leg stump. There's some big gaps out there, as we've been saying, and runs to be had. So it's important that Eddie Jack keeps that line.
Has got a little bit of cover on the offside. There's a fielder on the deep cover boundary, and a third as well. As forward is Hose, pushing this back to Eddie Jack. That's more like it.
20 overs, including this one, to go tonight. I mean, Worcestershire will, if they could get through for the loss of maybe just one more wicket, they'll be absolutely delighted with today. And ideally, the loss of no more wickets, obviously, from their point of view, but they would be very, very happy. Do we have news from elsewhere?
Oh, of course. You just stand by, my friend. Here comes Eddie Jack bowling to Hose, who's on the back foot and doesn't quite time that into the covers, and there's no run. Absolutely. We'll start then at Durham. 214 for 4 are Durham in their second innings after bowling out Surrey for 322, so they lead by 45 runs. Warwickshire 96 for 1 in reply to a mammoth score from Essex. 602 for 6 declared. So they're still trailing by just the 506 runs. As this is clipped a little bit too straight, that from Eddie Jack. There is protection on the onside. Fletcher Middleton does the fielding out the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they'll come through for a single. 107 for 2 at the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 177 for 2. They trail Somerset after bowling them out for 438 by 261 runs. And up at Scarborough, Yorkshire 292 for 4. They lead Sussex in their first innings by 70 runs. And you just let me know if you want Division 2 as well.
We will do that. It might be the end of this over, because I'm sure young Mr. Organ will whistle through this over fairly swiftly. 19 overs of the day's play to go. Worcestershire 107 for 2. Adam Hose on strike, he has 34. Jake Libby has 39. Here comes the first delivery of the over, which is thumped, I think is the best way of putting it, up towards Tom Prest, who's at long on, and they walk through for a single. So Adam Hose moves on to 35. So what's this 45 this stand worth so far? Libby waits. Organ floats that one up to him, and he pushes it up to Prest to more orthodox mid-on, so there's no run this time. Still a decent crowd in, not too many drifted away yet. Next delivery sees Libby playing it to extra cover, and there's no run.
Why would you leave? Why
Well, a
would
glorious evening like this, and unless you've got an appointment or some pressing need to get home, I think I'd stay. I think I'd see it through from this point. Next ball is turned around the corners to a diving short fine leg and a shy at the stumps, but they're home quite comfortably. It was Hose running to the danger end, and he was past the stumps before the throw came in, but a good bit of work at short fine leg.
It's got busy in the cocktail bar, isn't it?
It has,
All
yes,
packed
well
into
populated
that.
over there.
The bottom bit especially, this all bit looks like it's popping off.
Organ bowls forward, it comes Hose, just plays it down to the ground, and it trickles back up the wicket to Felix Organ, and does his own fielding. Would be lovely sitting on the top of there, just watching the cricket.
In the shade now as well.
Yeah, the glass of something nice. Organ round the wicket, bowls, and he gave himself a bit of room, did Hose, and then hit it straight to extra covers. That completes the over. At the end of it, Worcestershire 109 for 2, with Adam Hose on 35 from 57 deliveries, Jake Libby on 40 from 103 deliveries.
As promised, the scores in Division 2. Gloucestershire 21 without loss at Cheltenham in response to Middlesex, 445 all out, so they trail Middlesex still by 424 runs. Kent 201 for 3, trailing Leicestershire in their first innings by 270. Glamorgan in their second innings after bowling out Lancashire for 137. They're 35 for 2, so they lead Lancashire by 159 runs as Jack begins a new over, and that is short and pulled but straight from Jake Libby, just straight of the fielder at mid-on, and Felix Organ won't actually be able to get to that. Timed beautifully up towards the sort of big, huge impact advertising sign. It's a big yellow sign is at that far end of the ground, and Felix Organ gives chase. So 113 for 2. Just finally as well, Northamptonshire 252 for 5, trailing Derbyshire in their first innings by 125. Forward this time is Libby, pushing it back up to Felix Organ, and there's no run. I'll just quickly run through the results as well from the One Day Cup today for the women. Hampshire in action against the Blaze. They won by 80 runs to go to the top of the table. Lancashire beat Essex by 138 runs. Durham beating Somerset by 105 runs. And Surrey defeating Warwickshire by 3 wickets off the back of their T20 Blast title on Sunday at their home ground, the Oval. Here's Eddie Jack bowling a full ball, low full toss I think that was, to Jake Libby, who digs it out and prods it up to Felix Organ, who's been busy this over.
I do think that's one good thing the ECB and the authorities have done, is with the women's game, it's now sort of county based, because for your casual observer or your county member, there's more of a buy-in there. It's a point I've made to Worcestershire's coach with Worcestershire Tier 2 team and Herefordshire Tier 3, and both coaches agree that there's much more likely to be a buy-in from supporters.
Libby on the back foot, steering this into the onside. They'll come through for a quick single, which they've done all afternoon. He's done that brilliantly as Jake Libby moves on to 45, and Felix Organ cannot prevent one more run to the total, 114 for 2. Yeah, I agree. One hell of a lot easier to support a Hampshire and a Hampshire.
Yeah, well, Hampshire men and Hampshire women. It's makes much more sense, really.
Penultimate ball of the over in the sunshine. Hampshire's men in action here at Worcester, and that is full, driven down the ground up for 4. Overpitched from Eddie Jack, and that was a hit-me delivery, I think it's fair to say, and that was put away beautifully by Adam Hose, who's looked really good for his 39 from 59 balls as that ball trickles down to the Basil D'Oliveira stand, and I'm sure we're going to have to spend a little bit of time retrieving that.
It has been retrieved.
Beautiful shot, just over pitching. He's done that a few times in this spell from that far end. Eddie Jack, the digless end, and Adam Hose, we've seen, has been imperious in driving the ball through the covers or straight down the ground, and he's doing that again right on cue. This time, though, doesn't beat the fielder at mid-off. End of the over. Jake Libby has 45, Adam Hose has 39, and with 17 overs remaining in the day, Worcestershire 118 for 2.
Yep, it's as we say, going to be a late finish, but it's really good cricket. It's a game that's, I thought at one stage yesterday, oh dear, Hampshire are going to pile on the runs here, minimum 400. Worcestershire have pulled it back, and Worcestershire started well, 56 for the first wicket pairing, but then Hampshire took 2 wickets in pretty rapid order, and now Worcestershire have taken it on again. So it's ebbed and flowed really throughout. And it's good county championship cricket this.
Yeah, and Hampshire just trying to keep things moving, because there's going to be a bowling change at this new road end. Felix Organ out of the attack after 3 overs, and James Fuller with his new haircut going to have a bowl from this new road end. Don't quite know what to make of this James Fuller haircut.
Well, I am never one in a position to judge anybody on haircuts.
Yours looks great today, by the way.
Thank you very much. You say all the right things. So James Fuller then, who put bat to ball pretty effectively earlier on in the day. 7 overs, 1 for 15 so far, so he's done pretty well. And Ben Brown, his skipper, would dearly love him to get amongst the wickets now. Jake Libby is on strike. Fuller past the umpire, bowls to Libby. He just turns it into the onside, and they'll take a very comfortable single. Sweep it in off the boundary fence. Underarms the ball to a teammate. It's got to that stage of the day now,
Yeah.
hasn't it, really? It was Felix Organ in off the fence. But to be fair to Felix Organ, they were basically through for the single before he got to the ball. It was never going to be two, so there's no point in overexerting yourself. 119 for 2, Worcestershire, in reply to Hampshire's 293 all-out. Fuller was setting off there and then realised that Hose was doing a spotted gardening, so has to retreat to his mark again. Everybody is ready now. Fuller right arm over in bowls, pushing forward is Hose. Just prods the ball into the offside and there's no run. But I'm sure when these two came together, when, as I say, well, Cashy Valley was out and they'd lost 2 wickets, fairly rapid order, Worcestershire. Well, only 5 runs added between the two, that these two would have thought, right, we do need to steady the ship here. Whatever happens from here on in, they've certainly done that.
Certainly have. 58 this partnership now worth for the 3rd wicket.
James Fuller to bowl to Adam Hose. Hose plays it down into the ground. Fuller will field in his follow through, and there is no run.
Hampshire won't be getting too tetchy, I wouldn't have thought yet, especially after what we have seen in this game so far. We put on 144 for that first wicket, made back very easy. Then they came back this morning, and all of a sudden there was a bit more going on. Yes, Worcestershire bowled better, but I think there was a little bit more maybe going on as well. And Hampshire maybe be a bit of damage limitation to get through to the close and go again tomorrow morning.
Fuller bowl shorter this time, played away, square on the offside. They'll take 1. Adam Hose will move to 40 from 63 deliveries.
I'm sure they, of course, would love a smattering of wickets between now and the close, but what they definitely wouldn't want would be for Worcestershire to go at 4 or 5 and over for the remaining 17 overs, get themselves up to somewhere around the 200 mark, something like that, a couple of wickets down, and then suddenly it is a real catch-up game tomorrow.
Fuller running in, bowls, and that's played away into the offside. Again, there's always a comfortable single. There's a sweeper out at deep point who keeps them down to just the 1. Of course, the forecast for tomorrow, weather-wise, not so good, I think. Chance of thunderstorms.
Oh, good.
Just to liven things up a bit. But I suppose if you're Hampshire, you're thinking probably if the rain is going to affect this round of games, it already has, this game in particular, well, a draw, it's not going to do Worcestershire any good, is it, in their bid to get off the foot of the table. Fuller in, that's a great delivery, that's a really good ball, and that's a beat Hose, all ends up that time. Not many times we've said that this afternoon, but that was a cracking delivery. And it ends the over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire 121 for 2, Adam Hose has 40, Jake Libby has 47.
Maybe I should keep thinking this then, because I was the next thing I was about to say was going to be, it looks like there's absolutely nothing going on out there, and there have just been so few alarms, and battings looked very, very easy in the last hour or so, and then suddenly one just nipped away and bounced a little bit on Adam Hose and goes through to the keeper, so maybe there is still the odd one out there for Hampshire. Now Felix Organ's going to switch ends. He did bowl 3 overs from this New Road end for 5 runs. He's going to give it a crack from the far end, the Diglas end, as we look on. It's just it's got that sort of 1-tier stand with the sort of light white, medium grey, creamy seating, the Basil D'Oliveira stand. It's got the tarpaulin sight screen drooped over it, and a few trees beyond as well, sort of sports grounds and various greens beyond the stand, the Basil D'Oliveira stand. Beautiful sight.
King's School playing fields behind.
Is that it? Is it?
Yeah.
King's School playing fields. Here's Felix Organ. Interesting, he's going over the wicket from that far end, and he's got a short leg in place as well, as that is forward in defence from Libby. So just a different tactic from this New Road end. It looked like he was going fairly defensive, but maybe here he's going, instead of around the wicket, he's going over the wicket. He's got a slip in place, short leg as well, and he's bowling now to Libby. He's on the back foot and squirting that one into the offside to the fielder out on the deep cover boundary, and they'll come through for a single. Libby to 48, and Worcestershire 122 for 2. Adam Hose takes guard. Tilak Varma just doing a little bit of commanding of the field, just sending Tom Prest at deep cover a little straighter, just towards the chestnut tree. Maybe he just wants him to be in the shade. He's looking a little red. Here is Felix Organ bowls, and forward is Hose, pushing it to the fielder at short mid-wicket. Try and rattle through a few overs here, Hampshire. Get to the close and try and keep the run rate down. Pick up a couple of wickets would be a bonus. Go again fresh tomorrow morning. Reverse sweep this time from Hose, and a shout for LBW, but nothing doing, says umpire Illingworth.
Looks great when it comes off the reverse sweep, doesn't it?
Looks awful when it doesn't. Feels like a mess.
Thank you for ending that sentence.
Few arms and legs just going everywhere. Difficult to tell whether or not that was close from the angle we're at. This sort of fine third that we're commentating to you from. Here is Organ again, and thinks better of the reverse sweep this time. Adam Hose, and more traditionally goes onto the back foot and squirts it out into the offside, and Tom Prest does the fielding, and they'll come through for another single into the 40s for Adam Hose. Final ball of the 39th over in the sunshine here at New Road. Worcestershire 123 for 3. Jake Libby crouches down and drives this again out to Tom Prest by the chestnut tree. And they will come through for another single. 39 overs gone. Jake Libby on to 48. Adam Hose has 41, 124 for 2, which means that they trail by 170 runs.
15 overs of the day's play remaining. Live cricket here on BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Solent by way of the BBC Sports app and website. There's a lot of BBCs in that sentence.
You can never have too many BBCs in one sentence. You know what they say.
James Fuller, New Road End in the evening sunshine. In to bowl to Jake Libby. And Libby works that up to mid-on. They're going to take a very quick single there. Tom Prest is in. He's no slouch. That's well run. And gets a decent round of applause. Libby will go to his half century as a result of that. Well batted Jake Libby. He's another one for whom the move to New Road has been productive over the years since he's been here. Punch of the gloves mid-wicket between Messrs Hose and Libby to mark the 50 not out. Hose not too far behind him. He's got 41. Just checking his guard now with the umpire as James Fuller is back to his mark and was all set to, well, he's setting off anyway, and Hose is now ready. He's in, bowls. Hose drives that up to Prest again. 3-man cricket once again.
Yeah, and you would probably say that Jake Libby is the big wicket, along with maybe someone like Ethan Brooks for Hampshire. Jake Libby averaging 40 this season. Only 8 batters have scored more runs than him in the entire county championship, and it was Tilak Varma was the big wicket really for Worcestershire, and they managed to get him for just 5. So Hampshire could do with seeing the back of number 2.
That's driven well this time by Hose. Very well fielded in his follow through by Fuller, who went full length across the turf to stop that.
It was a little bit of a belly flop, wasn't it?
5.9 from the Russian judge.
Yes.
125 for 2. Worcestershire here in reply to Hampshire's 293 all out. It's been quite an eventful day, really. 10 wickets fallen in the day so far. Hose, bat raised, waits as Fuller's in to bowl to him, and he punches that to extra cover, and there's no run.
Do you know anything about this big old stack of mints that are in that control room to our left-hand side? I was mentioning it to Mel. Have you not seen it? There's a huge stack of multiple packets of.
Oh yes.
Of the round.
The ones with the hole in the middle.
The ones with the hole in the middle mints. And I was like, who's buying them? I'd quite like to get to the bottom of it. I thought you might be someone who knows.
Must be one of the scorers or someone in there. Must be a keen fan of said.
Scorers are in there, are they?
Yeah, I think so, aren't they? Or maybe they're not now. Maybe. It always used to be the score box. In comes Fuller, bowls. Oh, that's chopped down into the ground. Doesn't miss the off stump by a great deal. Adam Hose looked anxiously behind him for a moment, but it squirts through to the wicket-keeper, Brown, and there's no run.
I just cannot understand it, because they're not a thing that are going on offer, are they? And they're not sort of down from 80p to
Well, not as
40
far as
p-
I'm aware. That hasn't been announced over the PA.
No. But
Get your bargain mint.
yeah. It's just odd. I don't understand it. But I've never seen so many packets. Just, I suppose you never know when you might need one.
Very true.
Yeah.
Adam Hose waits as Fuller's into bowled him, and he plays it up to Prest at mid-on, and there's no run. And that will complete the over at the end of it. 125 for 2, Worcestershire. Hose on 41. Libby on 50. There are 14 overs of the day's play to go. We are ticking them off slowly. 104 in the day, and it looks like we're going to go the distance.
Yeah, light's not going to be an issue, is it? I think. I don't think that's going to be.
No. Actually, it'll be
Sharing
102 in the day, won't it? Because we'll have lost 2 for the change of innings.
Yeah, big 14 overs coming up for Hampshire. Like I said, if they can, even if they were, no, I mean they definitely would like to get one more before the close. But even if they didn't, if they could keep the run rate down and just make sure that they are at least feeling in control still of the game, or feel like they've got a handle on the game. Then come fresh tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And here is Orgum to begin a new over. Just flights that one up to Libby, who's forward in defence.
Well, if Worcestershire were, I don't know, 160 for 2 at the close of play here, they wouldn't be overly disappointed by that, I don't think.
No. Who, Worcestershire or Hampshire?
Worcestershire.
Yeah. Oh, no, I agree. On the back foot this time is Libby. And steers that out to the fielder at deep cover, and he'll come through for a single. I think, yeah, I completely agree. I don't think there's much that Worcestershire could lose. I don't think it's looking likely that they're going to lose 3, 4, 5 wickets this evening. But I think Hampshire, they could really find themselves on the back foot if they bowl sloppily and Adam Hose pushes this one up to the fielder at long on, and they'll come through for a single. If Hampshire were to allow Worcestershire to go at anything over 3.5, 4, certainly not 5 and over, then very quickly they could find Worcestershire with a deficit of under 100, and just means tomorrow will be that bit more difficult as Organ is in once more and there is no run. And if I'm just going on the assumption that maybe tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock we will see a little bit more going on, even though the ball will be fairly old at that point, we may see a bit more if there's a bit of moisture in that pitch from overnight.
And again, the weather could be a factor tomorrow as well, as we were saying. Talking to some of the sages in the written press box, they were saying talk of thunder and lightning, very, very frightening tomorrow, as Queen might have said.
Might have said. Did say, did they not?
I think they said thunderbolts and lightning to be. I'm not saying we're going to
was
get thunderbolts, but
well, I hope not. Yeah, goodness me. A couple of runs into the offside and an awful throw from Tom Press there. To be honest, I don't think he'd mind me saying that. It was pretty poor, and does well to.
I suppose in his slight defence, the sun was probably behind him, was it? I think he's probably conscious of the fact he didn't want to.
You're a generous man, Trevor Owens. You're a generous man. Anyway, 129 for 2. Jake Libby has 53 to his name. Final ball of the over coming up from Morgan, right over the wicket. And he's forward. A little bit of an ooh and an ah as he gets the thick inside edge. But nothing doing. End of the over. 41 overs gone. 129 for 2. And they trail by 164 runs.
They do. Worcestershire mid-wicket conference between Messrs Hose and Libby. The tone of which will be, come on, let's see this through. Let's get through to the close now. Let's not do anything silly. If there's a bad ball, put it away. Otherwise, keep our focus, says he, desperately trying to read lots of body language from a long way away. But I'm guessing that's a general tone of it.
I think you nailed it. Good work.
James Fuller to continue from the New Road end. Long approach. He's in to bowl to Adam Hose. Hose pushes that away on the offside, and there's no run, just in front of square on the offside. Another dot.
Some huge Wednesday night plans for you this evening. You're
not by the time I get home.
You're going to be done with this game, aren't you? So
I am. Yes, this is my swan song for this one. But it's been good. Enjoyed it. In all seriousness, the first championship cricket I've done this season, because we have Dave Bradley and Frank Watson, who are generally always reliable and available. And Dave, of course, does the PA for home games, so he's not available for those. In comes Fuller, bowls, and that's driven back past the bowler, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. And Frank, as we mentioned yesterday, is on his holidays, or he'll be finishing his holidays today because he's here tomorrow. So it's nice to see some 4-day cricket, or at least 2 days of a 4-day match.
So will I be seeing a tanned Frank Watson coming in tomorrow morning?
I think he's been on a camping holiday, so I mean,
In the UK?
in the UK, as far as I'm aware, but I stand to be corrected on that. Fuller bowls, driven into the offside again, and there's no run. I think Fuller's line must be pretty much on the money here. Seems to be getting repeat shots into the sort of extra cover mid-off area.
Yeah, a bit of control needed from Hampshire. I know Adam Hose didn't get much of that last delivery, but I've enjoyed watching him drive the ball. He's got a really nice classical style to him, really high elbow. He's a tall man and shows the full face of the bat. Makes that bat look very small in a good way.
He's on 42, Adam Hose, as follows into ball to him, and again he picks out extra cover, and there's no run.
What I mean by that, I don't mean he makes the bat look small as in looks very easy to miss the ball. I just mean he makes it look very light and very looks very in control of all of his shots. I'm going to be waffling at too many, I don't think, outside the off stump.
No. Jake Libby leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end.
Are we okay to keep going, Mel Farrell?
I would think so.
No, I'm alright, Mel.
Next delivery is played again to extra cover.
I'll keep slogging. We'll keep slogging our guts out over here. Don't you worry. You go write your bit for the paper. Is that what you're doing?
Robbie said if you want any help with the long words, just give him a shout.
Yes. Right, you rein it in. Yeah. I was helping you earlier, being diplomatic with you and your wife. I'll take that right back.
It's all right. One thing I can guarantee you, she won't be listening to this. 129 for 2 here, Worcestershire. Hose on 42 is on strike. It's been a good over this from Fuller. Can he see it through? He's in bowls, and that's driven, and he fields in his own follow-through. Really good piece of fielding, because I'll tell you what, Hose got hold of that. And he was down very swiftly to field, and takes his floppy hat from the umpire. At the end of the over, 129 for 2, Worcestershire, in reply to Hampshire's 293. And Fuller's figures, very impressive. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19.
Yep, is it good? There's Mr. Fuller with his floppy hat on. He's just
conversation with the umpire.
There's always something going on with James Fuller. You can tell he's always sort of thinking about something. Although he's one of the loveliest men, and really enjoy it when I bump into James Fuller and have a chat. But he's very similar to me in that sense. He has one of those walks where he just does look lost. There's never too much purpose about the direction that he's going in for James Fuller, but he's a brilliant athlete, really, really exciting cricketer, and it was good to watch him hit a quick 40 earlier on in the day for Hampshire. Felix Organ to begin a new over from the Diggless end, and maybe just half a chance for Fletcher Middleton at short leg. I don't think there was any realistic chance, but just for a second that ball was uppish from Libby, just looking to try and spin the ball back into the right-hander is Felix Organ. Fletcher Middleton is crouched down in the short leg position, and he's on the back for this time. Maybe just bounces a little bit on Jake Libby and surprises him. And it comes off the top of his bat, and they'll come through for a single. Tilak Varma will run around from slip to do the fielding.
There's a big open space in the direction which he just played it, down towards the third man area. Tom Preston sweeping on the boundary on the cover side there. Cover boundary. He's been moved around now towards the chestnut tree, or in front of the marquee.
Adam Hose on strike, and he's on the back foot, and he's driving this up to the fielder Joe Weatherly, directly opposite us up at long on. They'll come through for another single. 131 for 2. Scoreboard just ticking over. Hose on 43, Libby on 54, facing up now. Crouches low, does the right-hander, and he's on the back foot and steers that into the leg side. There's no run. Felix Organ with his, I always call it a posh action. Always looks very posh, very upright, very elegant. Doesn't sort of crouch down, bowls, and Again, steered into the onside from Libby. Gets a bit more of it this time, though, which means that they're going to get a couple of runs into the leg side. Sonny Baker running around to his right with a pretty poor throw to Ben Brown, and they will come back for a couple. Do you know what I mean? It's the kind of action I always think, like, I can imagine him sort of saying, "Oh, darling," as he's bowling the ball. Do you know what I mean? It's it looks quite posh.
Sort of, yes.
Sort of the opposite to someone like Graham Swan, that was all a bit sort of raggedy and rock and roll in his action. We've got high arms, very good posture as he bowls, and forward is Libby.
I think I can see what you mean, as opposed to Graham Swan, who might have been the 320 at Catterick.
Yes.
He's more a dressage, Felix Orden. Would that be a better...
A lovely comparison. I'll nick that one. That's perfect. Very elegant.
Sort of high stepping action, really.
High stepping action, a bit ballet.
Well, indeed. I was going with dressage, but ballet will work just
Ballet
as well.
will, yeah. There was what was the ballet thing that Mel said earlier? There was a ballet word that Mel taught us. What was it? Mel? What was the ballet? Can she hear it? She can't. She's busy writing.
She's busy writing her piece, yeah.
Doesn't matter anyway. I'll forget it. 1:33 for 2. 11 to go in the day.
Adam Howe's on strike. He has 43 to his name. James Fuller running towards him. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls. Hose drives. Very straight back up the ground. Good tumbling stop at mid-on. That was good work by Felix Organ. Because I thought that was going to get past him for a moment.
Yeah, good bit of work, especially after he's just bowled his over. Hampshire need that. They need to try and squeeze Worcestershire here. Make sure they don't get away in this final 11 overs. Of course, they'd be delighted, like I said, if they can pick up some wickets, but what they definitely don't want is this score to rattle along too quickly and lose a handle on the game to make tomorrow morning even more difficult.
In comes Fuller again. Bowls. That's cut away. And there's a sweeper on the cover boundary who will do the necessary to keep them down to 1. But the board just keeps ticking over for Worcestershire, and they'll be happy enough with that.
A little bit more of a breeze, I think, we just picked up. Just looking at those trees towards the cathedral, they look fairly active, actually.
Yeah, just swaying gently in the breeze.
It's all rather poetic, isn't it? Lovely. What a place. I'm enjoying my first visit.
It is a lovely place to watch cricket. In comes Fuller, bowls, and this time Libby shoulders arms outside the off stump, and it's safely through to Ben Brown. There's no run.
Where should I be going this evening?
Well, I'm not the person to ask about the hot spot, the flesh pots of Worcester, because living an hour and a half in the other direction, it's not a place I frequent that often. About the Christmas party is about the only time I go out in Worcester, really.
Well, where did you go out for the Christmas party?
Well, we go to a restaurant down Friar Street, which well, we have done in the past, and then we went to a hotel last year, which was very nice. Here comes Fuller into ball to Libby. Libby inside edge down towards fine leg. They'll come through for 1. A few oohs and ahs there. 135 for 2 Worcestershire now.
Friar Street, is it?
There was a restaurant there, which was very nice. Yeah,
I've had a few people mention that road.
Yeah, well, I think Mel's Hotel was down there somewhere, or near there.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay. With the 4-poster bed.
Indeed. And the buffet breakfast left outside the door this morning.
Yes.
Which she very kindly brought with her.
I'll have to check that out. There's Worcester blinds along there. Very good. The conservatory.
Here comes the next delivery, which has Hose coming forward and prodding it back to the bowler. There's no run. 135 for 2. Adam Hose on 44, Jake Libby on 57. These two came together when it was 61 for 2, so they've done a really good job for Worcestershire in this, the final session. They'd love to see it through now in the remaining 10 overs and 1 ball.
There's a pub along there called
Ye Old Tavern.
How do you pronounce it?
That's a hotel. Well, it's a hotel as well. Ye Old Tavern, yeah.
Oh, Talbot, I thought.
Talbot, sorry, Talbot. Yes, that's the one. Sorry. Next delivery. Oh, that's almost squared Hose up a little bit, but he turned it to square leg. They're going to run a cheeky 2 here. That's very well run. There's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and had it been a direct hit, it might have been interesting, but it missed, and Jake Libby gets home Worcestershire add 2 more to the total, 137 for 2. Yes, the old Talbot. I've stayed there 3 or 4 times in recent years.
Sounds old. Sounds cozy.
It is old. There's a nice bar there, actually. You can go a nice drink, and the food's pretty good. And if you fancy the movies afterwards, the cinema is dead opposite. And if you want to be slightly down market, with all due respect to it, Nando's is next door to the cinema.
Oh, well.
There you go. Everything a cricket reporter could want in about a
Yes.
30 square metres there, really.
Perfect. Maybe I'll go to the cinema and I'll watch the wonderful documentary about how to win the Ashes on BBC iPlayer, which you can get hold of currently. Very good. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh,
No.
well worth a watch. I do hear there's a certain Mel Farrell that's in it.
Oh,
Yeah. Very, very good. Looking back at the
I didn't know we were mixing with the stars.
05 Ashes series 20 years ago, can you believe it, as Libby is forward and pushing it back up to Felix Organ and there's no run. How to win the Ashes on BBC iPlayer. 20 years from arguably the most iconic and influential summer in English cricketing history, this documentary takes a deep dive into one of the most fiercest rivalries in sport as Jake Libby pushes this out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Sonny Baker there to our left-hand side in front of the cathedral does the fielding. 138 for 2.
I'm sure it's a brilliant programme, but everything now seems to take a deep dive.
Well, we like the deep dives.
Do we? Okay.
Well, you wouldn't want a shallow dive, would you? You wouldn't want it,
That'd be dangerous, wouldn't it,
You'd be a
really?
bit... Yeah, well, it would help safety, yeah, but... I mean, you'd be a bit disappointed if you went onto the documentary
like
and it says, this will take a mild dive.
Everybody now is on a journey. That annoys me.
Does it?
Yeah.
So what are you on? You're just cruising. Felix Organ bowls and driven nicely from Adam Hose. Doesn't get past the fielder at mid-off.
No, I think it annoys me when the latest sort of Z-list celebrity says, well, they've been on a journey. No, you haven't. You got lucky in a talentless programme.
You had a bad experience, Trevor?
No, not at
No?
all. No, just cynical.
Hose on the back foot, punching this up to the fielder at long on. Joe Weatherly will field. 139 for 2. Well, that's...
I think it comes under the principle of people saying, I want to be famous. Yes, but for doing what? You know, you've got to do something, surely, but apparently not anymore.
Well, for being very good at, wrapping Christmas presents. You can become famous for anything nowadays. Felix bowls.
Shot.
And that is played late. Yeah, nicely down to the deep backward point boundary. Tom Prest will run around to his left-hand side in front of us here at the New Road end and do the fielding. And they come back for... Did they get a couple? They did get a couple, yeah. 58. Libby moves on to... Nope, 60. Libby moves on to scoreboard updating. 141 for 2. Well, with social media, Trevor, you can be famous for anything. What would you like to be famous for?
That's one. No, I've gone beyond that stage, really, I think.
That'd be daft.
Infamy. They've all got it infamy.
Here is Organ, bowls over the wicket and driven nicely out to Tom Prest. To the right-hand side in front of the ladies' pavilion. And that's the end of the over. 45 overs gone. Worcestershire 142 for 2, and we have 9 overs remaining in the day. If you were going to be incredible, if you're going to be number 1 at any sport in the world, what would you be number 1 at?
I suppose if I was about 40 years younger, you'd probably go for one that's going to make you a lot of money, wouldn't you, really? And it would probably be NFL, I suppose. That's where
NFL?
Well, that's where a lot of the money is, isn't it? You turn up on a decent contract there for 5 years, you're laughing, aren't you?
Yeah, but you get flattened every 3 seconds.
No, but you said I'd be the best player in the world, so I wouldn't get flattened every 3 seconds.
That's a high-risk sport, though.
Yeah, but the high salaries.
I didn't expect that from you.
In comes the next delivery from Fuller, which is pushed into the offside. There is no run. I do remember one of the funniest conversations I ever heard in our newsroom was one of our older and crustier colleagues at the time answering a phone call to an influencer. Obviously, we only ever heard our end of the conversation, as it were, but it was pretty clear pretty early on that someone who was an influencer had phoned up saying they could help our brand, and said colleague said, you do realise this is the BBC, don't you? And the brand is pretty well known. Oh, no, we can definitely help your brand. I can help your brand if you just... So that was a fairly short conversation. Fuller's in, bowls, and it's played to extra cover, where Wickets fielded. There's no run. Libby on 61 on strike. Played very, very well. Faced 130 deliveries in that 61. 131 deliveries.
I can't believe he's saying
No, I think if you
NFL.
know, well, if you want to, it's either that or baseball. They make stupid money, don't
What's
they?
wrong with golf? Such
They
low
make
risk.
more money in the NFL than they ever would.
Yeah, but do you really need 50 million instead of 10 million?
Probably not. No.
No.
But then, well, you did ask the question if it could be the best at anything.
I did.
In comes Fuller, bowls. That's pulled away in the vague direction of mid-wicket and wideish mid-on, and they'll take one. Didn't really get hold of that, Jake Libby, but he's enough for a single. What would you do then? Which would be your choice?
I think golf, because golf, you're not going to get you very low risk in terms of injury. You get to travel the
Tiger
world.
Woods, that. Yeah.
You get to travel the you travel the world. Beautiful place to be is on a golf course, and you earn a load of money. Or tennis as
I'd
well.
agree with the beautiful place to be on golf courses. In comes Fuller, bowls, and it's dropped into the offside, and they will take a single. That'll take the total on to 144 for 2. Hose moves on to 48. I interviewed regularly for many years Chaz Davis, who was a motorcyclist, rode in the World Superbike Series. And he said it's the eternal triangle, this travelling. It's not as glamorous as you think. Basically, it's airport, hotel, track, hotel, airport, move on. You really don't see much of the countries that you're in. And even covering sport, when we had Worcester Warriors in Europe, it was very true. You didn't see anything of the country you were in. You literally went from airport to hotel to stadium, back to hotel, and flew out again. In comes Fuller, bowls. That's off a thickish outside edge, down to third man. Libby will pick up one more. The total will move on to 145 for 2. And I do accept that if you're playing on a beautiful golf course in Palm Beach as opposed to at Green Bay in the snow, the golf might win in that one. But 3 or 4 years in the NFL will set you up nicely for life, I'd have thought.
Yeah, but yeah.
I did so qualify it by saying you did say I'd be the best at anything, so hopefully I wouldn't get buried under a pile of big Americans.
Though, isn't it? High risk.
Fuller bowls, driven, that's a lovely shot. Oh, hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, otherwise that had got 4 written all over it. A lovely straight drive from Adam House. As I say, it clattered into the stumps at the non-striker's end. And he gets nothing for his efforts there, which I think everybody would agree he deserved more for that. 145 for 2 at the end of the over. We have 8 overs of the day's play remaining, unless the scoreboard hasn't quite caught up.
Just to update you on some scores from elsewhere, a couple of close of plays going on. Durham closing on 222 for 5 in their second innings against Surrey, so they lead by 53 runs, which means that Surrey are pretty much on top in that one. Nottinghamshire closing on 189 for 2, trailing Somerset still by 249 runs after bowling them out for 438. Leicestershire against Kent. Kent 203 for 3 at the close in Division 2, trailing Leicestershire by 268, so Leicester in a pretty good position in that one. And Northants 265 for 5, trailing Derbyshire by 112 runs. That is scores from all the games that have finished today. A few more still going on.
Sonny Baker's going to come into the attack from the De Glees end of the ground.
Very, very good accent from you. Enjoyed that.
That's
very
it.
good.
That's it for today. That's Culture Corner for today.
Is it? Right. Just seeing in front of us, so Felix Organ is just having a little word with... I've completely forgotten his first name. Well, Graham Welch, the Hampshire bowling coach. They're just having a chat. Looks like sort of about angles or fields or something like that. I wonder if we're going to see some more Felix Organ shortly. He's out of the attack now, though, from that Diglas end. And it is going to be Sonny Baker. And I reckon we're going to see a little bit of short pitch bowling, are we? Because there's a couple of fielders going out on the leg side. Deep backward square leg, a fine leg. There's a short leg in place in the form of Fletcher Middleton as well. We're going to see James Fuller go out at deep point. Yep, I think we are. And there's 3 fielders in the ring on the leg side. So I'm going to guess we're in for a little bit of short pitch bowling here to Jake Libby. They're going to try something different. So you've got deep point a very fine third in Felix Organ. There is a short leg, 2 catches at short mid-wicket, and a fielder at deep forward square leg, and a fine leg. Here we go. Sonny Baker, he's going to bowl round the wicket, running towards us to Jake Libby, and here he is bowling short, and Libby is swivelling nicely. Going to get 4 for that. Is he? Oh no, I've missed the fielder. There's a couple down there. Kyle Abbott, you sneaky snake. I'll come back for a couple. I didn't realise that. I thought there was just the one out behind square, but there's
I think
Kyle
you were done by the Mel Farrell Memorial post there, because he was looking behind the post, I think, just as you...
yeah, there was.
Yeah.
What have we got? We've got
1, 2, 3 sweeping on the leg side.
There's plenty going. Yeah, so 3. That's it. 3 out on the leg side. Then Felix Organ at a very fine third, and a deep backward point in the form of James Fuller. 3 catches then on the leg side as well. Kyle Abbott, goodness. He's a big enough man, should have seen him. Here is Sonny Baker bowling, and swivelling again is Jake Libby, and this time the ball will go down to Tom Prest at deep backward point, and looks very in control. Those first 2 deliveries we've seen short, not really short enough, just really easy for Jake Libby, who is not a particularly tall man, to just swivel and pull that with control down to the fielders behind square on the onside. 148 for 2.
Yeah, as you quite rightly say, Robbie, I think you've called the tactic perfectly, in the sense of 3 sweepers out there, but they've got to hope for a top edge. I suppose that's the plan.
Yeah, same ploy for Adam Hose, who's on strike now, and it's a bluff from Sonny Baker because he bowls a full ball, but it's a half volley, and Adam Hose doesn't get too much of it, and it's fielded at mid-off. No run, so what's Sonny Baker going to do here? Will he go full again and try and bluff Hose again? Will it be the double bluff, the triple bluff? I never quite understand what's going on with the bluff. I don't know which is the bluff and which is the double bluff. Or will it just be the short ball?
Blind man's bluff?
The black could be. You just never know. Here he is. Arms and legs wailing away as he runs towards us and cut down towards the 3rd boundary. That's going to dissect those 2 fielders to our right-hand side. There's a fielder behind square at backward point, and also Felix Organ at fine 3rd, but it goes between them both, and it takes Adam Hose to half century. 52 from 90 balls, batted really well. Some fantastic driving through the covers and down the ground. He's looked imperious.
And 150 up for Worcestershire as well. 152 for 2.
8 fours in that Adam Hose half century. So Sonny Baker so far, this short ball tactic in this over, not working. He bowls again, it's short, and again it's just not short enough. And Hose is able to just swivel and control the ball and direct it down to Kyle Abbott at fine leg, and they'll come through for a single. 153 for 2.
I can see exactly what they're trying to do, but it hasn't quite worked so far. And it's early days, but it hasn't quite worked.
You just got to. It feels like it's getting up at chest height, which is fairly easy to
pullable. Yes.
Pull, and he wants to, if he's going to come around the wicket, he has to really bang it in, try and get it up at the throat, up the armpit, they always say, of Jake Libby, who crouches down now, and he's again just able to work that, this time with a straight bat, sort of flick it off his hip down to Tom Prest, and they'll come through for a single. So Hampshire are going to try and do something different here. I'll hope for a bit more success than has happened in that over. 7 to go in the day, 154 for 2, and they trail by 139 runs.
And Felix Organ's going to come back into the attack here from the New Road end. He's had a go at both ends so far. 154 for 2. And a bit of a change in the field inevitably, given that the spinner's back on. Much movement around about as we get ready for the next over. Dave Bradley on the PA confirming that it is indeed Felix Organ coming into the attack.
Gets a lot of shout outs, doesn't he, on the PA, on the PA commentators here. I like it. You can hear him quite well through the effects mic.
You can.
Nice.
Organ bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Jake Libby, who will pick up 1. Worcestershire move to 155 for 2. Libby's on to 68. Half centuries for both Libby and Hose now then. And I think Hampshire dearly love to break this partnership between now and the close. Organ round the wicket. Hose just works into the onside, and there's no run. Play to short mid wicket, where it's picked up by Fletcher Middleton. Seems a long time ago since he and Joe Weatherly batted very well at the start of the Hampshire innings. Next, they've given that a bit more air, and that's played away through extra cover. There's work to be done here. He's not going to get near that. That's going to be 4 runs. It bounces over the rope now. Just gave a little bit more air, and Hose needed no second invitation. Lovely shot all the way across the ground. 4 runs away through extra cover.
Yeah, making batting look pretty easy out there at the moment, these two, and that is the 100 partnership as well. Correction, no, it's not.
Not quite.
98. Well done, Robbie. Numbers.
Round the wicket, and that will be the 100 partnership, or could well be. There was it's one nearer the 100 partnership, as I'd lost momentarily. Tom Press was out here at long on. He's going to come up now to a more orthodox mid on for this next delivery. 160 for 2. As Felix Organ bowls, and that's turned down to short fine leg. Bobbles horribly in front of the fielder, who dealt with it well. Yeah, rueful look at the turf there. What happened there? Just skipped up as he went down to field it. Off about 4 paces, Felix Organ bowls. Oh, that came off something, and there was a polite inquiry. They come off a glove, perhaps. No damage done because it dropped on the turf. There was no short leg in, but oh, well, asked a question there late in the over. Did Felix Organ. 160 for 2 then, Worcestershire. We have 6 overs of the day's play remaining. Some people heading for the exit think perhaps, well, we've had a good day, let's head for home now. I was going to say beat the rush. I don't think there'll be a rush at the end of the game, but
Go and get dinner. Maybe they're heading to Friar Street.
Maybe they are.
I will see you all later.
Make sure there's a table left.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, Hampshire just need to just looking a little bit leggy in the field at the moment. Just thinking a little out of ideas. A bit of a conversation going on between Tilak Varma and Ben Brown. They're just gonna reposition some of these fielders on the boundary for this short ball ploy from Sonny Baker. They're going to bring Tom Prest up from deep backward square leg. Where's he going to go? Into a catching gully position sort of thing, is he?
Would he be leg gully there, wouldn't he?
He's not really close enough though to
No,
be this is interesting.
That's a sort of, you call it shortish fine leg or short backward square leg?
Yeah, I think it is short fine leg really. Yeah, I mean he's crouching down as if he's in the slip cordon, but he's not. He's probably he'd be on the 30-yard circle or just beyond it actually. So yeah, interesting. A little bit of an in-out field really here for Sonny Baker. The short leg is no longer either, and he's going to bowl over the wicket this time to Adam Hose as he bowls now short. Adam Hose swivelling, but that ball goes down to Kyle Abbott on the fine leg boundary, and they come through for a single. That one maybe, and that is the 100 partnership.
That is the 100 partnership, yeah.
That's why I've got the applause from the crowd.
Be a punch of the gloves. And they tap the bats as well nowadays, I've noticed as well. It's obviously a new thing.
I can think of a few batters who would absolutely not touch bat them, but the risk of a little chip coming off or something like that. But
it's been a very good partnership for Worcestershire, this.
Goodness me, hasn't it? Haven't they batted well? Really and also it hasn't been just stroke play. There's been some brilliant strokes, but some wonderful running between the wickets as well. They've kept Hampshire really on their toes. Sonny Baker bowls short. Oh, and just in a little less control this time round from Jake Libby. The ball was up-ish, but there was no fielder there at square leg. It was Joe Weatherly who came in from the boundary to pick the ball up. I just think it's looked a little bit more threatening. 2 balls into this over, but Sonny Baker deciding to come over the wicket instead of round the wicket, so getting that angle sort of into, different angle into the batter. It's looked, both Hose and Libby, with the 2 balls they've faced, have looked a little bit more discomfort. What will happen this time round? Baker bowls. This time it's full, and Hose driving. Can't beat the fielder at mid-on, who's diving away to their left-hand side. It's Eddie Jack who does well to prevent the single and the boundary.
That was a really good stop at this time of the day because they're all tired, and he got down really well for a tall man to his left-hand side. If it was past him, it was gone.
Yeah, and he's got 11 overs in his legs as well. Spot on. Just a sort of wide mid-on is Eddie Jack. Will it be now? Will it be another full delivery, or is he going to go short? Maybe he'll go slower ball even. Sonny Baker bowls, and this is edged off the back foot down to Felix Organ at a very fine third man. Come through for a single, 163 for 2. Interesting, it's a couple of occasions he's gone full to Adam Hose. He's not yet gone for the full one to Jake Libby. Every ball he's bowled there has been short. Libby inspects, just takes a last look out to that boundary to our left-hand side towards the city of Worcester. And the River Severn. Here is Baker bowls and sort of goes for a half ball there, Libby, but I think he sort of backed out of it.
Yeah,
he
he
goes
pulled
through to
out
Ben
of it, I
Brown.
think. Thought better of it. Too many men out there, I think. Don't give it away now, Jake, he's thinking.
Steering Worcester into a very good position in this game, and boy do they need it.
They do, and the back of their minds will be that the weather forecast for tomorrow is not too good either, so
Yeah, draw not really any use at this stage of the season. Here's Baker bowls, and swivelling is Libby, but he can't get that ball past Tom Prest, who's at that sort of short fine leg. And there is no run. Enter the over. A little bit more threatening, that one from Sonny Baker in terms of the short pitch ploy. And we have 4 to go in the day. 163 for 2, trailing by 130 runs.
yeah, I think we might have 5 to go in the day, actually.
Oh, getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, wishful thinking that you could sense the restaurant there, couldn't you, just for a moment?
Smell the carbonara. I don't mind a carbonara.
No, carbonara's very nice. I like carbonara. But,
Oh, maybe I'll have a carbonara.
my friend thought that Manchester City had signed carbonara.
Excuse me?
Also, one of my friends thought Manchester City had signed carbonara. Deep
Gonna- I'm-
line midfield player. I'm joking. It's all right.
Oh, I'm not a football man, so I didn't know
There
how
you go.
much you
No,
would-
it's
how
just they
much you
sign
would do.
anybody with a foreign-sounding name.
Oh, I see. Very good.
Felix Organ off this short run, only about 4 paces, round the wicket, bowls to Adam Hose, is on 60, and he just prods the ball back to the bowler. I think we might see a little bit of that in the remaining 4.5 overs of the day. No risks to be taken here. Organ, Hose goes back, and hand on head from the bowler there. I think he thought for a moment that had snuck through. It didn't. It's punched out to extra cover, and there's no run. Hose settles over his bat. He lets that go by outside the offside. Look like that might have turned just a little bit, that one. But, maybe I imagine it, but you'll get the replay there, Robbie. You can be able to tell me whether that turned at all. I mean, it's wide enough to leave anyway, but maybe a little bit of encouragement there. That's given a lot of air and driven to mid-on, where there is no run. Nick Gubbins, who's been patrolling extra cover for much of the afternoon. He's now fielding at mid-on. Next delivery is driven. Again, Gubbins called into play. He does well, tumbling to his right-hand side to prevent a run there.
Would you like to know if that ball did turn a bit?
It did it?
No.
No. Okay. My imagination then. It's been a long day.
Straight on, I'm afraid. Hampshire fans would have hoped.
Next delivery. It's just turned to square leg. They will get a run here. But it's all it's got that sort of end of day feel to it at the moment, doesn't it? It's all a little bit pedestrian from both sides at the moment.
It is, but God, still a Division 1 cricket, couple of wickets for Hampshire, and it could be absolutely crucial. And equally, you just don't want to bowl an over that now sort of has a few freebies in it, and Worcestershire are able to get somewhere up to 180, 190 before stumps.
164 for 2, the current score here, with 4 overs of the day's play remaining.
It's going to be Sonny Baker to continue. This is going to be his 3rd over trying the short ball ploy.
You were right. When over the wicket, looked much more likely to do something than round the wicket.
Yeah, and that's where he's going to remain, bowling from that digless end, the far end. Running towards us. That little hop, skip and a jump at the start of his long old run-up as he bowls now to Hose, and Hose lets that one go outside the off stump. Goes sort of chest height really through to Ben Brown. Again, those two fielders out on the offside are a deep backward point, James Fuller, and a very fine third man, that is Felix Organ with the floppy hat just down below us to the left, and then there's two fielders out on the leg side, a fine leg and a deep mid wicket. A couple of catches in on the leg side as well. Hose has 61, Libby 69, but it is the former that is on strike as Baker bowls, and he's swivelling, pulling this, and is this going to go down to the boundary for 4? Yes it is. Nick Gubbins can't pick it up. Tom Prest was in a little bit of in business a little bit, but realistically I think it was hit too hard and too powerfully from Adam Hose. Gets the ball to the boundary. Did well actually to get it between those two fielders on the behind square on the leg side. Moves on to 69, 172 for 2. And so far we've just not seen either of these batters looking in too much discomfort in this short pitch ploy. Here is Baker once more. Goes past umpire Illingworth. This is in the air, but it's going to go all the way over Nick Gubbins this time for 6. My goodness, that's gone miles, I think, from Adam Hose. Didn't look in full control of it, but I think with the pace of Baker, Nick Gubbins was certainly the line of Nick Gubbins down there at the fine leg boundary, but absolutely no chance that it was going anywhere near him. Straight over his head for 6.
And immediately Tom Prest retreats to the boundary as well. He's got 3 men patrolling that boundary rope now on the leg side.
Will he go again, or is this going to be the full one? Pulled a couple of those so far to Adam Hose, but it's not looked like catching him out. What will his response be? It is short, but again, not short enough, and Adam Hose is able to hit this one on the onside, and the ball goes over the boundary in front of square this time. Joe Weatherly running around on that deep mid-wicket boundary to his left-hand side, couldn't cut it off. And, well, this has been a pretty productive over for Worcestershire. This is what Hampshire didn't need. One of those overs that's going to go for 15, 20. We've had 4, 6, 4 so far, and Adam Hose has raced past Jake Libby onto 75. Worcestershire 178 for 2. They can go for now. 2 balls left in the over. Needs to try and get out with something if he can, as this one comes off the shoulder and the elbow, I think, maybe, of Hose. Is short, and it goes down to Felix Organ at third in front of us. They'll come through for 1 leg by. Signalled by umpire Illingworth.
Stung a bit, that, I think, Adam Hose.
Yeah, I thought he got him on the shoulder, but it might have been on the elbow, wasn't it?
Yeah, he seems to be rubbing his elbow with his forearm.
Yeah, he is just gripping it, taking his glove off. He's at the other end now, so we won't need to worry about Sonny Baker for a little while, as it is the last ball of the over, and he bowls. It is short and ducked underneath with no real alarm from Jake Libby. End of the over. Good one, that, for Worcestershire. 179 for 2. And they trail now by just 114.
It's been, I think, a really good day's cricket if you're into your county championship cricket, which I very much am. And I've really enjoyed this. It's been, as I say, a game that's sort of ebbed and flowed over the first 2 days, really. And it's to be hoped the weather doesn't interrupt too much tomorrow, if at all, because you'd like to see this one go the distance and get a positive result one way or the other, really.
Yeah, it could be set for a cracking day tomorrow. Worcestershire definitely in the ascendancy, but just takes a few wickets to fall, and suddenly Hampshire find themselves back in it.
Felix Organ, 3 overs to go then in the day's play. He's round the wicket to bowl to Adam Hose, who drives, and that's 4 runs. It's straight past mid-off. It didn't move. So he timed it very well, but that had a sort of end of day look to it, really.
Yeah, Kyle Abbott at mid-off is fairly wide, isn't he?
Yeah,
And
it was
just
fairly
driven.
straight, wasn't it, to be fair? I'm not saying he would have got there, but maybe he didn't pick it up straight away. Either way, it's been a productive over and a bit this for Worcestershire, now up to 183 for 2. Felix Organ again to ball to who's up onto his toes and punches that to mid-wicket. There's a misfield. I think I'll take a run here. And, well, that's disappointing from our Hampshire point of view, who generally, to be fair, have been very tidy in the field today. But Fletcher Middleton, maybe just bounced over an old wicket end a little bit. I don't know, but he just took his eye off it momentarily. I allowed them through for a single. Hose is on to 80. 184 for 2. Felix Organ bowls to Libby, who pushes forward. It's prodded straight back down the track to the bowler. There's no run.
Yeah, Hampshire just looking a little bit fatigued out there, a little out of ideas in these last few moments. A few minutes to go till the close.
Organ again bowls, and that's flicked to backward square. They'll come through quickly for a single. The throw towards Ben Brown was well wide of him. He wasn't able to take it, but it was backed up, so no addition to the score in terms of overthrows. They take just the single. 185 for 2. Libby now is on to 70. Hose has 80 and is on strike. Tom Press retreats to the long on boundary immediately in front of us. Felix Organ bowls to Hose, gives that plenty of air, and it's driven just in front of square on the offside. I think it's Weatherly who's been... Oh, it's not Weatherly out there now, and I do apologise.
Eddie Jack.
Yeah. Eddie Jack, who's so used to seeing Weatherly out there for much of the afternoon. Felix Organ bowls, and this time Libby just watches it very carefully, prods it back up the wicket. That will complete the over. We have 2 to go in the day. Worcestershire are 186 for 2 with Adam Hose on 81, Jake Libby on 70.
Yep, and we're going to see Sonny Baker complete his day from that digless end. Is he going to go for another over of this short ball ploy? Because if it doesn't come off, then goodness me, all of a sudden Worcestershire are going to be within 100 of Hampshire come the close, and that is going to round off an excellent day considering they are only 2 wickets down. If you are just joining us, just a quick recap of the day. Hampshire started at 146 for 2 after losing those couple of wickets at the back end of the evening yesterday. And in the end, they were bowled out for 293 as Baker begins his final over of the day, running towards us, and on the front foot is Hose, pushing that into the offside, and there's no run. Slightly more conventional field this time with a slip in place and a few fielders in on the offside, no more catches on the leg side. So 293 for Hampshire, losing their 10 wickets for 149 in the end. A second 50 of the season for Tom Prest. James Fuller with a quick fire 41 from 32 deliveries. And then it was a good start for Worcestershire. 56 for the first wicket between Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby. It was Roderick who was caught behind off the bowling of Eddie Jack. Kashi Valley then fell for 4 as he was bowled by James Fuller. It's just a delay as someone's walking behind the sight screen in a red coat. And then it has been plain sailing pretty much for Jake Libby and Adam Hose, putting on 125 for this third wicket, as I thought Hose had just nicked one behind. I heard something there, but I'm not too sure what it was. There was absolutely nothing from bowler or fielders, but I did think for a second I heard a nick. But no, that's one of the, I don't know, the last time we saw a player miss outside the off stump.
Long time ago.
Long time ago.
And for all the fact that Sonny Baker has been adopting the short policy, bowls a more orthodox delivery there and nearly gets rewarded for it.
Yeah, I think Hampshire just trying to get out of this day, get off that field and go again tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Here is Baker bowls, and on the front foot is Hose, pushing that into the offside. Bit of damage limitation now, I think, for Hampshire. Let's come back whenever we do get underway tomorrow. Like you said, there's a few oohs and ahs in terms of the weather around, but all being well, we'll get underway at 11. Hampshire will look to try and basically try and do what Worcestershire did this morning and make some inroads. 4 for 64 Worcestershire picked up in the morning session this morning, and Hampshire would very much take that tomorrow as well. What would that do? That would put put Worcestershire within about 40, but they'd be 6 wickets down, so it would be game on again. This time it's short from Baker, and Hose doesn't get hold of it. In fact, it just drops down by his feet, and he picks it up and lobs it to Sonny Baker, who lobs it to Nick Gubbins to give it a little shine.
Yes, Adam Hose goes for a little wander to square leg, thinking probably now is not the time to give it away.
Definitely not. Definitely not. They've worked really hard, batted really well, ran well between the wickets. There's been some good stroke play. They've gone after that short ball ploy and seen that through as well. Here is Baker, bowls, short wide, outside the off stump and slashed away, but there is a fielder in front of the ladies' pavilion to our right hand side on the deep cover boundary. James Fuller does the fielding. And they come through for a single, 187 for 2.
Frank Watson just texted me to confirm he will be with you tomorrow.
Good news. Not that I'm not delighted.
No, that was always the plan from our end. 2 days from me, 2 days from Frank. But sometimes, you know, if someone's away on a holiday, the plans can alter through no fault of their own if they're late getting back for some reason.
Final ball of Sonny Baker's day, and he bowls one outside the off stump. Nice delivery that to end things for Sonny Baker. Jake Libby leaves it alone. 9 overs, 0 for 54 for the Hampshire seamer. 1 to go in the day. Libby has 70, Hose has 82, 187 for 2, and 106 runs behind.
Gone for a runner ball then, has Sonny Baker, really. I can only assume it's going to be Felix Organ to bowl the final over of the day's play here, with Worcestershire on 187 for 2. Is he going to or not, or are we going to have a change here? There's quite lengthy discussions. Oh, I think we're going to have a change.
Going to throw in a bit of Tilak for the final over of the day.
Tilak Varma is going to bowl the last over. And, well, if he gets a wicket now, Hampshire fans will be thinking, why didn't you bowl him sooner?
Yeah, we've not seen him bowl too much in Hampshire. I think from memory he did bowl a few overs, but then again everyone did last week in that draw against Notts, especially in the second innings where everyone knew the game was going towards the draw, and Hampshire were trying to save their bowlers for this game this week, and they'll be pleased that they did as well, because it's looking like they may do a fair few overs in the field.
Tilak Varma then from the New Road end, last over of the day. Adam Hose on strike. Tilak steadies himself, he's ready now. Off about 5 paces, bowls, drags that one down short, and it's driven straight to extra cover, and there's no run. Hose might just feel he missed out there, really, because that was very much the loosener. It was pulled down a bit short, that by Tilak, but 5 balls to go. Round the wicket to the right-handed Hose, who pushes forward. My money on this potentially being a maiden. I think if you can just see this one out, they'll be very happy, Worcestershire. Unless there's a really bad ball which they can put away. I don't think they're going to take too many risks. Hose waits. Tilak bowls. He's driven that up to Gubbins, who's at mid-on, and there's no run. Cry of catch, but I don't think it ever was a catch. Tilak went to his right-hand side, but the ball bounced before he got to him. He's in again, bowls, Hose back and then chops it down at the ground. That might have snuck through.
It's the most we've seen happen all in the last hour, really.
Tilak. 2 deliveries to go. Hose waits, Tilak bowls to him, he pushes forward and just prods it back to the bowler. Now, can he see this out for a maiden with which to end the day? Hose settles over his bat. Jake Libby nonchalantly leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Bowls, that's played to mid-wicket. It'll be another dot ball. It is a maiden. It completes the day's play here. Worcestershire close on 187 for 2 with Adam Hose on 82 Jake Libby on 70. And that in reply to Hampshire's 293 all out. Good day's cricket, Robbie.
Very good day's cricket, but an especially good day's cricket, you'd have to say, for the home side. Yesterday was Hampshire's day, and today very much is Worcestershire's day. They would have snapped your hand off this morning when Hampshire began at 146 for 2. If you'd said they'd bowl Hampshire out for 293. Pick of the bowlers really for Worcestershire was Tom Taylor, 5 for 55. Very good return from him, and a wonderful partnership. The second sort of real highlight of the day for Worcestershire. 126, if my maths serves me correctly, for this third wicket between Jake Libby, who has 70, and Adam Hose has 82, and they will think tomorrow morning if they can get somewhere near Hampshire in the first hour or by lunchtime, and then try and bat throughout the afternoon and get a solid lead. And as for Hampshire, well, they will hope that they have a similar morning to what Worcestershire had this morning, where they pick up a few wickets for not too many runs and manage to get themselves back into the game.
They will indeed. Thank you very much indeed for your company. If you've been with us throughout the day, if you've been with us for the last 10 minutes, either way, it's been great to have had you along. Our thanks to Mel as well, Mel won't be with us tomorrow. Mel's off to, what dare I say, bigger and better things tomorrow. Down to the Oval for the Test match.
You're both leaving me.
Oh yeah, don't take it personally. We're both off to do other things tomorrow. Frank Watson will be here tomorrow alongside you. And from Mel, from Robbie and myself, Trevor Owens, thank you very much for your company. As I say, enjoy the rest of your evening.